Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the March 11th, 2025 Board of Education regular board meeting. We will open this meeting at 4:39. Do we have any? We have no public comment for closed session items. We will retire to to closed session, and we will return at 6 p.m. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the March 11th open session school board meeting. We'll call this meeting to order at 6:12. Language access, welcome.
Thank you. We have Spanish interpretation available here in the boardroom and online, and we also have ASL interpretation available on Zoom. Buenas tardes, tenemos interpretación al español disponible por si alguien gusta escuchar la presentación en español. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. Dr. Maldonado, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please rise and face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I have one announcement from closed session. I'm pleased to announce that in closed session, the board voted 5-0 to approve the appointment of Conrad Tedeschi as the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services to be effective July 1, 2025. Subject to board approval of the final terms of the contract, Conrad will be replacing the retiring Assistant Superintendent Kim Hernandez. And next, we have our student board member report.
Hello, everyone. This weekend, I attended the Global Leadership Connection Conference, where students from across the county gathered to practice their leadership skills. Around 80 students participated, and several students from our district had the incredible opportunity to win scholarships ranging from $100 to $1,000. Congratulations to all scholarship recipients for their hard work and dedication to leadership. Dos Pueblos High School's mock trial team are the 2025 county champions. With all three high schools making it to the final round, Dos Pueblos High School ultimately secured the victory. Congratulations to the Dos Pueblos High School mock trial team. Last week we had the Culture of Care ceremony. Last week we had the Culture of Care ceremony where us students showcased our initiatives aimed at supporting and improving student well-being. These initiatives include suicide prevention signs along nearby railroad tracks, a redesign of the district's website to enhance access to mental health resources, a campaign encouraging students to send words of support to peers through Student Square, a 2-video campaign focused on mental health awareness, and the expansion of the wellness centers to provide safe spaces for students. I want to thank everyone who helped with our initiative and attending the ceremony at San Marcos High School. But we need to continue to have a safe environment for students to be able to speak up, look for help, and offer help, and continuing the expansion of all wellness centers, as Santa Barbara High School is still looking for a place to host their wellness center. And I want to showcase the suicide prevention signs that are posted up around the railroad tracks near San Marcos High. Additionally, all three high schools, San Marcos, Dos Pueblos, and Santa Barbara, recently had their 2025 Club Rush events at Santa Barbara High School. One of my goals is to improve student engagement and create a stronger community. To improve club accessibility, we are using a club sign-up poster outside of classrooms that allows students to discover and join clubs when they are beginning and ending their classes. The high school has begun their election process for the next year's leadership class, with one of those positions being the future student board member. This is an exciting time, and to any student leaders, I'm here to offer guidance, tips, or advice. I'd also like to bring up a concern that students have shared to me over the past few meetings, the impact of the proposed budget cuts on students. It's a very difficult subject, but I think we can all agree that student well-being should come first, and I want to reiterate that prioritizing students and prioritizing students and the people that aid them and directly help them, and that's teachers. Recently, San Marcos High School Recently, San Marcos High School students, with the help of the Mecha Club, organized a walkout in protest of the ongoing ice raids, showcasing support for our community members who are being directly impacted. Santa Barbara Junior High School also held a similar walkout, and now Santa Barbara High School is planning a peaceful protest for next Tuesday to join in solidarity. Thank you so much, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. And next we have the superintendent's report.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric, also for your great leadership as our student board member. That was a great report. Good evening, everyone. For this evening's event, we do have a student performance. Is this? Yeah. And I'm looking to Ed, are we bringing the students in? The La Cumbre Junior High School Performing Arts, La Cumbre Junior High School represents a diverse community of students and educators that are dedicated to a passion for education, especially the performing arts. You'll hear them coming in. They are being led by Mr. Charlie Ortega and are providing an enriched opportunity. Thank you so much, students, and a special thanks to your teacher, Mr. Charlie Ortega, your principal in the back, Mr. Bradley Brock. We really have enjoyed that. What a great way to start the meeting. For the next, I'll give it a few minutes. Thank you. For the next part of my report, I think I'm just going to piggyback a little bit on what Eric has already talked about, which was our initiative on culture of care. You've seen the videos that were created in previous presentations by Eric. I want to thank Senator Limon's office for partnering with the district on this initiative. She helped connect us with Jason Jewell at Lausanne State Agency that manages the railway, which is the sign that Eric has shared with you tonight. And also Susan Grimacy from Santa Barbara County Behavioral Wellness was part of our, I want to thank Board Member Banning for also joining us for that event. The initiatives include, as was said, suicide prevention signs installed near San Marcos High School and the Tatum property that will provide warnings and vital resources for anyone who may be suffering. An information campaign, which is redesigning the website, and student square messaging to highlight mental health resources. The student square messages are affirmations that the students have given us that Mr. Zucchelli is sending out to our high school and high school students to randomly remind them they got this, there's help. Messages of affirmation. We are also looking to establish wellness centers across our junior high schools and our high schools, with two, Dos Pueblos being the first to be completed. One next is San Marcos, and then we're working with Santa Barbara High staff to also develop their wellness center with some of the grant money that we have received. And we're really moving away from having a space where children feel like they need to go hide somewhere in a bathroom or somewhere else where they're not feeling well, to actually normalizing asking for help, and a space to normalize where someone can go to when they just need to take a breath, have an adult help them, or find a way to relax and catch their breath. We know students today are suffering in ways that we can't understand, especially given the fact that they have been raised during a pandemic, which I know for me, I cannot personally ever relate to what that's like, but we know that our students have a lot of anxiety that they're dealing with, up to and including a mental illness that could lead to suicide. So this is part of the initiative that we've been working on, and I want to thank not just Eric tonight, but also previous student board members who have always brought this as an issue in our Student Superintendent Advisory Council. So thank you for that. And lastly, I want to finish with our Class Champions initiative. We want to bring up Graham Olson from San Marcos High School. I'm waiting for the applause, but you guys are going to, usually I get, Mr. Olson has taken the San Marcos Entrepreneurship Academy to new heights during his 3 years as Academy Director. He teaches finance, entrepreneurship, and AP economics with passion, humor, and engagement. With 300 students in the academy, Mr. Olson continues to inspire the next generation of entrepreneurs and business leaders. Next up, we want to end with a short video about another classroom champion, Manuel Morales from Cleveland Elementary.
O&K honk honk. O&K honk honk.
I enjoy seeing students being able to read. Literacy skills is very important at a young age, because as they get older and past third grade, we notice that it could be more challenging for them in terms of reading and all these tasks we give them. And just to see them really kind of have that spark and say, wow, I'm reading. Wow, I just tackled that word on my own. And so that's what inspires me. The curriculum, whether they're an auditory learner, a visual learner, or a kinesthetic learner, I think being able to offer those three things to them and really finding their niche, I think that's valuable in my classroom. Go ahead and talk to your partner. Tell them what the word is and tell them how you would mark this word. Some of our newer curriculum is impacting student learning by kind of, taking it a step further in phonics and really sitting down and analyzing words as a class and understanding syllable types and spelling patterns, I think that does offer something different that I experienced before. Good job. I chose to be more of a facilitator in the classroom because these students come in with definitely their own assets and skills that I want to hone in on and that they can help each other with. There's even sections of the program that's called Make It Fun. And that's the type of teacher I am. I try to, make things fun, be personable with the students. And I think this curriculum allows me to do that. Whether it's dictation or having their own independent writing, there's these different ways that they can engage with the curriculum. And that's one thing that I like. It's not just the same thing every day. What did you enjoy doing during that Foundations? What felt good? What do you feel like you want to do more of? I think more important than the curriculum is the person you are inside and outside the classroom. I really think that you need to take time to build relationships with your students. I'm not able to open up a curriculum book or a teacher guide and teach a child who's not ready to listen to me or to anybody.
That concludes my report.
Thank you. We will move to public comment on non-agenda items. Mr. Manning.
Okay, we have 7 comments, 8.
And we do have a number of public comments for this meeting, so all public comment will be 2 minutes tonight. And we are going to close public comment on all items in 10 minutes, so at 6:40.
All right, the first is Brianna Serrato, followed by Joel Block and Kelly Savio.
Good evening, board. Sorry, I'm actually unprepared right now. I thought I would have lots of time, lots of public comments, so I could write my notes. So I will just say thank you so much to those of you that came out to Roosevelt for Read with Roosevelt last week before. It's all a blur. It was really great seeing both district staff and board members there reading to the kids. And I also wanted to give a shout out to our amazing classified staff and our certificated staff at Roosevelt, since it is staff appreciation next week. Wanted to give another shout out to our amazing art teacher, Heather Walker, our music teacher, Brett Larson, our PE teacher, Ivan Perkins, our PE coach, and also especially for our SPED case managers, Elizabeth Como, and also Carissa Ferriola. They do amazing things with our kids. They have huge caseloads. They don't have the support that they need. And also to all of our amazing paras, because they are the true superheroes on our campus with how much they deal with from our TKers that are elopers and up to our 6th graders that are elopers as well. So I just wanted to make sure that they, as well as our custodians, because those tend to be like those undersung heroes at our campus. Just wanted to give appreciation to all of them, and also a big appreciation to President Escobedo for last board meeting standing out to some of the public commenters with regards to that dear colleague. So equality for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Joel Block.
Good evening. So I have been coming to these meetings and speaking for many years now, and I've come to have some thoughts about the way all of us approach each other in our business and the way we interact. What I'm about to suggest is, I believe, true whether you're a school board member, work in a district office, or are a teacher and member of our union. All of us are obviously products of our upbringing to some extent, but what I've come to believe is more influential in determining how we act and approach interactions is what we have been trained to do and trained to believe. This training brings us to a particular mindset and approach to conflict, decision-making, and problem-solving. When I was taught to believe was the best way of teaching when in graduate school 40-some years ago, is much different than what is taught now. It has taken me a long time to break out of the accepted way and come to my own independent beliefs. I believe this is true for almost all professionals and politicians. While it is important to have a consistent way of doing things, it can also be stifling and lead to conflict. When two entities have two completely different mindsets and beliefs, it is virtually impossible to settle conflict satisfactorily with a positive feeling on both sides. Typically, each side believes it knows the right way and cannot understand why the other side has such a wrong way of believing. I believe this is what has been happening between this district, the school board, and SPTA. I suggest that the only way to break out of this mode of conflict and distrust is for all entities to alter their beliefs and approach.
20 seconds.
I suggest that the school board, office, district, and SPTA form an ad hoc committee to share frustrations, goals, and core beliefs with each other. In the beginning, the group would simply share and not suggest or assign blame or give excuses. Only after this has been done can the group
Time.
begin to discuss different approaches to conflict. If and when there is something to suggest to the school board, it can be done in an open public forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kelly Savio, followed by Laura Penrose and Christina Manalay.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Savio, and I'm a teacher at DP, the parent of an elementary school student and a tax-paying voter. And I'm here to offer clarity on what I believe the vast majority of your constituents consider the responsibilities of the board, given that there was some confusion about your job in the last meeting. Your job is to act legally and transparently on behalf of the people who elected you. Something very relevant to this came up in the last meeting when Mr. Escobedo underscored that the district's budgets are public information, but both our SBTA president and a board member with an MBA from UCLA said they were unable to easily access that information. This was an extremely important discovery that was unfortunately lost in a discussion of how many columns should appear on a spreadsheet. Obviously, the board should be concerned about the lack of transparency here because that's your job. At the last meeting, some of you expressed resistance to getting in the weeds on the budget. But actually, that's exactly the job you signed up to do, especially when you're about to riff dozens of teachers. Your job is not to rubber stamp everything put in front of you with minimal discussion or cursory examination of data. You are collectively at the helm of this ship, and you agreed to execute all of the laborious complexities of these immense responsibilities from the moment you ran for election. Please get in the weeds on behalf of your constituents and their children, even when it's tough. And then just another thing that I noticed in our last board meeting, I want to make sure to say this very clearly. I heard you say that you value diversity, equity, and inclusion. And even though we have been in opposition on many things, teachers and this board, I think that the teachers will go the distance with you on that. We value that too. That's our job, and that's your job. And we collectively together value that. And I think we have to remember that we are together on that one thing very clearly. Thank you.
Laura Penrose, Christina Manalay, and Christopher Contreras. Christina Manalay, sorry. And this is Laura Penrose.
Hello. I do want to point out, and I hope the irony isn't lost on the board, that it started with the music performance, and that's what most everyone is here for. SBUSD believes that the arts are a necessary and required component for all students to develop as well-rounded, lifelong learners who contribute to the prosperity and quality of life for the Santa Barbara community. Over 4 decades, the state of California has recognized that the arts are a core component in every child's education. The California Arts Framework states that students need art education throughout their TK through 12 schooling to become citizens who communicate powerfully and diversely, create and innovate personally relevant work, connect to culture, history, and society, feel a sense of well-being, and actively participate in their community. All students from every race, culture, language background, geographic region, and socioeconomic level must have the opportunity to engage and succeed in high-quality, standard-based arts programs TK through 12. These are direct quotes from Dr. Maldonado's Strategic Arts Plan that was proposed and approved in 2023. This was a 5-year plan with 6 goals, including assessing current staffing needs and utilizing Prop 28 funds to eliminate staffing gaps in the arts and to designate a full-time arts lead to TK through 12. The summary of this document claims to want to build culturally relevant and engaging pedagogy, increase arts literacy across the district, and create access to dance, art, theater, music, and media arts for all students. This cannot be done while simultaneously cutting core and supporting staff members. As the owner of Nick Rail Music, I have the unique perspective of working with school music programs from all over the United States and nearly every single one in California.
20 seconds.
And I can tell you, the decisions you're making to cut funding in the arts department is wrong. You think you're saving a buck, but on a macro level, you're crippling the students. I've read through the 187-page budget for Santa Barbara Unified School District. It was a thrilling read, and I'm convinced that cutting elective opportunities is not the way to balance your budget,
Time.
especially after receiving multi-million-dollar grants in the last year. As a mother of 4, I can tell you that my children's educational experience is defined by the electives they participate in, just like it was for me. So I urge you to support
Time.
your
Wrap up your
own
comments,
approved
please.
plan and search for alternatives aside from cutting.
Thank you. Christina Manilai, Christopher Contreras, and Nikki Sorui. Sorry, Nikki.
Hello, school board. This is my second week back after being out for 6 weeks recovering from knee surgery. And I just wanted to share how I've gone above and beyond to reset the expectations in my classroom after hearing that a sub quit preemptively to re-engage my class. So part of it, I am engaging them in physical therapy with me as a movement break after they take millions of standardized tests as practice, plus the LPAC. I created a new behavior management system where they hold each other accountable to try to figure out who's the secret student, who's going to be the teacher's assistant the next day. I sang an Italian opera for them after they sat silently and quietly, respectfully, for 2 hours nearly to complete another panorama survey. They're 10, by the way. These are 5th graders. This is insane. And I theatrically read a novel and engaged them in narrative analysis and performed a saxophone solo today for a student's birthday. I went to physical therapy after. I had my circulation cut off in my leg, like 80%. And here I am, mentally exhausted, physically sore, and still doing work. Not just for this district, but also for my report cards that are due on Friday, making up for lost time. So I'm hoping that you see, this is so important. I am putting my health on the line, once again, for the 3rd time in 3 years of being in this district. But also, I'm concerned of how our community is hurting. I have heard from physical therapists, parents in the community, that they feel bombarded by the misuse of Parent Square for propaganda or administrative agendas, instead of getting valuable teacher feedback on their students' progress and engagement. So I'm hoping tonight when I speak on H2 that you're listening with open minds, for not just for our sake, but for our community's sake.
Thank you. Christopher Contreras, Nikki Sorui. I'll just say Nikki from here on out.
Hello,
Yes.
Hello, my name is Christopher Contreras.
We're doing talk together.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Nikki Sarui.
My name is Daniel Piero Simone. Hello, my name is Christopher Contreras.
We are members of La Colina. He is a member of
La Cumbre.
Chris, you start.
Alright. We are up here because we want to keep music and art at all the Santa Barbara Unified School District schools.
Can you, sorry, we stopped the clock. Can you talk closer to the mic so that everyone can hear?
Yeah. I'm here because
It's not on. Is the button on at the base of the microphone?
Yeah, it's turned on.
Can you restart the clock?
It works.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to restart the clock.
Right, we restart. Hello, my name is Christopher Contreras.
My name is Nikki Sarui. Speak close to the mic.
My name is Daniel Simon. Me and Nikki both represent La Colina Junior High. And I represent La Cumbre Junior High. We are here because we want to keep music and art at all the schools of the Santa Barbara Unified School District.
To us, music and art has done a great deal of help with managing stress, and free music classes and art classes at school can really help some students who can't afford to take private music lessons every week.
It helps also with stress. So music and art class helps with stress. So, like me, I'm a drummer, obviously, and it helps me with stress a lot. So, thank you for the band and everything. And also helps us with a lot of what we need in the future, as going on to high school or college. It helps us to know that we have experience with music, such as jazz band, advanced band, orchestra, and goes on.
I am here to say that free music classes is really good for some students. Personally, in La Colina Junior High School, I participate in jazz band, advanced band, and orchestra class. That is around 3 hours every single day. 5 days of that is 15 hours of free musical education given to schools in public school. That is really beneficiary for young students trying to develop. What have you guys Fiscal. See why it helps with everything.
Yeah. And it really helps out a lot that we keep music and art here because it helps us a lot. I mean, I've gotten a lot of help on improving with my instrument, and the teachers are really inspiring. So we want to make sure that this stays, because we want the kids to be inspired to keep on with their instruments and get all the help that we need.
And all of us have one main point. Please keep our band teachers at their current job position. They are doing extremely well at teaching us, and we have learned a tremendous amount of music and knowledge from them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Final comment tonight, public comment. Amber Coltrane. Amber?
Hello. When someone asks me, why are you in choir? A rush of emotions and thoughts fill my mind. Hi, my name is Amber Coltrane, and I'll be sharing with you about some of the things why the choir program is so incredibly important to me. In middle school, I was so undeniably shy that I couldn't even keep my head up in hallways. That all changed as soon as I joined the choir at La Colina. Immediately, I was surrounded by the most supportive, loving people I have ever met, and I felt like I had a purpose. I knew that I had found my home. Having that opportunity in middle school to try out choir was one of my best decisions I have ever made in my life, and I urge you to think about all of the other lives it has positively affected. My choir experience continued throughout high school, where again, I had found a sense of community, a sense of belonging so deep that every day I walked into choir class, I would feel a weight lifted off my shoulders. Choir has not only shaped me better as a person, showing me communicative responsibility and perseverance skills, but it also saved my life. I wouldn't be here without the San Marcos music program. And I assure you that my experience is not singular, and that countless of others have gone through the same journeys. Choir has impacted every single soul and spirit, and I encourage you to focus not only on financial concerns, but on considering the perspectives of the students and what is truly best for them each day. I would now like to read a statement from a parent from one of the students from the San Marcos Vocal Music Program. To whom it may concern, as a parent of 3 San Marcos students, I am devastated to think that performing arts and music instructors and programs could be cut from our school district funding. 2 of my children specifically have been outstanding in the creative and performing arts, and have thrived and blossomed socially and creatively in both theater and men's choir/madrigals. When the global mental health crisis is at its highest with the iGen, we need more arts, not less. Singing, dancing, and storytelling is a social and emotional learning environment that is necessary for well-being. Sincerely, Yolanda Yoturalde, parent and 29-year-old locally practicing licensed MFT. We are frustrated, and we will not go down without a fight. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all on the public comment.
Thank you. Now we will go to board comments and correspondence. Do we have any board members with comments? Ms. Caffrey?
For public comment or for?
Yeah, for public comment, and they were kind enough to rewrite some of the things I wrote. That was public comment and a few other items.
Do we have another card for?
Ms. DeWitt, you can come up.
DeWitt.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I will go ahead here. Yeah, I too just want to stress how important the arts are. And as we know, many of the students who are actually behind in learning, like we have the 3 through 6th graders in special ed, only 14% are at grade level, and EML's only 7.4. And I could go on with other scores that are equally low. But what happens when you're far behind is you get discouraged. You stop believing in yourself. And if you have something you can hold on to, like music, arts, theater, even multimedia, then the things you are behind in no longer define you as much, because you get defined by, hey, I'm a musician, or hey, I'm an artist. And so what, I'm not too good at reading, I need help there. To pull this away from these students is detrimental. And I might add that we're really too top down. I've mentioned this rather painful reality that the superintendent and the cabinet benefited from a 10% raise, which came to $1.5 million, that the teachers had to beg and plead and picket for a year. So I think, as painful as it is, we have to find a mechanism to get that back down to the bottom, because the students, the teachers in the classroom, they're all suffering. And I really feel that, we're not living our ideals, we're not aligned, and I welcome you to donate it back. It's the easiest thing in the world to do, and I think it needs to be done. This is the time to do it. We shouldn't be cutting arts and music. These scores are really kind of deplorable in some areas, and as you heard from all these students, the arts is all they have to hang on to. It's what brings joy, and I might add, it also improves math scores, which I have here for the 7th and 8th graders, only 19% are proficient. Music, actually, and I'm dyslexic, it helped me. My mother was a pianist, and I learned how to count and play fairlies. I can still do it, but it made my brain do both things. So please, help and donate. It's time.
Thank you.
Rich Lashua will be the last public comment for non-agenda items.
Excuse me. Good evening. If tempted to move me to budget comments, please refrain. I'm here about values, not a budget item. and I have a field trip with my students at 7, so I literally don't have time for this. Please consider, any teacher who takes the time to address you is the concerned expert in the room. They are consultants with state-of-the-art knowledge, and you didn't have to pay a dime to hear them. Once your canary in the coal mine, Cassandra is now my metaphor because I've warned of disaster for years, but here we are. If we still taught theater in schools, I needn't explain that in Greek mythology, Cassandra is cursed, so nobody believes her prophecies until it's too late. An entire generation lost access to the arts. But enrollment, Those parents don't encourage their kids to enroll because they didn't receive the benefits themselves. An entire generation missed out, and we don't give a damn. Why are you more upset over one word I just said instead of the critical flaws in our system? California values the arts such that Ed Code dictates all students can access a performing arts class. This is not true in our district. Prop 28 gives millions of dollars to our district, yet arts are on the chopping block. On January 24th, the district assured us Prop 28 would continue to fund the arts, but if they cut enough positions, prop funding disappears too. This ensures a failing budget rather than fixes it. This city values the arts, repeatedly passing bonds for arts education in our schools. Why are we ignoring the requirements of our state and local communities? We focus on Tier 1 and Tier 2 interventions for behavior and academic success. When a kid has a hard day, why do we give them coloring books instead of taking an art class? When students fight, why do we role play to examine motives instead of taking a theater class where empathy is taught every day? Why do we anguish about kids and phones when we could hand them a trombone? Arts classes undergird every minute of education that happens with a foundation of learning for all students of all abilities. We are not Tier 1 interventions, we are your Tier 1 prevention.
Time.
A true culture of care puts kids over test scores. Once we show we care about them just as they are and want to help them improve, you'll see all the test score gains you can dream of. Not by dodging budget cuts, it's done by investing, with short and medium-term losses leading to long-term gains.
Time is up.
The arts are expensive, but the state and your local voters insist they're worth it. Please honor their directives.
Thank you.
Non-agendized public comment is done. We are moving on to board comments and correspondence. Ms. Caffrey.
Thank you. This is probably going to be a long and difficult meeting. The issue is a disconnect between what our community wants for students and the district's proposed cuts. We were elected by the community. Our role as trustees is to distill what our community wants students to know and be able to do into goals and guardrails for our district so that they can prioritize what to spend on. At our last board study session, we agreed that the board is going to set these priorities with community input. This is coming up. President Escobedo has really been a leader here. I think we also need to adopt a governance framework, like the most effective school boards, that helps the board and our district always keep student outcomes, results, top of mind. Trustee Banning and I have a shared focus on good governance. He's right that boards usually shouldn't get into the weeds of operations, except in cases where the district doesn't yet have sufficient guidance from the board. I've heard from a huge number of community members, we all have hundreds, that they value a robust music and arts program, PE, STEAM, and electives. We've heard from students, from parents, teachers, Santa Barbara City College professors, UCSB professors, the head of Santa Barbara Symphony Orchestra, and more. Many, many people. So I am prioritizing, as a representative of the community, saving these programs, and I will talk more in our budget section about how I think we can do it. Right now, this process is messy and chaotic. 7-hour, 6-hour, 5-hour board meetings are not the norm. But I'm very hopeful for the future because I think we have a strong board and we're moving in the right direction and that we are here for children. In the meanwhile, I'm going to do my best to preserve our arts and music programs, PE, STEAM electives, and not only preserve, but in the future invest. So, thank you.
Thank you. Other comments and correspondence? No?
I have comments during the budget discussion.
Okay. I have a few things to report out. Ms. Serrato had already talked about it, but we got the chance, Mr. Banning and I, and actually Ms. Edison as well, to read at Reading with Roosevelt. We also, Dr. Beal and I, on Saturday, got to attend the Olympiad, and I don't know if we have the pictures ready. Or, nope. That's okay. I'll do it off of memory. So, on Saturday, there was the Olympiad at UCSB, where we had Santa Barbara Junior High, Dos Pueblos, and San Marcos High School send teams out. And it was a variety of topics from air trajectory. We had, fossils, making helicopters, optics, chemistry, a chemistry lab, code busters, a variety of categories that they competed in. And it was actually kind of neat to attend. Got to talk to Miss Tilton from San Marcos High School and yes. And I believe Miss Garza from Santa Barbara Junior High was also there. I didn't get a chance to talk to Miss Garza. But watching the students, this is their first time competing, watching the students, they're there cheering each other on. It was interesting. There were other schools there as well, but our schools were the only ones where the kids were actually cheering them on and supporting, and they're watching as they are competing, and you just see the level of concentration, the level of work that they put into this. And we got to watch as they were creating these projectile contraptions where they had to use mechanical energy into to basically shoot a ping pong ball, and you're hitting targets or you're making it into a bucket, all the while making calculations about what are the angles, how much mechanical energy that they're going to use in order to hit their targets. It was fascinating, the level of support that Miss Tilton was showing the students, the guidance, you could tell the rapport that she had with her students. It was fantastic to see. I got to hang out and talk to Miss Tilton a little bit more and check in about how the school year is going. But I did also want to say congratulations, because we did have for Best Senior High Project, Lily Wallace from San Marcos High School. We had Best Junior High Project, Stella Heaton from Santa Barbara Junior High. And then we had selected for the National Junior High Competition, Thermo Fisher Scientific Junior Innovators Challenge, mouthful, Mbika Matu and Stella Heaton, both from Santa Barbara Junior High. So I just want to thank Miss Tilton and Miss Garza, and if there's anyone that I'm missing, because I know that I am, thank you so much, and congratulations to the students for what was a very successful event. And so yeah, Mr. Benny.
My apologies. I meant to share about a couple of things that I participated in. The culture of care ceremony at San Marcos High School was really inspiring, and we had incredible support from the community that was there. Senator Lamone was there. Our councilman Gutierrez and Mayor Perotti was there. And the students were so proud of what they'd done with this, and I want to say a particular thanks to Eric for his leadership, and to Dr. Maldonado for the opportunity that she provides student leadership with the Superintendent's Council. It was really nice to see all of those things coming together. Also had an opportunity to attend with Dr. Maldonado a meeting of some 8th grade students at La Colina Junior High School who had written action letters to board members, things that were on their mind, and we wanted to go back and talk to them about things like cell phone bans and about school safety and homework, right? And homework. And an interesting couple of things came up. There was an action letter that actually led in years past to a lighted crosswalk outside the school, and these kids saw the action, the effect of their actions. So that was really a great experience for me also. I did participate in the Tech Use Committee meeting that happened earlier this week or last week to hear from parents, many of the parents that came and heard a lot about the great work that we're doing, and we're advocating for the bell-to-bell cell phone bans going on. And so those are the things that I've done between the last two meetings. I apologize for not doing it when it was my turn. Thank you.
Thank you. So that takes us to E1, acceptance of donations for March 11, 2025. Do we have any questions or a motion to approve?
I move to accept the donations for March 11th.
Do I have a second?
I second.
With gratitude.
Okay.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We will go to F1, the approval of the consent agenda. Are there any consent agenda items that folks want to pull? I'm not seeing any. Is there any public comment for the consent agenda? So we have...
There are comments. Brianna Serrato on item F16. And Moni DeWitt on F7 and 9. Brianna? Do we... Item F16 is approval of human resources recommendation.
Hello again. Sorry, I thought we were going in numerical order and Moni was going to go up. Hi, my name is Brianna Serrato, pronouns she, her, and Aya. I am a parent at Roosevelt and am on numerous school committees and functions, as well as on district board ones. And with regards to HR, I didn't get a chance to send an email, hence my public comment. I had the pleasure of going to the Santa Barbara County Education Office job fair last Thursday. It was really nice getting to see what some of the other school districts are doing, and I learned that Goleta Unified and SBCEO, who handle Montecito Union and Cold Springs Union, and also some of the preschools in the Valley, they all have a sub-list for paraeducators. When I went and I asked the table at SBUSD, I was told that they thought that they used to have a sub-list where they would pull from the teacher sub-list to fill in for paraeducators. From my understanding as a SEEK rep and also just as a parent, we do not have subs. We were told at the SEEK meetings when we've asked, is there a pool for subs, that we can't fill our regular vacancies, so why would we have a sub list? So as a parent who can't commit full time, but was actually interested in possibly being a part-time, like substitute paraeducator for a little bit of extra income, it was interesting that that's not an option with SB Unified. The other thing that was really interesting that's not an option with SB Unified, however it is with others, is job interest cards. So say we have an opening for an occupational therapist. If you had the option of notify me if this becomes available, that occupational therapist would know. If not, it's just constantly having to check the website day after day to see if there's an opening. So not surprising that some of these other districts are getting the competitive people that we're needing, and we're spending all of this money on contracts. So I just wanted to suggest having subs for paraeducators, both SPED and bilingual, and also having it where you can put a job interest on the website.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Moni DeWitt, item 7, approval of amendment to the memorandum of understanding with Loyola Marymount, and item 8, approval of contracts for secondary, 9, approval of Fourth Amendment to the agreement between Santa Barbara Unified School District and First Five.
Yes, so just because we are in the save money mode, I thought $95,000 to Loyola Marymount, from what I could understand, and granted I don't know everything about this, but seemed like a lot of money, and it also seemed like this was the second time around. And of course it is to help EMLs, and they certainly need it, but I was kind of surprised that we're not doing this in-house with our cabinet. And I also just feel like it seems prohibitively high considering what we're going through now. And as far as F9, my understanding was that there was a surplus at McKinley. And I've noticed this sometimes at other campuses, that they wind up at the end of the year with a surplus. I find that somewhat troubling, because when I look at EML scores and also students with neurodiversity, it seems like their needs are high. So I don't know how we didn't prioritize their needs and perhaps give them an intensive intervention, or how any campus winds up with a surplus of $136,000. And from my understanding, but again, I'm not familiar with the ins and outs of McKinley, but they want this surplus to go to the TK playground. And that on F9, and that looks like it's $136,000 going to a playground. I'm thinking I'd rather have it go to keep music alive, and kids are very innovative. They can play with a lot of things, and so I just don't see that as a top priority. And and I think we have a top-heavy staff here, and I think F7 should cover it. Anyway, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Any questions or discussion? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. We will move on to our first report item, Student Outcomes Report number 2, G1. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Today we are going to be presenting the Student Outcomes Report number 2, which includes a variety of data. And I am going to get started with the first set of data, which is the STAR assessment. If we can go to the next, never mind. Have the slide. First, I just want to give you a quick overview about the STAR data and the assessment overview. We do assess students at the elementary, junior high, and high school levels for STAR, and we have different periods in which students are tested. They're not all tested around the same time, and there are different time periods. It is a computer adaptive test, and we do utilize STAR and IXL to monitor our student progress for both reading and mathematics. The completion times for each of these are listed below. It varies from 15 to 20 minutes up to 45 minutes is the average amount of time. And of course, we know that some students will need additional time and support. We will start with the elementary. I will be sharing first grade by grade level, and I want us to focus on the green line, which is the standards met or exceeded combined. So these are the percentage of students. For example, here you will see on the left-hand side, grade 1 for fall 1 and fall 2 data comparison. And then on the right is second grade. Each of the slides I'm sharing will be 2 grades at a time. For this one, as we can see, we have a small growth of 0.6%. For reading, and a 9.9% increase for reading in second grade. That is the most significant in second grade out of all the grades 1 through 6 that we see. When we look at the math for first and second grade, we have the a significant increase for grade 1 from fall 1 to fall 2, and a slight increase for second grade. And again, we're just looking at right now for this time. There is a full report provided to the board that has all the details. Grade 3 for reading and grade 4, we also see a slight increase for both of these. And again, it's 3rd and 4th grade for reading. And now looking at mathematics, we have a significant increase for 3rd grade. And then we have 4th grade, and this is for mathematics. And now looking at 5th and 6th grade, we have a 4.1 for reading and a 5.1 increase. Again, it's a slight increase, but what we want to showcase here is that we have an increase in every single grade level across the board in elementary. The areas where we see the greatest growth is in reading for 2nd grade at 9.9%, and for math in 1st grade 18.5%. Now this is where we want to narrow our focus. When we look at 2nd grade, which is the area where we see the greatest growth in reading, when we look at the subgroups, when analyzing the data for 2nd grade and other grade levels, but specifically in 2nd grade, we see an increase. There's a 9.9% increase from fall 1 to fall 2 for all students, which is the first set of bar graphs. But when we look at homeless, low-income students, special education, and emergent multilingual learners, we see an increase in every single one of our subgroups. That is not something we always see. And the last thing I want to point out that's happening in elementary in grade 2. These are 2 sets of bar graph. The first set is Hispanic Latino, also fall 1, fall 2. And the second set of graphs is white students, fall 1, fall 2. As you can see, we do have our white population of students in 2nd grade that have a higher percentage of students who are meeting or exceeding standards, and a lower number of students, Hispanic Latino students in 2nd grade, that are meeting standards. But as you can see here, for this time around, we had a significant growth of 10% in the Hispanic Latino population. Now, in order for us to close the achievement gap, we are going to have Hispanic Latino students have to grow at a faster rate than any other subgroup, or the other subgroup, white population. So this is significant. This is something, again, that we normally don't see. Usually when we see a growth, the greatest growth is by our white population of students, but this time around we're seeing that the opposite. And at some other grade levels, we're seeing the exact same rate of growth, but 2nd grade had the most significant. And I just wanted to make sure we point out. And when we talk about 2nd grade, we're talking about 370 students, and it's about 150 students who are meeting or exceeding standards. I'm going to share now space with Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, and good evening. We also administer the STAR assessment at the secondary level in grades 7, 8, and 9. You can see our 7th grade scores depicted in the graph to the left, and our 8th grade scores depicted in the graph on the right. You can see a slight decrease in both standard met and exceeded for 7th grade and 8th grade, a 2.7% drop in 7th, and a 0.8% drop in 8th between our fall and our winter administration. At 9th grade, you can see a slight increase in standard met or exceeded, and that was between our fall and fall administration of the same STAR assessment. In the area of mathematics, we have also administered our IXL diagnostic for a second time. We administered it in the fall as well as the winter, and you can see our number. We specifically are disaggregating our mathematics data for 7th and 8th separately, and so you can see a small increase in the percent of students who are on grade level or above grade level in 7th and 8th grade between both administrations. For both our ELA and math data in terms of secondary work, we do recognize a need to continue specifically in the area of English language arts, our work around implementing our interventions, which this was the first year across the board in all of our secondary schools, both at the junior high and high school level, that we've started Tier 2 literacy interventions. And so we really want to see those continue to play out and have students receive the support that they need through those interventions. Similarly, in the math space, we do have interventions that are being implemented at the junior high and high school levels. We want to continue that work, monitor how students are doing, and adjust instruction. And also our PLC work, specifically work that has been occurring in our professional learning days around creating smaller cycle assessments so that we can measure student progress more frequently between these larger assessments. We've also included in our report information from our California dashboard. And you can see our California dashboard is part of our state accountability system. You can see one of the ways that this data is presented is through a scoring or a calculation called distance from MET, or distance from standard. Distance from standard is really just that distance between where a student scored and that difference between getting a score for meeting standard. And so you see an average calculation represented here on this chart for all of our student groups, for all students, and then each of the students' groups listed below. One thing to note is that our long-term English learners are the furthest from standard right now. So you'll see that they decline significantly in English language arts. But I'd also like to highlight a notable increase for our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, as well as our students with disabilities. And so you can see those calculations down below, as well as the color coding that represents the performance level that they're at. Similarly, you can see these calculations in the area of mathematics for all students at the top, as well as for each of our student groups listed below. Again, noting that our long-term English learners are furthest from standard in terms of mathematics and meeting standard proficiency. And then our homeless and students with disabilities, those student groups are actually showing a significant increase according to our California dashboard calculations. So I wanted to highlight them as well.
Good evening. And finally, we didn't want to miss the opportunity to share with you the results were presented for LPAC in the English Learner Progress Monitoring, the LP measure. So if we can draw our attention to the first bar that says 2024, and the first percentage, 46.3%, and then moving our eyes below, it correlates with the table that is at the very far end. So we administered or captured the growth of 1,184 students, emergent multilingual students, and 548 students, which is 46.3%, they progressed one level in their LP growth, or one level of growth. And the following is 4 students, representing 0.3%. They maintained their LPAC 4, meaning they didn't decline. And then the next number is 438 students, which is 37%, and they maintained their level 1 through 3. And that is appropriate because an emergent multilingual learner can be in the same level 2 years if it is LPAC 2 or LPAC 3, because it has 2 different growth points in those levels. And then finally, our area of decline would be the 193 students, which is 16.3%, who regressed. Basically, they did not improve an LP level. And the other bars is just to show the scores over time. And then if you look at this year, we were identified with yellow in the dashboard, and then the previous year orange, so it is definitely demonstrating growth. Thank you. That concludes our report.
Thank you. And do we have any public comment for this item?
I don't believe so.
There might be one right
wait,
there.
H1? No. I don't see
G1.
anything on G. Yeah?
I think that's
Oh,
one right
behind
there.
my
Yeah.
computer. My apologies. Brianna Serrato. Yep, on G1. Okay. Brianna Serrato and Moni DeWitt. Is there someone else missing one? I see a hand back there. Okay.
Right. Hello again. This time I'm a little bit more prepared. While I gave this feedback at the SEEK Special Education Advisory Committee meeting last week as a LCAP goal for the next school year, I'm asking the district to provide after-school tutoring for the Tier 3 plus, aka students with IEP, in both ELA and math, especially if they are making little to no gains in these categories despite having SAI, or specialized academic instruction, with the SPED teacher, pull-out time that is working on ELA and or math goals. If it is obvious that they are not getting their needs met despite these interventions, why would they not be offered these additional supports so they don't fall farther behind their Gen Ed only peers? After all, they are Gen Ed students first. Looking at the STAR reading for grades 3 to 6, the standard met or exceeded for all students were 41.8% and 45.4%, yet the special education students were 10.5% and 14.3%. Looking at those that are in standard not met, all students were 38 and 33.2% compared to 76.2 and 71%. The only student group that had similar scores with the emergent multilingual learners, who in theory, if they don't have an IEP, would qualify for these tutoring services. Interestingly, if you compare the reports listed for grade 1 and grades 7 through 8, they have similar scores to those in 3 to 6 for Gen Ed, or for all students compared to special education students and the EML students. But grade 2 did have closer across the board scores. So is the district providing something differently for those students? It would also be helpful to see these breakdowns for each grade, especially the district is focusing on all students. It was at the literacy meeting, it was on the header, couldn't find the document, but maybe Denise can let me know, something about literacy for literate by grade 3. It was a great tagline. That all students, yeah. So it would be great to see the third grade breakdown, and also 4th, 5th, and 6th, because if it's after 3rd and you didn't get literate by 3rd, too bad. Well, we're going to work on the next younger generation. Anyways, thank you.
Time is up. Thank you. Moni DeWitt, item G1.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. And I want to thank Brianna. I think she's just spot on everything she said today as well as last board meeting. Thanks. But also a couple of quick things. So yeah, a lot of times we see other student groups, but we completely ignore to break down the neurodiverse. And yes, they dropped this year actually from 14.3 to 7.4. That's really, really worth a moment of pause and, very, very, very sad. Now, that's in 3rd through 6th. Then we look at your college readiness. So that's at the end. So hopefully we've done some good stuff in between, but it doesn't really look like it for students with neurodiversity. They went from 18% down to 16%. Who can get even do City College at 16%? This is so wrong. It just irks me, beyond irks me. And then we spend money at the top and not at the bottom. But to go back to, I also attended the thing about screeners, and screeners are great, but they really don't do a lot of good if you don't focus on what the intervention is. And so far, when I went there, actually, I was told by 2 people here in the room that even though the headline on the whole thing was screeners and intervention, when asked about intervention, it was like, oh, we're out of time, we can't talk about that. And although they did answer one thing, was that we just have 200 kids going to summer school. Well, we just showed 193 regressed. Nobody's even talking about the 1,600 special ed. It's a mess. And I agree with Brianna. We've got to have a town hall meeting. I appreciate Celeste, because this needs to be worked out. And we're just pushed around no matter how hard we participate. And it's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more public commenter for this. I think we misplaced the public commenter speak. Azam Faze. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
FEIZ.
I have that name as a virtual under H2.
Yes.
Oh, for H2 for the budget or for student outcomes?
For the music.
Oh, that's coming up. That's not this item.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but I have the opportunity
Yes.
to talk
Yeah.
later?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So that concludes public comment for this item. Back to the board for questions. Dr. Beal.
Thank you for that presentation. I do appreciate the fact that we're seeing improvement in what looks like our Tier 1 teaching, if I understand the statistics correctly. I do have a quick question. I don't think this was in the agenda, but do we have 100% participation of students in the STAR testing as we're trending across the year?
I don't have the exact numbers right now, but the goal is always 95% or higher for all of our grade levels.
And why, I mean, I can understand that you always can't get 100%. There are going to be circumstances. But I would like to think, I would like to think that certain groups are not being excluded from this data so that we can really look at it and see where we're being successful. So is there a plan to try to get the percentage higher? These are relatively short tests.
The plan is always to ensure that 100% of our students, and they are tested within the classroom, and we do not exclude any student from taking the test.
Okay.
Excuse me for interrupting. I do want to add that parents may opt them out. So that it could add to the less than 100% at times. But as Ms. Alvaro said, we don't yet have that. We don't have that information for you now.
Okay.
We can send it to you later.
Well, at some point in our reports, having that be part of the information so we really understand the data we're looking at. I know that a lot of the positive data that we saw were for students who have met or exceeded standards, which is great that that's increasing because we want everybody to improve. One thing that wasn't part of the presentation is we're now looking at trends. And I would have liked to have heard from every segment, 3 presenters, right, for elementary, secondary, and EML, what is your interpretation of this data? Because really, this data is supposed to feed how we move forward. So that is the whole reason we want to look at this trend data, and we want to say, what are we going to do? And I'll add a comment to that, but I don't know if do you want to do the different presenters want to comment on what their thoughts are based upon looking at the trend between the 3 groups, met and exceeded, nearly met, and has not met?
I want to make sure I understand your question correctly. You're asking what are we doing about those students, about the students?
Right, because we're looking at trend data and we're seeing an improvement in one group, right, across all the grades generally, but there are 2 groups, nearly met and not met. And what do we take from that? Because this is supposed to inform our practice before the next test, which is either a 3rd STAR test or the CAPS testing. So that's really the discussion I like to have at these meetings is what are we changing about what we do to keep a trend going or improve a trend that should be improving?
Yeah, one example I can provide is when we see an increase in the students meeting or exceeding standards, that means that the groups below are changing, right? And so we can focus at the bottom and the number of students who are not meeting standards, or we can focus on the students who are meeting standard. So we are reducing, by increasing the number of students meeting or exceeding standards, we are moving the needle. We are reducing the number of students who are not meeting standards at all. I don't know if that answers your question. In terms of what are we doing, we are focusing on the students who are, for example, with this data, I can tell you that the areas of greatest need in elementary, although 2nd grade had the greatest growth, 1st grade areas of need would be in reading would be our 1st and 4th grade across the district, and then in math would be 4th and 5th grade. That's how we identify where we need to focus our attention, and we really need to provide that additional support. And then within the school sites, the principals also analyze this data, and they also look at which subgroups. Just because across the district the areas of need are in reading is 1st and 4th, it doesn't mean that at the school site that's exactly what it is. So the sites would also determine where the areas of need would be.
And I'm going to jump in real quick just to say, please, let's not clap or make comments while we're having these exchanges. It's really distracting and not respectful. And so I respectfully ask that we're here, we're trying to dig through this information. We have questions, we have comments, we have direction that we're going to give, but please allow us to do so respectfully.
I'll just comment. So what I understood from what you said, Ms. Alvarez, is that we are seeing this increase in the basically what we would say is the met and exceeded, and we're going to see a decrease in the other numbers because people have moved into those other groups, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what you're saying. Okay, and so this is maybe, like I said, you know, we say this, you know, we understand that, and we say this. Well, I think you answered my question, but you know, once again, at the end of for every group, you know, how are we doing? I mean, the math is a whole other thing, but that's, I don't know that we have the space to discuss that tonight.
Ms. Caffrey? Any other questions? Okay, then let's go to comments.
So thank you very much for putting this together. It looks like we are seeing growth in some categories. This is my second outcomes report, and this is just a larger thought, kind of where we want to be eventually. And this is, it's hard for me to understand our data without understanding our goals and where we want to be in 5 years and trend data. So basically, I think eventually, and we need to talk about this as a board, is what kind of reports we expect, you know, and I think we're talking about having specific goals, but then spending 50% of our time in every meeting talking about student outcomes, I think is the norm of effective school boards, and also us understanding how are they moving the needle? So like, what does intervention mean? So we don't have to ask questions at every board meeting, but it's very clear to everyone. So that's my comment. That's a much broader kind of where I want to be in terms of student outcome reports eventually this next year.
And I'll just say, one of my goals as board president is to get there. And obviously, I think one of the tough things is as we change membership as a board, we gain new perspectives about what we're looking for from presentations. So it is somewhat of a moving target for us as we're requesting what our presentations are going to look like, what the board memos are going to look like, what type of information we want to see, how do we want to see it, do we want to see trend lines, do we want to see charts, do we want to see it all? And that is one of the commitments, and you and I have discussed this, is getting alignment in terms of our expectations about board reports, board memos, about what type of information we want to see, how we want to prioritize agendas. It's going to take some time, and so I'm going to ask for some patience, but it is something that we are going to do. We're going to set goals. We're going to have a North Star. We're not there quite yet, but we will be there eventually.
I totally understand, but because of the Brown Act, we can only talk as a group publicly, and I think it's also valuable for everyone to understand where we want to be. And I know I don't like uncertainty, and just knowing that that is where we're trying to get, and why I'm not asking specific questions right now about this data is because I think we need to do a much bigger assessment of how we monitor data.
Absolutely. I agree with you. Any other comments from folks? I'm not seeing any. So we'll have future discussions about what we want these reports to look like, and I think that'll give us an opportunity to dive deeper into this data when we're getting some of the information that we're hoping for. In the meantime, if there are specific pieces of information that you would like to see from these presentations, if we are going to have another student outcomes report before we are in alignment and giving clear direction, please share that with Dr. Maldonado, and she will do her best to try and meet those expectations. All right. So that closes G1, and we're going to move on to G2, addressing biased and anti-Black actions progress report. Welcome.
Good evening. I am here to introduce our report for this evening that was scheduled. Just giving you an update on the actions that we were taking across the district. So starting off with our work, we have specifically released three of the modules, 1, 2, and 3. Those are asynchronous modules that we present and provide to our staff, and to address specifically the work that we were doing with recognize, respond, and report. What we have learned over these past years that, and what we heard with the analysis of the school district, was that adults were not seeing the racist actions that were occurring in front of them, as well as to some of the students. And so first, we realized that we had to recognize the action, then respond to the action, and then as well as to track what we're doing to report it. So, so the 3 modules focus on that. I will be discussing in more detail the Kindred Collective work that we're doing, and then also be talking about more of the committee addressing Black achievement, wellness, and excellence. So the first thing that we do with these reports is that we talk about the incidents that have occurred in the district. As you could see, we've had 30% of our incidents have to do with anti-Black incidents in the school district, leading up to February 19th. The majority of those incidents have to do with verbal. And then, as you will also notice, that the majority of the reports are coming from teachers. So 74%. And I just want to tie that to our next slide here in particular. So one of the things that we do is we report on the responses to the incidents. And so just because you see 12 that says responded to the incident in the moment doesn't mean that they didn't respond, or they responded and they didn't do anything else. So some of these could be multiple, so where you would have someone responding as well as explaining the impact, or you could have a counselor notified along with connecting it to learning. One of the things that you'll notice is parent contacted. So one of the things I just wanted to bring to your attention is that with the reports, we have 74% of the reports are coming from teachers. So the teachers actually, what we are learning is that they're addressing the incident in the moment and following up. If it's a serious incident, they contact their administrator, and then the administrator follows up, and that's when you'll see the parent being contacted. That comes with following reports from the administrators with this. One of the parts of the work that we're doing is we have this committee that actually just reviews some of the curriculum that we have. For example, they've been focusing on wit and wisdom. Dr. Martinez is leading this effort, and last year they focused on one module in particular. It was with the book Blood in the Water. This year they've focused on 2 specific modules, one from grade 6th, which is module 2, and doing modifications there, as you could see, as well as second grade specifically, and that was within module 3. this is part of the work that we want to make sure that our students see themselves in the curriculum that they are involved with, as well as not seeing them in just a specific light or in a negative light, seeing them in the fullest light possible. So that's why this work continues as we continue our initiative. Another thing that we want to bring to your attention is the great work that's happening with Healing Justice, leading this space in particular. That has to do with our Black student unions. We have students, for example, Healing Justice will work with students from UCSB as well as Westmont to lead these groups, and they come in and they're leading the groups. They'll do various, as you can see, celebrations on the campus and events. They also are doing, as you have witnessed in past board meetings, the last couple, I believe, which was college visits. So going to colleges and doing the college tours, as well as they do various field trips at all 3 of our high schools. So with the BSUs. And another partnership that we have is UCSB Kindred, which used to be known as Healing Spaces. That's led by, in particular, oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank on their names. Yes, I know Shola. I know their first names, Professor Shola and Professor Nolan. What they are actually doing is they are providing training to our assistant principals and deans. And actually, they are focusing on, and those are the ones who are actually doing the work, addressing the anti-Black actions that are occurring within the district and at their school. So they're working with our secondary administrators with that. As well as on March 3rd, they provided a training with our counselors to make sure that they were trained in supporting our students and, like it says, fostering the positive racial identity, which is crucial. They will continue to be doing this work with our admin and going deeper into this. One of the things that we notice is that we have incidents between, it's not just Black and white students, but it's Black and brown students. And some of the things that our administrators are asking for additional support was within that space, and that's where they'll be supporting us. One last thing is, one of the great things that they started last week at DP, which was they brought all 3 of the BSUs together during the school day, and they had a healing circle with all of the students. And they will be doing that once a month leading into, well, we'll be doing April and May, and we're hoping to continue this process. So that's the work that they're doing directly with our kids. We have a new sign going up, a new Recognize, Respond, and Report. We want to just make it very clear to everyone involved how to report the incidents and just to remind people of what's necessary to be responsive to our students, our staff, and family members at both the schools and the district office. We will be starting our advertisement to ramp up our membership. We have the current members who will continue on for next year. However, we'll be increasing our composition of the committee. So we'll be looking for 1 junior high school teacher, elementary school teacher, 2 classified staff members, as you could see, 3 BSU students, as well as the community member. So we'll be increasing that composition, as well as we have President Escobedo participating. So he's already doing that. Thank you. I think the battery went. The battery is dead. just I think it's the last slide with the dates. Yeah, so the last slide, basically, it's just letting you know when we'll come back to the board, and also letting you know when we are having our committee meetings. And that is my report for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have no public comment slips for this item, so any questions? Or Dr. Beal?
I have one question. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Venz. I saw that last slide very quickly. I know that when we talked about the formation or the change in the name to Kabwe, that there was some comment at that time about things going from talking about them to action. There were some families who felt that there needed to be more education, more discussion. So this question is maybe for you and also President Escobedo. Was there a meeting between that presentation and now, and did we get any feedback about whether issues are being addressed in a way that is having an impact?
So I could speak on behalf of this. So actually we had John Shetler come in and meet with the committee. And that was the specific focus of that meeting, which is the UCP and how to strengthen that model. So, and talking about the responsiveness of our district team to parents who are filing that complaint, as well as what can we do to inform those who are filing the complaint and what we can inform them about. And of course, there are some things that we can't, but again, it had to do with strengthening that. So the goal that came from the meeting was that we are going to be making sure that there's a timeline to be responsive to the people who submit their UCP, as well as the follow-up and making sure that they're aware of what's happening, the whole process.
Yeah, and UCP is Uniform Complaint Process, right?
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, one of the concerns expressed is just people submitting these UCPs, and then it goes into the abyss, and that feeling that nothing happens because they never get any sort of follow-up. So that's what Mr. Vence is talking about is how do we keep folks informed about what the process is, where it's at in the process, and what can we share. And I think that goes a long way in giving people some sort of sense of assurance that there is something happening, because I think the common feeling was that there might not be any sort of repercussions or process, or it gets submitted, we record the data, we present it in a board meeting, but did anything actually happen to address the actual harm that was done and the behavior and provide any sort of corrective action or education that could prevent it in the future?
So just to follow that up, you talked about, 35, 38 complaints. What gets a complaint to the uniform complaint level where there will be action?
I will. I am pleased to introduce to you Kenya.
Good evening, Board. UCP complaints are triggered by an allegation of harassment, intimidation, bullying, or discrimination based on any protected class. So just because an incident happened on this screen, families are informed they have a right to file a UCP complaint and can if they feel the site's response was not appropriate. A UCP has a formal response to it. Whoever filed the complaint gets a letter of, for us, it's our measure of more likely than not have been met. So the allegation is more likely or not to have happened or not happened based on the totality of all the investigation. So any allegation of those things I just mentioned can trigger a UCP complaint. If a family decides not to file, or a staff person, because a lot of them, they can come from staff or families, as the UCP compliance officer for the district, if I feel that it is an issue that is pervasive, I file on behalf of either the school or students or a family. All right?
Thank you. I appreciate that there's at least one more advocate that isn't dependent upon student or family. That's
Absolutely.
great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah, Eric.
I have a quick question. Regarding the recognized response and report, I noticed that 10% of the reporting incidents are from students. There's posters, and I know there's an application on their device. What are other resources that, or where else can they access this reporting site?
The reporting. There's also an app on their iPad that we've created, so they could just click there and access the reporting system there as well. So.
I think that we're failing to mention that we really should start with their teachers or their counselors or the adults that they're around. This additional QR code and reporting system is an added layer, but we would want them to work with adults in their school first. Or in addition to, they could also go to them, I should say. It's not in order, but it's another layer of reporting.
Thank you.
Other questions?
That response brings another question. We saw that the majority of the reporting was done by teachers. Do we have any indication that some of that is with students going to trusted adults, to teachers, and then having them report?
That's a great question, and we'll have to dive into that more.
I don't think that we're asking that. So if I am a student, I go to a teacher and I report it and the teacher handles it, the teacher doesn't have to come into the reporting system to tell us that. That's a different avenue. The added QR code system was added when we were first responding as a way to give students and others a chance to report these incidents, because this is sort of a newer.
And are teachers encouraging the kids to do the reporting themselves?
If a student went to the teacher and the teacher resolved it, I wouldn't expect that the teacher would then ask the student to go in to report it, because they've handled it. So I'm making a positive presupposition that students go to teachers and teachers handle them and take care of their concerns and address those as any great teacher does, or a counselor, a CSA, and so on. They're not compelled or required to now tell us that this was done.
Okay.
This is another layer to that system.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Munoz?
I appreciate, the continuity with reporting the incidents and how they're handled, and, the continuous part of this and the Cabway committee too. So thanks for that information.
Comments from anyone? I just want to express gratitude to the Cabway group. The level of thoughtfulness that I expected it, but the level of thoughtfulness and how productive the meeting was really enjoyable to be a part of those discussions. And I'm happy to hear about Kindred's support to capacity build, because I think that's what we've always been trying to aim to do, and I think they're the perfect group to do it. So it's encouraging to hear that at each of our campuses we're going to have APs and deans that are really doing the work, building capacity so that they can help and support teachers and staff at each school site. So, yeah.
Board members, I just want to clarify. I made a comment that students could opt out of STAR, and I have been corrected. I don't think Ms. Hernandez, I just saw her a minute. There you are. She has informed me, and I have confirmed they can't opt out of STAR. They can opt out of CASP. The 95% student testing target is a state requirement for CASP, not necessarily for STAR. So thank you, Ms. Hernandez, for clarifying that.
All right. So if there are no other comments, we will close this item. Thank you, Mr. Vince.
Thank you.
And that takes us to H1. But before we go to H1, there's quite a bit of public comment on this item. I believe we have about 75 folks, which means that it is going to be quite a long period of public comment. And we're going to give our language access folks a break before we enter the presentation. So let's take 10 minutes, and we will come back at 8:05. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to restart the meeting. Everyone. So we have 76 public commenters for H2, but we're going to start with H1. Approval of positive certification of second interim financial report for fiscal year 24-25. We're then going to follow that up with a little bit of agenda management and do H5. But right now, H1. Welcome, Ms. Hernandez.
Actually, before Ms. Hernandez comes on, board members, the board has requested information in the past on the fiscal climate at the state and federal level. I recently attended a Santa Barbara Superintendent's meeting where we heard from Capital Advisors Group, who's the legislative advisors to many of our school districts, including ours. So here with us tonight are Barrett Snyder and Jack O'Connell. Mr. Snyder is a founding partner of Capital Advisors Group with 25 years in politics. He manages the daily government relations operations of the firm. Some of us here will recognize Jack O'Connell, a two-term state superintendent of public instruction, and 20 years as both a state senator and assembly member. Mr. O'Connell has always focused on closing the achievement gap, which I know is one of the goals for Santa Barbara Unified that all of us share in common. Please join me in welcoming them to give you an update on the fiscal topics at the state and federal level. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado.
Yeah, thank you. Jack, did you want to kick off, say anything real quick?
It's nice to be with you. It's a homecoming for me, and so we appreciate the superintendent extending the offer to just bring you up to date a little bit on budget situation. I know Dr. Maldonado told us that the members of your board have questions on the federal side, and Barrett's going to respond to that, and a little bit in terms of where we are on the state at this point as well. So Barrett, why don't you kick it off?
Yeah, I'll start. I'll start with the state budget. I mean, I think just for the board and for the public, just to level set on information. You know, there's a lot going on at the federal level. There's a lot going on at the state level, and sort of trying to sort it all out. You know, roughly 8% of the overall funds that come to California fund public education, if just to sort of cut through all of that. And it'll vary slightly by district around the state. But there's a lot of questions right now on what's going to happen with different title funding levels at the federal level, you know, money for Title I, for special education, for impact aid, some of those things. And I'm starting with federal at this point, not state. There's a lot of uncertainty coming out of Washington, D.C. around what any potential cuts are going to be. There are a lot of rumors around Washington, around what the Trump administration's proposals might be. They are actively voting today in Washington on some proposals to keep the government running. They've got, at the end, on Friday, the government will shut down unless they do a continuing resolution, federal government, to continue funding. What's going on right now, and the vote that took place today, was to essentially, on the broad numbers of the federal government, essentially keep the government running. But what the House did is adopt big numbers, but then left a bunch of specific appropriations, particularly on the education side and in others, squishy. They didn't include the same numbers for subcategories of funding programs that they did in the prior budget, which would mean that there would be potentially some flexibility by the administration to move money around without necessarily having to go through Congress. So, for example, one of the areas at the federal level that we've been watching is special education funding, which is a huge piece of funding that for schools across the country. And special education costs are quite significant. There's been a lot of talk on a bipartisan level. Republicans, Democrats have increasing special ed funding, but then cutting other areas of federal spending, like on teacher workforce grants to increase the number of teachers and certificated folks we have in classrooms. So part of what this budget would do is maybe allow them to move money around. Now that's not necessarily going to happen. The Senate still has to approve what the House voted on today. They need 60 votes in the Senate. That's a filibuster thing. The Republicans they don't have 60 votes. They have 53 or so in the Senate. So it will be interesting to see what happens. But if they don't pass something by Friday, the federal government will go into shutdown. And so we'll be watching that. And so there's just a lot of uncertainty. Jack and I talk about at the federal level right now, it just feels like we're sort of fighting ghosts, that there's never anything that's quite definitive. There are always these rumors of potential cuts and maneuvers to hold money back or to defund certain things. And so we're going to just keep you guys through the superintendent apprised of what's happening at the federal level. It changes by the hour at this point, so it's really difficult to pin down where anything is. I will tell you just from an advocacy perspective that the statewide associations, labor groups, management groups, we're all rowing in the same direction on trying to get clarity and protect a lot of the programs like special ed and others, the title programs that's so many districts across the state and across the country use. So we'll keep you posted. Am I missing anything, Jack, on the federal?
No, very complete, Barrett. The House passed the measure today, as Barrett said, with a bare minimum of 217 votes. One Republican voted against it, one Democrat voted for it. And then it kicks over to the Senate, where they will need 60 votes. And Rand Paul, a Republican member from Congress, a senator, he has said he's not going to vote for it. But there's a U.S. senator, I believe a Democrat from Maine, who said he is going to vote for it. So that brings it back down to 53. So if there's 7 folks that want to keep the government open and accept many domestic cuts, it was around, was it $6 trillion? I think I saw one number. And then a significant increase on the defense side. I saw one number was about 13. Then this continuing resolution will continue to move forward. And then the House of Representatives went home today. They dropped this over to the Senate and they split, they left town. So the burden is really going to be on the Democrats in the Senate, all 47 of them, to see if 7 of them want to peel off and pass this resolution and give it to the president, which dramatically increases the power and authority of the president, the executive branch, to move money around. It's basically giving up the power of the purse that the Congress has, but that's the direction that this resolution moves to.
Yeah. And then just to wrap up federal and then to talk about the state budget, is that there's a lot of talk about closing the U.S. Department of Education. I think that we're less concerned about whether the agency continues and more whether the programs that the agency administers continue, special education, Title I, those things. You could move those things to other areas of the government. We try not to get hung up on which bureaucratic agency runs them. But today, the Department of Education, the U.S. Department of Education, laid off about half of their staff, or told them they were going to be laid off. Whether that can survive a court challenge like many of the other maneuvers, we're sort of waiting to see. But what we're hearing is it's about half of the overall staff, and it remains a goal of the current presidential administration to try and close that agency down. So we're monitoring that. But we think that, with about half the staff, they should be able to continue to at least administer those core programs. But again, it's another squishy thing that we're always trying to sort out what's real, what can survive a court challenge, and that kind of a thing. And that just happened today. So we'll keep you posted on that.
And that number, Bear, would be over 2,000 people, would be over half, just over half of the folks. And as Barrett said, so many of these programs would then simply transfer to other agencies. Special ed would probably move over to Health and Human Services, which is where the Department of Education was prior to 1979, when President Carter signed the creation of the Department Ed into existence. And you would see many of the civil rights issues, I'm sure, be transferred over to the Department of Justice. Most of the money coming through the U.S. Department of Education, about $1.5 trillion, is actually for loans, student loans, Pell Grants, for students that attend UCSB or Santa Barbara Community College or Westmont. And then so that would probably be transferred. I had always thought to Treasury, but I just saw one, I read an article over the weekend, they think it might go to Small Business Administration. So we'll see a transfer of many of those programs to these other entities, as Barrett said.
Yep. So transitioning to the state, schools in the state get most of their funds from state government through the local control funding formula through Prop 98. So we want to give you a sense of where we are in that and what it's looking like. The budget process always begins In January, the governor proposes a budget that sets up a negotiation between the governor and both houses of the legislature, the Assembly and the Senate. And in his proposal, it was a very good budget for schools. It's as the starting point of the negotiation. It fully funds a lot of the programs that the governor has hung his hat on, expanded learning opportunities, so before and after school programs, universal meals. We now serve in the state of California, all students, 2 meals a day, regardless of income. So that would be fully funded. And then universal transitional kindergarten, which is essentially adding another grade. We've been phasing in it over time. It would be fully funded under the governor's proposal. So that's all baked into this budget. And that, by the way, is billions of dollars of new spending in the state's budget on these programs over the last 5 years, basically. And I'll come back to that in a minute, because it's a dynamic I think that you guys, the board, want to be kind of aware of and conscious of. And then there's also a proposal to spend $1.8 billion statewide on a fully discretionary block grant that would go to all LEAs based on a per kid amount, roughly $300 to $320 per student. That would be fully discretionary for districts to use. That money, I think, is tied up in some concerns about what's going to happen ultimately with the budget. But then there's also $1.6 billion that is probably the most controversial piece of this budget conversation that's going on right now in Sacramento, where the governor is saying there's about $1.6 billion of funds they think are required to be spent on schools under Prop 98, but they're not recognizing it or proposing to spend it out to schools. It's controversial because the Constitution requires them to do it. And I can guarantee you that labor, CTA, the California Federation of Teachers, the School Employees Association, and then AXA, School Boards Association, everybody will be pushing very hard on the governor and the legislature to make sure that if those dollars are in the formula, that they go out and they be available to be spent. I was listening to your discussion earlier. There are lots of things that we need to spend that money on to benefit kids. And so that pressure will certainly be there. We are in March. So we've gone from January to March. We've got January and February revenue, right? The state collects revenue every month, and we watch that revenue. And the good news is the revenue has been trending above what the governor assumed was going to happen when he drafted this budget in January, late, December, January. So that's good news. Well, we've exceeded by several $1 billion. And then the nonpartisan legislative analysts came out about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, with an analysis of what and they're a nonpartisan arm of the legislature. They give advice to the legislature. They say, we're looking at state revenues. We're looking at the federal budget. We think on the state side that the governor's numbers actually might be a little low. They think that in the current year, there might be as much as $4.5 billion more. And in next year, 25-26, there could be $2.5 billion more. Now, I say that we all read that and went, Yahoo! That was about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. But what I'll tell you has transpired since then that has given us a lot of heartburn is the stock market over the last week and a half, 2 weeks, has significantly declined. We are several thousand dollars on the Dow down. In particular, why that all matters is that we as voters in California, twice in the last 10 to 15 years, have doubled down on a tax policy that disproportionately taxes high income earners. We tax the top 1% significantly more. A lot of that comes into the state through capital gains revenue. And that's where we usually see lots of spikes. And particularly what we saw during COVID, where a lot of those stimulus dollars went out, a lot of folks made money, a lot of that came in as capital gains revenue to the state. If the stock market goes down, our rule of thumb for decades has been watch for general fund revenues to contract and watch for Proposition 98, which drives the money for us in the K-12 side of the budget at the state level. It drives it down. Now, if it goes down and stays down, right, it's been down now for a couple of days. It hasn't rebounded. That if it goes down and stays down, that's one dynamic. If it goes down and comes back up, that's another thing. So we just have to watch it. It's been a little bit of a splash of cold water in the face. We're going to have to see what that does to the state's revenue over the next couple of months. But going into February, right, the end of the fiscal year is in June. So we got a couple more months. Obviously, the big month is April. We all hopefully, write our checks and to the state and pay taxes. They will open all the envelopes, count all the money. And then on May 15th, the governor will issue what's called the May revision to the January budget. We'll get updated numbers. We'll get updated policy proposals from him. We'll have more feedback from the legislature. So all of that to say, we had some good news going into about 2 weeks ago. The stock market right now really is calling into question a lot of that. So we're going to be watching this. It does not do a lot to provide certainty to anyone, particularly local boards that are trying to make decisions. And I will just say, particularly to folks that are attending tonight, the state's process for developing a budget could not be any more incongruent to the required timelines for school boards to adopt budgets. They couldn't make it any more incongruent if they tried. And so, you guys are doing the best with the information you have. And we are unfortunately going through a very uncertain time. It's uncertain politically. It is uncertain from a fiscal perspective for state revenues and what that does to budgets operationally. It's added uncertainty for a district like Santa Barbara, which is always kind of on the bubble of being a basic aid district or a state-funded district, right? There's just a lot going on here that makes it difficult, and I just want to acknowledge that. Jack, did you want to add anything?
I'll fill in one or two, just little add-ons, Barrett, if I may. When I had the honor of representing the county in your district in the legislature, the biggest moneymaker for the state was not personal income tax, it was the sales tax. And when we had earthquakes like Loma Prieta and Whittier, the way we generated most of our money was we hit the sales tax. We increased it temporarily. And as Barrett said, today it's the personal income tax. In fact, 2/3 of all the state general fund revenue comes from the personal income tax. But then what's really amazing, and most people don't realize, half of that 2/3 comes from the top 1% of the wage earners in this state. And they receive most of their money, of course, from capital gains, from their investments, from the stock market, and all those kinds of investments. And so when that stock market is as volatile as it's been, that's what really makes us nervous. And then the other uncertainty that's going to be unique this year, much like last year, if you remember, we didn't have to pay our taxes until October 15th because of flooding. And then October 15th came, and for reasons we've never been told, we got an extra 30 days. I think computers crashed or somebody got hacked, but we didn't have to pay our taxes, all of us, personal income taxes, till November 15th. And yet the state budget had to already pass. And the wealthy 1% that we talked about, they weren't selling their stocks. They weren't doing their capital gains acquisitions. And so that's why the revenue was so far off last year. Now for this year, the whole state hasn't received the delay, but Los Angeles County and Ventura County, over 20% of us, of Californians, have received a delay because of the fires, devastating fires, until October 15th. And then in Los Angeles County, and I'm not going to misspeak here, their property taxes have been delayed until April of 2026. So that's going to bring even less certainty to how much money the state actually has coming in. And then I'll close, Barrett kind of gave a little more of an optimistic side. I'll close, maybe the glass will be half empty. Keep in mind the state's not providing you in this proposal any additional funding for your STRS and your PERS obligations. I mean, several years ago, the state put more money in to help cities, counties, school districts. Now that's not the case. And then also remember all those categorical programs that you're responsible for, you're not receiving COLAs for about half of them. Half of the programs receive the COLA, which this year the governor's budget says it's going to be 2.43%. Some of our friends, like school services, it's usually pretty accurate on these things. They're saying it's going to come in less, like 2.08%. But not all those categoricals receive that funding. In fact, again, when I had the honor of representing you, I introduced a bill in Sacramento a couple of years trying to say all categoricals would receive a COLA. In fact, my nickname that year was Jack O'Cola, not Jack O'Connell. But I also want to remind you, your insurance rates due in large part to the fires, that's going to go up. Your energy rates, that's going to go up. Your utility rates that Edison has already said they're going to go up. And then to Barrett's point, on the national side, the economists that we work with, very nervous with the impact on tariffs on the economy, very nervous on immigration and whether or not we're going to have that skilled workforce still able to provide essential, valuable services for us. We get nervous on interest rates because when interest rates go up, it's more difficult to obtain money to buy new houses. And of course, when you buy a new house or you sell a house, that triggers the reassessment under Prop 13. So all those kinds of factors and the volatility of the economy make it really, really difficult for us to project accurately, more accurately than we do, what the budget's going to look like.
And then I'll just close with this too, just to, if you look at what happened, the state's revenues have spiked significantly since COVID. And that drove, I mentioned at the beginning, those programs, expanded learning opportunities, universal transitional kindergarten, universal meals. Particularly for lawmakers in the state, they have seen state spending on schools go up while other areas of the state budget, you think health and human services programs, they've had to cut a lot of things on the other parts of the budget. And then they look around the state and what's happening across the state, 2/3 of the school districts are in declining enrollment. And because we fund schools based on the number of kids that show up on a given day, it's called average daily attendance. Because we fund that way, they see this disconnect. They say, well, wait a minute, we've been spending more money on schools over the last 5 to 10 years, but you guys in the field all up and down the state, there's these pink slips going out to everybody. What gives? And as an advocate for public schools at the state level, we have this conversation constantly, particularly with new lawmakers, is that if you look at what's happened over the last 5 to 10 years, particularly in the last 5, as the revenues have gone up, the legislature in the state have dictated that the money has to go to certain things, the things I just mentioned. If you look at expanded learning opportunities, about just shy of $5 billion to do expanded learning. It is, $4 billion, I think, to do universal transitional kindergarten. It's $2 and some change billion to do universal meals. These are all really good public policy proposals. They're good for kids, early learning, meals, no qualm with it. But the financial reality of it, it's not going to base costs to operate schools. Our hands are tied at the local level. We can't take the ELOT money and say we want to give our teachers a raise with it. We can't take the meals money and spend it on anything other than meals. And what we've said to them is, you really need to think about, are we providing living wages for people in the state? Are we doing the things that you want us to do? If you tie the hands of local boards on what they can do with the bags of money that you give them, they lose a lot of the local control to make those decisions. So a lot of our advocacy with lawmakers has been, to the extent that there are revenues available going forward, really think about putting those into fully discretionary local dollars that you can use to address your local needs. And so that's something that's sort of playing out at the state level right now. Just to make you aware is sorting through that disconnect of all the money that's gone into the system and where it's gone and why they see all these pink slips. So anyway, and with that, I know we wanted to make ourselves available to you guys if you had any questions around budget issues and maybe anything we didn't mention.
Do we have any, thank you for that presentation. That was very insightful. Do we have any questions from the board for our two guests? I'm not seeing any.
Well, thank you so much for being online. We don't have any more questions. We really appreciate your time this evening and for waiting.
Oh, thank you. Great to see you again. And you're very lucky to have Senator Monique Limon, who was on your board, as I recall, to be such an advocate. And Greg Hart. Greg worked for me when I was in the assembly, and our offices were just down the street from you in El Paseo. You have two excellent representatives.
Thank you so much.
Right.
Appreciate it. Good night.
Thank you. Thanks, Hilda.
Ms. Hernandez.
Wow, wasn't that great? That was amazing. I thought it was amazing. Yes, so this is part of our second interim presentation is we wanted to answer especially President Escobedo's questions about what's happening with the federal funding. Can we get some experts to come in and look at that? So that was your request, and that was what we did. Okay, second interim. Oops. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so as a reminder, I had someone ask me a question about what interim was. They were trying to find our budget on the website, and I just want to remind people, interim is just a term that the state uses for the budget iterations. Oh, thank you very much. So it's just, we have first interim, we have second interim. It's just the iterations of the budgets that are required by the state. So this is where, oops. This is where we are in our the actual budget cycle. We are down there where it says we are here in March. We're doing the second interim. The next time that we will really see this budget again, this 24-25 budget, is when we are doing the adopted budget for next year, and we are estimating the end. And then finally we'll do unaudited actuals at the end of the year. The property tax revenue, this slide hasn't changed from first interim because we haven't received any new information about 24-25 property taxes. But I do want to talk about it a little bit. So the way we look at the growth from one year to the next, that is our COLA. We don't receive COLA from the state. They mentioned COLA except for those few programs that Jack was talking about. What our growth is in our funding is our property tax revenues. So we always compare from one year to the next, looking at where we are right now from 23-24 to 24-25. We're looking at a 4.87% increase. Now, I wanted to remind everyone that in our negotiations we had a contingency clause that if we get to the end of the year, and so all the revenue has come in and we know exactly what it is at the end of the year, if that number is above 5%, that percentage that's above 5% will be allocated back out in salary increases. So this is just kind of looking at where we are in terms of unrestricted and restricted revenue and in terms of our expenditures. So the bar on the left side is our revenue, and the bar on the right side is our expenditures. And you can see our expenditures are higher than our revenue. That means we're deficit spending. We're spending more than the revenue that we're receiving. 90.2% of all the restricted and unrestricted revenue is spent on salaries and benefits. So that other red bar up there, that's everything else. I'm going to turn this over to our Lacey.
This slide shows our unrestricted and restricted revenues. And this is a comparison between our first interim and our second interim budget. You'll see in the biggest area, the blue, that is mostly property taxes. We had a slight increase there with money that we are estimating to receive for special education, and this was a revised amount that we received from the Santa Barbara County SELPA. All the other areas, the red, green, and purple, that is our federal, state, and local revenue. Those all had increases due to revised or new grant allocations, and that's mostly on the restricted side of the budget. This slide is our unrestricted and restricted expenditures. Again, the biggest area there is all of our salary and benefits. We updated the budget due to vacancies that we have been experiencing, so that's why you see that decrease. And we also updated the budget to align with the LCAP mid-year update that was brought to the board at the last board meeting. The other expenditures that we have consist of supplies, services, and equipment. And a lot of those areas increased with due to our revised grant allocations and also due to new grants, so those funds can be spent. Back over to Kim.
Okay, so this is our multi-year projection. Couple of things I want to draw your eyes to. I've circled up there at the top the 4% and 4% for 25-26. What we had in first interim was we were projecting 4.5% revenue, but after a conversation, I contacted the tax assessor's office and said, can you please give us an estimate for next year? And it is kind of early in the cycle to be able to determine that, because of course we haven't gotten our April property taxes paid and all that stuff. But the estimate that he gave me was 4%. So we're using 4% because he also, I have that quote up there, it says, while it may increase, whatever it increases to, we encourage you to use a conservative estimate. That's the estimate that he gave us. So that's what we're using. I would also like to just say that we have included in the multi-year projection the negotiations that occurred, so all that's in there, and also the recommendations for the cuts that need to happen in order to get to the 3%. So all of that is in the amounts. We are also showing that we are using the Special Reserve Fund 17 every year. So that is kind of like our savings account. It's one-time funding. So once we use that all up, it'll be gone. So, but we are going to be using that over the next couple, 2-3 years until it's gone. That's it.
Thank you. Public comment for this item?
Two comments, Liz Caruso and Angela White.
Mine's H2, sorry.
H2, okay. And you are? Angela, okay. And Liz Caruso is Liz Caruso. Okay.
I think I'm really H2.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
So, no public comment for this item?
Others than that on that item.
Okay, so we'll turn it back to the board for questions. Anyone?
I have a question.
Mr. Banning?
I just want to be clear on the negotiated item about tax revenue over 5%.
Yeah.
That's based on money that we would be receiving for this year's taxes. And so does that money get applied to this year's budget or to 25-26?
I believe it will be applied to 25-26.
And is it on schedule money or is it one time?
One time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Caffrey?
I'm wondering, we spend 90.2% on salaries and benefits. Can we break that down? What percentage do we spend on teachers versus different, classified staff?
We can. Let's see. In the second interim budget, on page 46 in your budget, it will talk about certificated salaries, classified salaries. And then, so if you were to look at that, you would see that certificated salaries, I'm going to give you numbers. I can't do the percent real quick about what's in the 90%. So certificated salaries is 76 million. I'm going to do round numbers too. Certificated pupil supports is 9.1 million. Certificated supervisors and administrators is 8.8 million. Other certificated salaries is 5.2 million. Classified salaries. Classified instructional salaries is 12.5 million. Classified support salaries is 11.8 million. Classified supervisors and administrators is 3.3. Clerical, technical, and office salaries is 11.2 million. And other classified salaries is 8.2. So those are just salaries. It's not benefits. It's just salaries. So hopefully that'll kind of give you an idea.
Other questions? So I'll jump in with some questions. So during the presentation, we heard that the state provides LCFF districts with funding for programs like Universal TK. For basic aid districts, do they provide funding of any sort for implementation of Universal Transitional Kindergarten?
We don't receive the same amount of money for UTK. There was a little bit of an implementation grant that we received, but we don't receive the same UTK funding.
Okay. And in moments where, let's say, our cash flow varies throughout the year, right?
Correct.
And there are months of really high cash flow, there are months of really low cash flow. And what do we do? Because our expenses, I'm guessing, relatively stay the same. It might rise with energy costs, or if we're doing a little bit more that month, we're making purchases that month, but not by much. There's not going to be a lot of variance in terms of what we have to pay month to month on our bills. What happens when we have low cash flow months, but our expenses stay the same?
That's a good question. So because we are a basic aid district and we're not an LCFF district, those districts receive monthly apportionments. For us, most of our funding is from property taxes, and as you know, property taxes comes in kind of chunks throughout the year. So for us, what usually happens is we have to get a loan. In the times when we had the COVID money or when we had higher reserves, we could borrow from those reserves to pay for those costs. But now that our reserves are getting down, COVID monies are all gone, extra one-time monies are gone, we will have to borrow money. And so that's called a TRAN. So we actually go out and we borrow money to pay payroll in those months when cash flow goes really low and we otherwise wouldn't be able to pay for all of our bills.
So, and we heard in the presentation a little bit about, right now we have high interest rates, so more expensive to borrow. Our credit rating also plays a role in how expensive it is to borrow. Our credit rating currently is very good, correct?
Correct.
But part of that calculation into what the credit rating is, didn't our reserves play a role in that? And what impact do you anticipate lower reserves having on our credit rating?
That was one of the comments when we received the high credit rating, was that one of the factors was the fact that we had higher reserves. So as the reserves go down, it could be a factor. I couldn't tell you exactly how negatively it will affect us, but it probably will affect the cost for borrowing money.
And for federal funding, right? I think it would be an extreme scenario that we don't receive any federal funding, but there is a lot of discussion about it. We have not received any federal funding to this point. Obviously, most of our income comes from property taxes, but we do get some funding from federal sources. What are those sources? As you don't have to go into too much detail, but what are those sources, and what would we do if we didn't receive that funding?
Yeah, those are, uncertainty, right? That's one of the things that they talked about. Looking at our budget, it looked like it was about $8.8 million that we receive in federal funding. So we receive federal funding for special ed, for all the titles, Title 1, 2, 3, 4, and then also for the food, nutrition, so USDA, that comes from the federal funding. So those are our biggest sources. So special ed would be a tough one. We would have to figure that out. That would be tough. And I think that would be one of those cases where, all of the school districts are going to be in the same boat, but the state's going to have to figure that out if we get to that place. The other one is our title funding. So right now we are paying for some of our staff with our title money. Title I is the one that is for the low income student And we are, right now, it's the college and career folks that we're paying for out of Title I. Is it also FELs? Not FELs, okay. So that's, in the others, like we have I believe it's Title III, that's for like EMLs. I don't know that we're actually paying for staff out of those titles, but again, it would be tough. We would have to figure out what are we going to do regarding that $8.8 million, and how are we going to move forward with our priorities. So.
And thank you for that. And so my last question, my last question is more about the 3% reserves required by the state. And in order to get a positive certification for our second interim, but ultimately our budget, is we have to have that 3%.
Correct.
This is the next item. Next two items, we're being asked to make some really difficult decisions. This budget, I'm guessing, is taking into consideration that we do make those cuts that the county had suggested back in August, I think, of last year, after the negotiations, doing an analysis on the deal that we got with SBTA.
Correct. The AB 1200.
The AB 1200. And so this budget is taking into consideration those cuts.
Correct.
And so if, let's say, over the next two items, we make some decisions and we're not able to make the prediction that we will have the 3% reserve in the third year, because we're pretty close. I think it's a little over 3% right now as a projection. What happens? What's the process?
Yes. So what happens? We are required by the state to look at 3 years, current year, and then the next 2 years out. If at any point we don't at least get to the 3% in the reserves in those years, then immediately our budget will be either qualified or immediately negative. It just depends on what, and either one is basically the same outcome. So what would happen is this. And we don't have any wiggle room on the 3%. That's the state's requirement. We cannot not do it. So the county, if let's say we didn't meet it at second interim, which we're now doing, then the county would downgrade our positive certification to a qualified, and they would do that immediately. The county would notify FCMAT, so they are the organization, it's the fiscal crisis management team for the state. They would notify FCMAT. FCMAT would then come in and do a fiscal risk assessment of the district. A fiscal advisor would be identified and hired and brought in to manage the budget. Those three entities, the county, FCMAT, and the fiscal advisor, would work together to make all the cuts necessary to balance the budget. Being downgraded to qualified or worse, negative immediately would mean that our credit rating would be impacted, as we just talked about credit ratings. And it would make it very difficult for us to borrow money for the TRAN or for housing or anything else where we need to borrow money for projects. And what would happen is either we would not be able to, or the fees would be really costly, and those fees we would have to pay those fees instead of using them for education and programs. So it is a bad situation all the way around for the board, for the district, and for our students, because the money would be going towards that. That's what would happen.
Did you consult with the county education office on
I did.
This topic? Okay.
Yeah.
Those are my questions. Are there any, Ms. Caffrey?
So my comment is, I would love to add to our next agenda a presentation on the Alliance for Smarter School Spending. I'd like the board to learn more about it. I'd like the community to learn more about it, because my mantra is always strategy and budget together, and that we're trying to spend to do the most we can for our kids. And basically that alliance is all about getting the most bang for your buck. And I feel like I'm very concerned about our reserves, spending down our reserves to this level. And I think now is a great time to really think about, how are we budgeting? Is it aligned with what we want for our kids? And also, how do we make the process super transparent? And I'm excited about this alliance because they just have so many cool tools. And so I think that this is a really great opportunity, and actually so that's my request, that we put it on the agenda so we can all learn more about this as a potential next step.
Dr. Beal.
I actually have questions. That's okay. That's okay. About the $8.8 million in federal funds, when do we typically receive those funds?
It's usually after we have spent most of them.
Okay, so right now, we're kind of in the position where if this were a normal year, if the government were the same as it were before, we wouldn't have received them at this point anyway. We would still be waiting for them.
We could have already received some of them. It's you kind of do like these you do different reporting periods, and so as you're spending the money. So it's kind of like, we've spent this amount in this quarter, or this, and that's how it happens. But typically we receive the majority, like all of it, usually after the year has completed, and we receive almost like the prior year monies in the current year. It's kind of the way it works.
Okay, so we still have hope that we're going to receive our federal funding. That is good to know. This is a really big question, and I don't know if it's going to be something that you can answer. So from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, when we file this interim report, the first one, and we were certified by the county education office, we are trying to adhere to some reserves and what our spending is planned. The county office did not tell us what to spend. We said, this is what we plan to spend, and this is what we expect to receive, and based upon our numbers, this is our outlook. That is what they certified, correct? Not the categories of spending or what we're spending things on. Is that correct?
I pretty much. I mean, we do, when we reported first interim, we already knew that we were going to have to make the cuts that they recommended for us. So, we built those in, and we usually just kind of do all the expenditures based on how the year is going.
Okay, and we did, of course, do that at the beginning of the year, and
Right.
now the year is ongoing.
Right.
So the second question, I think this is the hard question I'm going to ask. Say we make a different decision tonight and we say, you know what, this isn't working. Do we have an opportunity to then look at our budget and say, now we're going to have to do things differently? We've made a decision, we're not going with the plan. We still have the opportunity to try to meet that reserve by making other budget cuts. I know it's not going to be easy, but is that a possibility?
So what happens if the recommended preliminary RIFs don't happen tonight? We don't have a chance to do those again this year. So that means that whatever is not approved tonight is carried forward into next year. And if we still have to make cuts in the second year, so I'm going to use really easy numbers to think about. If you have a position that is worth $100,000 and we've taken it out of the budget because we knew we had to make cuts. Now, if we are putting it back in the budget, it'll be in the budget for 25-26 at $100,000, and it will be in the budget for 26-27 at $100,000. So by the time we get to 26-27, we now have to cut $200,000. So the cost of the cuts actually grows the further out in time that you make them.
So could we have a special meeting this week before March 15th where we bring back different cuts?
I think probably we will have to. Sorry.
So, for a special meeting, it requires 24-hour notice So that pretty much takes tomorrow off the calendar. And then the soonest that we could possibly have a special meeting would be Thursday then. And that's hoping that we make a decision that day. But if we make a decision that day, that means that gives us basically one day to deliver the notices and have really sensitive discussions with all of the affected employees who are going to receive those preliminary reduction in force notices. So what is already a really tight deadline, if we make a decision today, becomes a really, really difficult, and some may argue, and I would probably argue, an unrealistic task if we only had one day.
May I just, so I think we're making very big decisions, and so logistically giving people, I mean, this I'm going to speak to at the next section, but I think that there are alternative cuts that we could make. And based on we have 3 hours of public comment ahead of us. So all I'm saying is, even if it's logistically difficult, is it possible?
It's possible. I won't be supporting it, but with all due respect, at the last board meeting, if we recall, we had a discussion to say we need to request the information that we need to make a decision in this meeting. And that's what's going to come up for the next item. And to ask for a special board meeting now, in my opinion, is just kicking the can down the road and a really tough decision. And I personally have the information I need to make this decision, but if the majority of the board agrees with you and wants to do a special meeting, then we can put one on the calendar.
I guess I did ask for specific alternative cuts. And now we're getting to the next section, so I'll save my comments.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Banning?
What is the requirement in terms of notifying people with their RIF in regard to presenting, and do they sign for it? What requirement is there between now and March 15th?
The requirement is that we either issue that notice, it'll be the 14th this year because the 15th is a Saturday, or send it through the certified mail, the 14th.
And is the certified mail postmark the deadline of the 15th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. So with that, we will close out this item and we will go to H2. Oh, actually. Oh, yeah, we have to take a vote. You're right. So do I have a motion for H1?
I move to approve the positive certification of second interim financial report for fiscal year 24-25.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. So we'll close this item. We are actually going to do a little bit of agenda management and move to H5. We have some folks from UCSB here. And approval of UCSB Harding University Partnership Memorandum of Understanding.
Good evening, Dr. Maldonado and board members. My name is Veronica Binkley, and I'm the proud principal of Harding University Partnership School. I'm honored to be here tonight to share information about our long-standing partnership with the University of California, Santa Barbara. As the slide before you portrays, we are a true partnership of administrators, teachers, staff, students, and their families, and the faculty and staff and students from UCSB. Our work together is responsive to mutually identified student and site site needs. We are collaborative, collegial, and community-based by design. I'd like to now introduce the Dean of the Gewurz Graduate School of Education, Dr. Jeff Milam.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. The partnership between Harding and the Gewurz School of Education has been in place for 15 years. And during that time, our work has greatly benefited students and their families, teachers, staff, and community members. In my 9 years as dean, my work with Harding is among the most personally rewarding things that I do. GCSE is a part of the school community. Students work with undergrads and graduate students who look like them and understand their experiences. Faculty and UCSB students participate in literacy nights, open houses, read around the world, and many other school side events. Through their engagement with our faculty, staff, and students have a chance to imagine themselves as future college students. Our staff, students, and faculty are regularly involved in activities and events that improve the campus. The Gewurz family has invested in a tremendous amount of sweat equity into the Harding campus. Our outreach team members are a constant presence, and as such help to provide innovative solutions to issues that arise. The research our faculty do seeks new ways to enhance the learning and social and emotional outcomes of Harding students. We value this partnership greatly, and we look forward to continuing it with another 5 years with this next MOU. I'd now like to introduce Devin Azam, our Assistant Director of Outreach.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about Harding's Outdoor Classroom Project as an example of how the UCSB partnership provides capacity for adaptive solutions. In 2019, Harding's Early Childhood Education team identified a need to provide an equitable play environment for their preschool students, with nature-based elements similar to those at many private preschools in the area. Through my outreach role, I was able to provide grant writing support for both the First Five and Women's Funds grants, as well as support all phases of implementation, including connecting Harding with community partners, such as the design team from Nature Explore, who developed the conceptual plan for the outdoor classroom. The partnership paved the way for the research component of this project. The research question was informed by the early childhood education team's inquiry about how the change environment could support developmentally appropriate play. The researchers worked closely with preschool teacher Erin Cavazos and had the opportunity to observe the space before and after the transformation to identify any changes in patterns of play according to the California Preschool Learning Foundations. The findings show that the outdoor classroom increased opportunities for social emotional individual play, increased opportunities for literacy and language development, enhanced overall play by distributing opportunities for play across the entire space, and provided more opportunities for nature connection. This project was a pilot program intended to be replicated at other schools across the district, and the research shows the efficacy of the project and provides data to support implementation at other sites. Thank you, and I'd like to invite Principal Veronica Binkley.
Okay, next slide, please. Our team of teachers, specialists, and mental health personnel inform the work alongside UCSB faculty who train students to meet the needs of our students and staff. Our combined team supports students at each tier while carefully measuring student outcomes to monitor progress and to ensure fluidity in our tiers of intervention. I'd like to introduce Lily Garcia, who's one of our UCSB liaisons that support our team. She will share more about the programs and the statistically significant student outcomes. Lily?
Thank you, Veronica. So Dr. Diana Arya and her team worked with fourth grade teachers and students to support small group instruction in reading. UCSB undergraduates lead these small groups, which include pairing bilingual students with emerging multilingual learners, using an individual qualitative assessment that traces every component of the reading process, including decoding, meaning making of the textual content, and metacognitive critical reasoning. Arguments or claims based on contextual information allows for targeted support. After 5 months of intervention, students' average reading comprehension increased by 1 grade level. Metacognitive reasoning was 6 months. That's due to it's an emerging skill. And then for the UCSB club, students go to campus. They engage with research. I'm just trying to be succinct because I know you guys want me to go faster. With research, working with undergrads, and also getting literacy support. And after 3 months, they have an increase of 1 year grade level growth. For mathematical outcomes, Dr. Rachel Lambert and her team work with 3rd and 4th grade teachers to provide high-quality non-digital math games, professional development, and undergraduates to support small group math rotations in multiplication and fractions. Students engage in various games that support them at different levels. Students are encouraged to make their thinking visible to their peers and to share their mathematical strategies. After 5 months, we saw an increase of more than 13%. The Harding MTSS team identified students in 4th and 5th grade with the highest discrepancy in multiplication fluency for the after-school math circle program. Students work with graduate and undergraduate students using highly visual activities that were aligned with the district's curriculum. Students who needed more intensive support work with Dr. Lambert and Kimberly Lynch, who is a 3rd grade teacher at Harding. After 5 months, students' multiplication fluency increased by 130%. In social emotional learning, we have 2 faculty members, Dr. Arlene Ortiz and Shane Jimerson. Dr. Arlene Ortiz works with supporting one-to-one counseling with her program Strengthening Minds and Hearts. Dr. Jimerson works with small group support with for Hawk Talk, which is equivalent to friendship groups. Both of these programs are, again, aligned with what the mental health team suggests for them to work with student groups. They work to improve social and emotional learning by addressing self-management, self-awareness, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. Overall, student emotional learning outcomes have increased. And now I'd like to introduce Steve Vance to share district scores.
All right, thank you, Lily. So to wrap our presentation up, I'm going to show you 3 data points. This one here in particular is our meet and exceed standards, the students who had met those standards. It's the same cohort or almost the same cohort. It's longitudinal data. I want to point out that in 4th grade, we're focusing on vocabulary and reading comprehension. Those are the standards that are being addressed in 4th grade and 5th grade and going up to 6th grade. The work that the teachers are doing, as well as with UCSB's support in this space, is showing you the growth of the success that they're having. 3rd grade, we know that fluency in mathematics and addition and subtraction is a standard for 3rd graders. As you could see, instead of doing longitudinal, we could show you the 3rd grade standard, or the 3rd graders who are continuing to grow and be successful with the work that they're both doing with games as well as the teacher's instruction. Last one I would say is 3rd grade is Tier 1 instruction. Tier 2 instruction that's occurring with fluency is happening in 4th grade. So we know that all kids are not succeeding in their standards in 3rd grade. So what we did the longitudinal view with that. As you see, as students learn with Tier 2 instruction in 4th grade, their fluency, they can incorporate it with their fraction as well as they continue on with their algebraic thinking. So they're not relying back on trying to figure out what 5 times 7 is or what have you. And with that, we invite you for questions.
Thank you. Any public comment for this item?
No, there is not.
No public comment. Any questions or comments? Dr. Beal?
I know that this was postponed from a previous board meeting. And really the questions that were coming up is you have probably heard that we are hoping to really align our efforts across schools, between the board, between the district office, so that we have those student outcomes that we would like to see. When we were first presented with this MOU, it was not clear what the alignment with UCSB and Harding was. Now, I'm a UCSB employee, and I love the idea of having a relationship with UCSB. It is such a great place with so much potential to help our students in many areas. So I don't think, I wouldn't want the misunderstanding to be that we do not want to work with UCSB. But we do want to, once again, be very data and outcome driven and to make sure that we are aligned. I did read the MOU, and one comment I will make is there was a discussion, there is in the MOU that there will be regular presentations about how the work is going and actually what the work is. So what I've learned from the previous agenda item to now is what the programs are, what the scores look like, and I'm glad to see that data. That actually reinforces what we're trying to do as a board. And so I appreciate that, and I look forward to having reports so that we know that this program, which sounds very different, very special, is aligned with our standards and our outcome goals, I should say.
Ms. Caffrey?
So I have a question for UCSB. Thank you. Yeah, and basically I think as Sunita said, UCSB is a really important institution in our area, and we also have a responsibility to make sure our students are achieving as well as they can. So I'm wondering, this data we saw for ELA is a fourth grade cohort. Do we have more data? Because I know you've been working there for 15 years. So CASP data over time, not just one cohort. Oh, yeah, or UCSB or, yeah.
So per the MOU, we provide annual reports to the district. So we were asked to do for the last MOU, so that was what was presented. But there is data that supports student outcomes improvement before COVID. And actually those trajectories were extremely high. And students recovered from COVID, which is amazing. So there's numbers that show that COVID was a big impact for students. They recovered from that, and their trajectory is improving. So,
for example, in my board questions, I asked, and I just don't understand why this data is different than what was presented for CASP data. And for 2023-2024, the fourth grade ELA CASP met or exceeded was 27.12%.
So you're looking at 1 year
Yeah.
out of the 4-year report.
Right. Oh, but I guess when we're looking at the data, so basically I see 2022 to 23, 24.44%, 2021, 22, 23.92%.
So we reported for the academic years 21 through 23. So you're looking at one specific year that, I mean, you can look at 1 year and make an inference, but I don't think that's the true picture of student achievement and growth. Because again, it's just one grade.
So basically the way you're presenting it is one grade, their change over time.
Mm-hmm.
And so are we seeing that with other cohorts, that they're all achieving like that over time?
So that's what.
Yeah.
So the impact that UCSB has had on our students has added to a upward trend of achievement, or just an upward trend since about 2018, and we were on a trajectory to break the 40th percentile, which is in the dashboard data, is where you would move from, I believe, yellow to blue, and then we got the COVID pandemic hit, and that it really impacted, I mean, all students, of course. However, we have a student population that is highly, it's a large percentage of social and emotionally disadvantaged families, and yes, thank you. And so you know, some of them were not given the opportunities that other children were during that time. So for them to rebound as fast as they did was encouraging, and quite frankly, we are seeing a lot of really great growth in our most recent progress monitoring in the STAR. So
I guess the reason that this I'm asking questions and is basically, as a research institute, do you have more information? This just seems like a snapshot. And the reason that I am asking questions about UCSB's program,
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So basically, the reason that I'm asking is, we have adopted Wit and Wisdom. We are becoming a structured literacy district, and I just want to make sure that UCSB is really aligned with the same type of teaching techniques that we use. And I know UCSB disputes this particular grade, but the National Council on Teacher Quality gave UCSB an F for how they teach teachers reading. And I mentioned this before, other universities have received, like Laverne University received an A, and the surrounding districts have much better reading outcomes. So I'm just wondering, are the teachers who are coming into our schools, are they receiving instruction that is aligned with what we're trying to do as a district?
Member Caffrey, as you'll recall, my Director of Teacher Ed program and I met with you a few weeks ago to discuss with you your concerns about the NCTQ. I don't think this is the place to continue that conversation. And I had hopefully thought we'd addressed your concerns. Every UC school in the state, and nearly every Cal State school in the state, fails NCTQ because NCTQ is based upon a metric that we can't possibly fulfill. It's based upon a 4-year teacher education program, and the only type of analysis that they do is syllabus is analysis of course syllabi. We can't have 4-year teacher education programs in the state because of state laws and requirements. We have a 1-year teacher education program that leads to a certification and a master's degree. And the UC programs and our program are among the most highly regarded teacher education programs in the country. The NCTQ can't capture the way that we do teacher education. So what I will say is we are aligned. If we weren't aligned, we wouldn't be invited to come back year after year to work at Harding and to work with the district. And the data that you're seeing is a snapshot of data because that's what we were asked to present today. We provide very extensive reports of the growth of students, our engagement in the report that we file every year with the school district. And those, I'm sure, are available to the board should they want to review those.
So I thank you very much. It was very helpful to have a conversation with you and your Director of Education. I think there are many other community members who would also like to speak to UCSB and have expertise in this area and have questions. For example, I asked your Dyslexia Institute, do you have any data on outcomes, and also what kind of, what kind of techniques are you using with students? Orton Gillingham, yeah, thank you.
Yes. So I just want to make the distinction that this MOU, you're asking questions about the teacher education program. So this MOU does not cover the teacher education program, and I'm glad you're asking the questions, but it's for a different time, a different place to speak to that. Right now we're focused on the MOU that addresses literacy, mathematics, and social emotional learning. That's aligned and worked with in conjunction with teachers, the MTSS team, and the principal, community members, parents. That's who we work with within the MOU. So I just want to make that clear.
So basically the School of Education is not involved in the Harding Partnership?
Not the School of Education.
I mean, teachers from the School of Education.
As not part of this MOU.
Ms. Caffrey,
So, yeah.
I'm going to jump in. I think we do need to keep it focused on the MOU and not the teacher program. My question would be the support and services and the engagement with students on ELA aligns with the curriculum that we have adopted here at the school district, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
You wouldn't invite us back if it didn't. I mean, we don't do anything without extensive planning and collaboration and cooperation with your teachers, with your principal, with the central office. You know, this is a 15-year partnership, and we've worked really hard to build what I think is a pretty remarkable partnership that exists at Harding.
I agree, and I thank you for your partnership. And so I think it aligns with their adopted curriculum. If you have other questions about the education program or about if you want to see the reports, I'm sure that Dr. Maldonado can make them available.
I think just as we become a results-focused district, this is all a part of it. Also, how do we assess our partners, and are we seeing growth and outcomes based on these partnerships?
Yep, and we are consistently, through our MOU process, assessing the effectiveness of our partnerships. And so maybe we can schedule some time to discuss what that MOU process looks like.
And in the reports that we file, you'll see that progress.
Yes. And so we'll get those reports out to the board. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Ms. Munoz.
Yes, I just want to appreciate, the partnership with Harding School and the collaboration between the principal and, having you folks come and explain what you do. The student outcomes are remarkable, and I'm looking forward to seeing that continue to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Maldonado.
I also want to thank Dr. Milam and his team for being here, for waiting patiently. I know it's a long night. I know that we brought you before, and we were trying to make sure we aligned. Board members, part of the reason we are bringing these reports to you in a way that you could understand the results, that is on us, because we wanted you to understand language we're commonly using. The data that the university researchers are collecting looks much different because, again, they're doing research on their own common assessments, on the literacies and math research that they're doing, which is actually benefiting our students. So that's why you did not get those reports in a way that we would just add more confusion to what you're getting. But I'm happy to sit with you and the university and the principal to share that data. But it is about having different data approaches and different data assessments, and we wanted to bring you something that was common language to you for tonight. And I want to thank you, Ms. Dr. Milam, your team, for the excellent partnership. I also want to say it was no small feat to get that outdoor classroom built and funded, which you actually went out and got funding for us to be able to accomplish that, which also made our outdoor classroom just a much more happier, better place for our kids. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Also, congratulations on your retirement. Yeah.
I should have retired yesterday. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? So then do I have a motion on this item? Ms. Munoz.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the UCSB Harding University Partnership MOU.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? We have 4-1. Yep. That takes us, thank you all. Enjoy the rest of your night. That takes us to H2, approval of resolution 2024-25/24, certificated reduction in particular kinds of service. I believe we have Dr. Becchio coming up. And Miss Edison. Welcome.
This was just a request to bring back, to define what is the ancillary costs in the audits. So we did take a look at that, did the crosswalk with the auditor to figure out what was in there. So when the auditor does the reports, they combine a bunch of different funds and the ASB funding was incorporated in this ancillary costs. So most of it is ASB, school-sponsored athletics, and the co-curricular stipends. That's the money that we pay our staff to support the athletics and the ASB, the costs. Okay, who's next? Is that you, Kenya?
One of the things we was asked to do is to go back and look at and bring back a schedule for specials that actually show times. What we did with the principal was actually look at the school day. All of our school days have a different amount of minutes in them. As you can see, this is one of our small schools. They have 367 minutes in the day. So when we start lining out our consistent commitment with instruction and our commitment to specials, it does become a game of Tetris, but the principals have become very savvy in how they ensure both for students, really wanting to commit to not replacing the core academic instruction with specials, but adding specials on top of the instruction so that we have a well-rounded experience for our students. This is just a depiction of the minutes of the day with the core academic instruction minutes that the principals across school sites agreed on, and then what's kind of left over at the end of the day to kind of play with as far as how do we add additional supports. What was determined was for our smaller schools, they could probably pull in the specials on 2 days a week because they're rotating 10 to 12 classes through through 4 rotations, but that's not the case for our larger schools. Sorry here. This depicts how the rotations would happen at one of the small schools. Again, these are schedules that were submitted and prepared by principals. This isn't by district office staff, based on their school, their current schedules, and 4 rotations throughout the day. This is a larger school. They're rotating anywhere between 22 and 24 classes through specials, so it would require them to have a rotation every day of the week. Still, this is a 6th grade sample. You can see they don't do foundations in 6th grade, so they get those 30 minutes back throughout the day. They elect to have SEL, which is our social emotional learning, on 1 day a week, so it frees up time on the other days. Each school is different because they have different lunch, recess times, and so leaving that autonomy to the principals who know their sites best to create their schedule that will work, that prioritizes core academic instruction and specials was the best result. This is a rotation at a large school. They would need every day a full FTE to serve the 22 to 24 rotations of classes that they would need to bring through the 4 specials. So this is what was requested by the board, to see something visual. We met with the specials teachers. It was a great meeting. They gave great feedback and feedback and suggestions. We emailed you, or in your request on what happened in that meeting, we emailed you the suggestions that they came up with and the things that are viable to do for short-term and long-term.
You've already seen this. This is just the multi-year projection from the budget that you just approved. And just, again, saying what we already said about the cuts are already in the budget and the 3% reserve. And then these are the reductions that we talked about in the memo. I won't go into them all in detail because we gave you a lot of detail in the memo. And that's it.
Thank you, team, for that presentation. Board members, I do want to recognize that we have 3 elementary principals in the room. One of the things that we have done when we, as part of the process preparing for today, we have done 7 months of preparation with budget presentations, but also including our principals in the decision-making, because as Dr. Edison said, Ms. Edison said, they know their sites best. So Ms. Casey Kilgore from Franklin Elementary is here, Ms. Veronica Binkley, which you've already heard from, and Mr. Sandoval is here as well. And they represent the small, medium, large schools, and that's why we asked them to be here in case the board has any questions as to how this
will work given the questions you asked at the last meeting. So I want to welcome you and thank you so much for being here.
And I do want to open it up to the board. I know we're changing the order a little bit, but to take advantage of the principals while they're here, do you have any questions? Do you have any questions for the principals? Or if the principals would like to say a few words about the process of developing these schedules. Welcome, Ms. Kilgore.
Thank you. Casey Kilgore, principal at Franklin Elementary School. I started this kind of scheduling probably about 18 years ago when we started as a teacher at Cleveland. And then now at Franklin, I've used this kind of schedule for a while. I am a large school, so I do benefit from having 4 specials for the whole entire week because I have so many classes. I can just tell you a little bit about the process. Once we saw that we had to make some cuts and made sure that we also, as elementary, had to ask for how areas we could cut. Junior high was asked to do the same, and so was the high school. In the elementary level, we looked and said, based on enrollment, how can we make it fair, but at the same time make sure that every kid had the same kind of experience, if you will. So, for example, there are times when my school that's very large would have full days of all the specials being used and occupied. Some of the smaller schools would have large, maybe even half-day time frames that were not used because there was not as many classes as mine. So, for example, Gabe and I are very close in location, but I have about 10 to 12 more classes than he does. So my needs at a large school are different than his needs at a smaller school. And so we were just trying to find a way that we can have students have exposure to the arts and music and PE and all those things continue, but at the same time make sure that we can benefit and keep as many specials as possible so we don't end up with no specials.
Dr. Beal.
Thank you for discussing this with us, and I appreciate the ability to ask questions. I'd like some clarification in the specials at the elementary, and that may be a conversation with you and also with the people who are trying to organize this. Typically, is the expectation that every student will get 45 minutes of fine arts, 45 minutes of STEAM, 45 minutes of drama or whatever, that are with this schedule that we're looking at, will every student get 45 minutes in the 4 disciplines?
Yeah, so how it would be set up is with larger schools, we'd have it across so that in a definitely larger school is able to happen through the schedules. And every schedule, it might be 42, 40. Sometimes in our kindergarten TKs, to be honest now, we only do them at 30 minutes because if you try to get a 4-year-old to do anything for more than 30 minutes, you got to be where they're at. So I would say it's between 40 and 45. And how the schedules are is basically, for instance, schedule is one of my strengths to sit there and say, if I was a school that next year I'm going to be in a school that'll have only 3 days because my enrollment will decrease. I lost an assistant principal this year. My enrollment went under 450. Next year I will lose the specials for 3 days, and that's part of my enrollment dropping, and that's part of being able to pivot and go with other directions I have to do. So when I'm looking a year from now and I'm looking at that 3 days, how would I do that? Is making sure that there are the ample times in between classes, and then making sure the classes are clumped together so that we can make sure that if it's an art experience, that the art teacher is not expected to go from a kindergarten to do a 6th grade lesson, to do a 1st grade lesson, so that those things are aligned and days are aligned. Because in the past, what's happened is we've had to share days. Like, let's say I was a teacher and I started at McKinley, and then my afternoon session I had to go to, Washington. So making it so it's a whole day at one school site connects the specials teachers to the school, but also connects that they can have one full day at one location and don't have to switch in the middle of the day. Is it more difficult? Yes. Is it ideal? No. But I would rather make sure that we have that time built in for teachers to have PLCs, that kids get the enrichment. And so if we're losing a little bit of time, maybe up to 5 minutes, but at the same time, we're able to continue all those specials in all the schools, our kids are benefiting. Because if you look around in many of the other districts, there's still art in a cart and there's still other things that are not happening. So to have this many ways for our kids to be enriched, and also looking at pathways. I'm really large on looking at pathways. I've talked to some of you who've come to visit me about pathways and making sure the kids who are in STEAM in 6th grade, do we have to look at it differently? So if I have a few kids that are really involved in STEAM, I want to put those kids in STEAM more, right? And so they have access to other ones. But then if I have some kids that are really involved in music, I want them to experience music and I don't want the kid who's going to blow up the class who wants to play the violin to be able to play the violin, and then the kid who wants to do other, to do PE. So whatever we need to do to modify things to make sure that the kids get the most out of it and have more enrichment experience so they can find a pathway when they get to secondary, and to make sure that our secondary programs in STEAM, in music, and in arts continue to grow.
So to answer your question, at a small school with the proposed schedule, yes, every student can get 45 minutes of each of the 4 specials.
Right. And with the medium school, that is true as well. We are not there yet, and of course the scheduling will need to be done with the people that are doing the work, but it is potentially a thing that can be done. And
Can you speak closer to the mic,
yeah,
please?
it is potentially a thing that can be done and something that we will work on with our staff, and also with the people that we're sharing the staff with. So schedules have not been drawn up yet, but there have been several that have been sort of prototyped. Like we have looked at ways that it could work in various different schools and situations.
So the small and the medium school.
Right.
So, we are proposing to reduce specials at the elementary level by 3.5. It actually, and the RIF is 4 FTE. So maybe this is a question you can answer, or maybe somebody in the district office will. That is less than what you're getting right now. So what are you losing? Can you explain what's happening by taking out 4 FTE from schools that are sharing their specials teachers?
Well, the 4 FTE would obviously not come from one site. So we are moving to, I believe, a 3.5 ratio. I think I need somebody to help me with this question. Thank you.
Currently, where there are 4 FTEs and they don't have enough classes to squeeze through, the staff are being used in other ways, pushing into the school site for other functions. So the 3.5 with the reduction is not taking away from the specials rotations, but there is excess staffing in the specials that allows those staff to push in and do other functions around the school.
I can only speak to my schedule at my school, and that is all of the specials. Currently, we have 3, and there is a block of Monday where some teachers are doing some work with preschool once a month, and then there's a whole block of Thursday where they're not working with their enrichment students. So that's only at my school, though.
So a corollary to that question, and anybody can answer that wants to, is these specials teachers are at these schools, and apparently their time is not completely full by instructional minutes for teaching their specials classes. When I visit the schools, I see activities that involve the specials teachers, which are not necessarily in the classroom, but are projects and happenings that are happening at the school that also enhance the educational experience. It's more like a holistic, what are they doing with them before school, during recess, after school? Are they helping with clubs that have, music, theater, dance, whatever? They're doing things that are not in their instructional minutes. So this is really my big question, which nobody may be able to answer really clearly, which is, when we reduce the specials teachers, what are we doing to the general atmosphere of each school?
Folks, please.
That's a very general question, and I can just tell you that they were doing some of the things that you mentioned, whether it's a noon club, SEL work, choir, as opposed to just music and band area. So they were doing other enrichments that enhanced those programs. And with this schedule reduction, they will not be able to do some of those things.
Are there schools where the specials teachers don't have that extra time and do their entire day just doing the specials?
Absolutely. So at Washington, Roosevelt, Adams, and Franklin, they're full-time positions. There's not time where because of the amount of classes that they see and the amount of time that those specials take. So that currently those 4 schools will continue to be fully staffed at 4 FTEs throughout the week.
And so it's the smaller schools that have the spare time.
Right.
Any other questions? Ms. Caffrey? Okay.
Thank you so much, principals, for being here. Thank you so much.
So with that, we will move to our public comment.
Okay, so we have a number of virtual cards, but I understand that some of those people may be here, so I'm just going to call out the names of people that we're expecting virtually and make sure that if they're here, that they're in the right place. So we saw earlier Azam Fights, are you still here? Okay. Is Nancy Matheson here? Okay. Is Sarah Gorman here? Is there a Sarah Gorman present? Okay. Okay, she's at home. How about Alice Gleghorn? Anyone know her? Excuse me? Virtual? Okay. Amy Body? Dante DiLoretto? Antonio Luna? He's here. Okay. And Julie Thomas? Online, okay. And Jenny Baxton online. Okay, so let's start with the folks that we believe are online.
Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt. We've had a lot of students waiting for almost 4 hours. I propose that we let the students speak first.
Okay. So we're just going to have to get them and dig them out of here as they come forward. Yeah, okay. So they're probably buried in this group of 75, so as they come up, if they'll give me a moment, go ahead and talk and I'll pull their cards out. If I happen to read somebody that's already talked, you'll let me know, but let's bring forward the students.
Students, go ahead and come up one at a time and say your name, please.
Yeah,
Thank you.
tell us your name.
My name is Sadie Bush.
Okay, thank you.
You can go ahead.
Okay, you can go ahead.
I am a sophomore at San Marcos, where I participate in activities like mock trial and the Women in STEM Club. However, I devote the majority of my time to theater and the vocal music department. I was first introduced to choir in junior high when my parents encouraged me to try out for a moray at La Colina. After 2 years of show choir in junior high, I assumed my time singing in school was over. But with encouragement from my teacher, Miss Lacamari, I decided to audition for Ashante, the San Marcos treble choir, led by Eleni Pantagius. Now, in my second year as a member, I can confidently say it has been the most enriching and fulfilling part of my high school experience. Through the vocal music department, I have not only grown as a singer, but as a person. We attend competitions that we qualify and fundraise for, bringing home first place trophies year after year. We've sung in languages like Latin, Bulgarian, and Spanish, learned how to read and interpret music, and developed leadership skills that extend far beyond the classroom. But beyond the accolades, choir has given me and so many others a place to belong, a supportive community where I feel seen, heard, and valued. Cutting music programs would mean cutting opportunities for students like me to discover passions they never knew they had. Music education fosters creativity, discipline, and teamwork, qualities that serve us in every academic and personal endeavor. It provides a safe space to express ourselves, build confidence, and form lasting friendships. Schools are stronger because of their music programs, and I urge you to consider the profound impact it has on students' lives before making any decisions to reduce or eliminate it.
You have 20 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up and give us your name, please.
Ben Miner, or Benjamin Miner.
Thank you, Ben.
All right.
Am I good to start? My name's Ben Miner, and I'm a student from Dos Pueblos High School. Both my parents are educators, and my mom works for the district, so I understand how much teachers are undervalued in our society. As I stand up here, I advocate for all teachers, and I'll specifically be speaking about my experience in music. Music has been part of my life since I can't even remember. I started to learn the piano when I was 5, and while this wasn't through the district, it cultivated my interest in music. I then went on to learn the clarinet in 5th grade, which was through the district. I went on to join my junior high's band program, and then my high schools as well. In high school, I've truly found my passion for music, and this year I am part of my school's marching, jazz, and concert band, as well as our pit orchestra for my high school's musical. In fact, I was going to say it came straight over, but it's been 4 hours. Anyways, none of this would have been possible without my music instructors that I've had. Mr. Hughes, Miss Nelson, Mr. Ravelli, Mr. Hioy, Miss Ware. All these great teachers that I've had that work for our district that have made music fun. If positions like these get cut, that might limit the ability for me to take all the music classes I've been able to take this year during my senior year. And this won't only impact me. It's going to impact my peers in my music classes, students in junior high music classes, and students learning their instruments in elementary school. And not to mention the stress that this will place on the music instructors, who not only would have to instruct at their schools, but would then have to fill in at other schools. This all said, all our students deserve to have the opportunities I've had in music, so please don't cut our music and arts instructors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Tell us your name, please.
Hello, my name is Everly Rohde. I'm a sophomore at San Marcos, and before attending this school, I was homeschooled for many years. The start of this year required me to make the decision, and I chose San Marcos because of the sense of community, the amazing teachers, and most importantly, the art programs. As the new girl, I would go home every day feeling lonely, but the music and the hope of doing choir with Eleni Pantages and theater with Shannon Sala has given me this new sense of love for music. If music is cut, students will lose more than just the chance to sing and perform. They'll lose a powerful form of expression that is relevant in every area of life. Music helps us think creatively, work together, and overcome challenges, skills that benefit us far beyond the classroom. These programs provide a space where students can find themselves, build confidence, and form bonds that last a lifetime. Music and arts have shaped my high school experience in ways I never imagined. Whether it's through music in our classrooms, the performances I participate in, or even the sounds of life itself, music is in every aspect of our lives. Maybe from the songs we listen to on our phones to the rhythm that moves us on the dance floor, music is an undeniable part of how we connect with the world around us. It brings people together, creates emotions, and teaches us valuable lessons like discipline, teamwork, and resilience. Now, in the hours that I've been sitting here listening to all the discussions, I noticed that you have your mission statement up there. It says, "We prepare students for a world that is yet to be created." Imagine a world without music. Imagine developing brains without the creative outlet firing synapses that we all know will never engage once we pass a certain age and stage in life. Please consider the value that music brings to our schools and our lives before making any decisions that could take away these opportunities. Our schools and our community are stronger because of the arts, and I urge you to protect and preserve them. Thank you for your time.
Tell us your name, please.
Hello, I'm Naomi Jane Voigt. I'm a 16-year-old San Marcos student and a local singer-songwriter. I also am this year's Santa Barbara Teen Star. The arts has completely changed my life as I've done the music programs in schools my entire life. And it has given me not only the ability to sing and discover who I am as an individual, but it has helped me academically and emotionally. Moving to California last year to pursue my dreams as a singer-songwriter, my family chose this school district and San Marcos for its incredible music and arts program. And I can speak for all of us current students, teachers, parents, and alumni that we are hurt and offended and frustrated. I can proudly say I have millions of streams on Spotify and 180,000 monthly listeners. Without the arts programs, I would not have the confidence to express myself and share my art with the world, especially at 16 years old. The arts have taught me to advocate for myself and for others in situations where we feel, especially as kids, that we have no power. It also has got me through extreme cyberbullying and has taught me to have social skills to communicate with others. I promise you, without the arts, I would not be able to stand here and talk to you in front of you today. Music saved me, as it is a form of therapy for many. I've seen my friends who can't afford an education after high school receive $1,000 worth of scholarships through the music programs so that they can go to college just like everyone else. I've seen kids walk into the choir first day with no friends, isolated and alienated, walk out with the class with a family, just like I did moving here freshman year from California knowing nobody.
You have 20 seconds.
Why take away kids' expression and creativity? And how is it just to destroy and gut the arts that have saved so many? Vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tell us your name, please.
I am Antonio Luna.
Thank you.
I am 15 years old. I am a freshman at Santa Barbara High School. All right, I'm just going to cut to the chase. This school district is going to try cutting classes for budget reasons. Why do the board directors go immediately to the performing arts department? Theater, choir, band, and dance. While there are over 15 different physical education courses, why not cut any of the plentiful PE courses? Are the district directors trying to get rid of performing arts so students aren't creative and inventive? As Mr. Lasho has stated previously plenty of times, this district is out of compliance with California Ed Codes 51210 and 51220 by limiting the access of performing arts among students, which I shall remind you is violation of law, or in other words, illegal. For some students, performing arts are part of the reasons why they look forward to going to school every day. Performing arts are ways that students can express themselves in a safe environment. I would be grateful if you took my speech into consideration. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nikki Kernick, and I'm a freshman at San Marcos High School. I'm a part of the vocal program and the theater program, and I'm here today to talk about something that I love. As someone who largely discovered her passions within the choir classroom at La Colina 2 years ago and is still participating in the arts at school, I can confidently say how amazing and fulfilling the experience of participating in music through school has been and is currently, both for myself and for my classmates. Arts-related classes are not only fun electives, but they also teach us about how to take criticism, for example. That's something I've had to deal with a lot through the past 2 years doing music through school, and how to overcome challenges like this and how to work hard, and also how to gain the confidence to go out into the world afterwards. It's really an incredible experience, also meeting the kids there that are just so accepting, and no matter where you're from, they're all passionate about the same thing, which is just so amazing to have this one thing that you all come together and unify on. And that's one of the things that I love most about what I do. Many of the kids from our music programs even go on after high school to do, or during high school, to pursue their careers in music. And even if they don't, doing this music is an extremely valuable experience, and just being a part of the community at school, I've heard from many, is just something that has affected how they go on after and just how they live their lives. And yeah, that's what I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tell me your name again, please.
Hi, I'm Kate Long. I'm a freshman at Dos Pueblos High School.
I've participated in several music and art programs, including orchestra, musical theater, and visual arts. Music and art education is an extremely valuable and amazing opportunity for young people in the Santa Barbara Unified School District. Lacking education in this specific area means cutting back on possible friendships, finding admiration for a new instrument, and the amount of people who can learn an instrument because most cannot afford private lessons. Words cannot express how thankful I am for music, and I hope students like me will be able to continue with music education and have the same experience I did for a long time. One last thing. The mission statement for SBUSD is about preparing students for a world that is yet to be created. Are you creating a world without music and art? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I am Miranda Maris Morales, a senior at San Marcos High School. I have been a part of the marching band program for all my 4 years of high school, and this program has helped me gain leadership, explore new interests, meet new people, build new relationships, and it has overall helped me with my overall health. None of that could have happened without Mr. Kioi's passion and care, not only for music, but for his students as well. Thanks to his dedication and time, I have been able to gain these skills and have also gained so much confidence. Not only have I learned these new skills from the program, but it has helped bring the community together, especially with our campus life. The performances we have are ways for students to express themselves and bring people closer together overall. From my experiences and the people I've met, a lot of people have joined the band program to learn how to play an instrument because they can't afford private lessons of their own. So removing the performing art programs take away an opportunity to learn and have a passion for something that they enjoy. This could possibly also affect their future due to the lack of opportunities, which all colleges look for in their students. The mission statement on the wall is, we prepare students for a world that is yet to be created. But how can we fulfill this mission if we are cutting teachers that directly impact the future of our students? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mel Starks. I'm a sophomore at San Marcos, a former student of La Cumbre Junior High, and the current Commissioner of Arts. I also have 2 tests tomorrow, but this is infinitely more important to me, so I'll get straight to the point. There is not one benefit in cutting music teachers. I experienced this 2 years ago when La Cumbre did not have a theater class because our teacher went to Dos Pueblos and a replacement was not found. I was forced to take an elective I did not like, and therefore I didn't enjoy school at all. What happens when kids don't like school? They leave. They drop out. You need to give students a purpose they can feel to go to school. You will lose money if you cut the music programs because it is such a vital part of so many people's lives, and people will leave our schools. San Marcos High School has an extremely successful and highly esteemed vocal music program as well as instrumental music, and it is some of the biggest pool for our enrollment. Without it, people will not only find different schools to attend, but if we don't have any within the district, people like myself who wish to make music for a career will find a different city to attend high school where they have classes that support their possible futures. However, some people do not have the luxury to be able to go a town or 2 over to attend a different school, so they simply will have no way to pursue their dreams. Something that all of us are told to do from the moment we entered SB Unified Schools. In a public education, there is no reason why you should be taking away opportunities for success and opportunities when we are required to be at school. If you want to have students enroll at our schools, you cannot be selective about what you offer. You're not just cutting music education. Here's what you're really cutting. Improve mental health, a sense of community and belonging, and you're cutting life experience that I'm sure you even remember to this day. I want to have the same thing. And our teachers are not statistics. Cutting a couple salaries may reduce some costs, but at the cost of students losing a trusted adult and confidant. These are real people and real kids turning into real adults. Stripping them away from what we love is the first step into making students hate schools. I also have several classmates and friends tonight who could not make it for several reasons, including winning a competition at Cal Lutheran right now, because our choirs can do that because of previous experience in their elementary school or junior high choirs. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Hayden Wood, and I'm a freshman at San Marcos. I'm a part of 2 sports AP classes and my choir, Enchanté. Choir is something that I'm passionate about. I inter-district transferred to La Colina just for the Outburst Choir program there. I now go to San Marcos for the choir program as well. This sounds like a lot for choir, but I can assure you I'm not the only one. The The arts at San Marcos attracts so many, it would be a shame if it was withdrawn from our education. We get invited to festivals and music competitions all over, and we bring trophies home every year. We also fundraise for these trips. I would have never known my passion for choir if it wasn't for Miss Pantages. Choir is something I want to pursue even in college. Limiting my education and opportunity to be able to pursue this dream is unfair. How are you preparing me for the world How are you preparing me for the world that is yet to be created if I'm not given the chance to explore what I want to do? So please vote no. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, board members. My name is Luca DiGiulio, and I'm an 8th grader at La Cumbre Junior High School. I can't explain in words how much music has meant to me and my classmates. I learned how to play the saxophone when I was in 4th grade at Monroe Elementary School through Miss Caruso. And through that instrument, I have learned so much more about myself than I ever could have imagined. The band program has created a space for me to be vulnerable. I know that the district is concerned with social emotional learning, and this is where it happens. And it makes me sad to think that future kids won't have the same opportunity that I have. Not only have my fellow classmates given me great experiences, but most of all, my music teachers have. Through them, I have been inspired to teach and support kids who are picking up their instrument for the very first time. I can play, finally, music is different than any other subject. I can play you a song that you haven't heard in 10 years, and you would know all the words to it. But if I asked you what you learned in a different subject or specific subject, you would most likely would not remember it. Music is a way of life and is more than a subject being taught in school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, school board members. My name is Michaela Cabrera, and I am a freshman at Santa Barbara High School. As a concerned student, I've seen firsthand how music and art classes have made pivotal differences in the lives of my peers. These classes are not just extracurriculars, they are necessary programs that have been instrumental in helping many students overcome social anxiety and depression and achieve overall well-being. In short, cutting these positions is not just dangerous to our growth and mental health, but it is also contrary to the state's funding conditions. These essential classes, placing 10 art and music teachers at risk of losing their jobs, this proposition requires an increase in art fundings and access, not a reduction. We are grateful for your reconsiderations. We as students recognize the profound impact this will have on our schools. Please consider our future, especially those without strong support systems. These classes are a vital community resources that keep our youth safe and off the streets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anicia Caracas and I'm an 8th grader at La Cumbre Junior High. I'm in both jazz band and musical theater. Though I have many things to say about this issue and how much my performing art classes are the highlight of my day, I want to shine a light on our district band teachers. It was always a goal of mine to play another instrument besides flute, my first instrument, and I have always been particularly interested in saxophone. I asked Mr. Ortega, my band teacher, and he couldn't have been more enthusiastic. I've been a tenor sax player ever since. The saxophone has become part of me, and I've never been happier playing an instrument. All thanks to Mr. Ortega encouraging my aspirations and letting my passions blossom. So, Mr. Ortega and every other arts teacher I know in this district, thank you for putting effort into your students' dreams and wanting them to succeed. You are all so supportive. I don't know what any of us would do without you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Rea, and I'm an 8th grader at La Cumbre Junior High. I started playing the trumpet in the 5th grade at Harding Elementary, and I have had the awesome opportunity to keep practicing in concert and jazz band with Mr. Ortega. I will be heading to San Marcos next year to play with Mr. Kioy. I want to point out that in the song we played, we felt compelled to change the chant part of the song to say, "Don't stop the beat, no cuts," to get the point across that band is extremely fundamental to not just La Cumbre, but to all of the SB Unified School District. I came here to tell you that band is the thing that keeps me going throughout the day because it is an amazing space to make new friends, and it is a place where I can express myself. I know when big decisions are being made, music is one of the first classes to go. Listen to us when we say music is a way of life that we cannot get rid of. I know I speak for lots of people when I say, please keep band in our district. Thank you and good night.
Hello, my name is Andrea Luna, and I'm in 8th grade at La Cumbre Junior High. I play alto, sax, and flute. I'm here today to speak about how music has had a massive impact in my life and how I wouldn't be here without it. For example, there are days when school feels overwhelming, but once I step into Mr. Ortega's room, it feels like a different world. The brightest part of my day has always been playing my instrument, going into the music room and knowing what's going to happen. The joy of playing an instrument and overcoming challenges with my friends and teachers makes me so glad. Removing music from schools means they miss out on valuable learning experiences, limiting their understandings of the world and restricting their self-expression. Music helps teach kids about different cultures and genres of music. Music really helps the students' cognitive skills too, and has the ability for them to express themselves creatively. Taking away music is not just taking away a class, it's taking away a vital part of a child's development and a vital part of my life. It's robbing a chance for a student to discover their passion, build confidence, and connect with something truly meaningful. Please don't let that happen. Keep music in schools. Thank you.
I'm Angela White. I do have a speaker slip in, and I'm popping in as an old person so that you're not getting tired or falling asleep. I really hope you're listening to these students right now. Some of you have already expressed that you have your minds made up on this issue. Some of you have expressed interest in voting other ways. Please keep an open mind as these students pour out their hearts to you. This means a lot to them.
Hi, my name is Eva Lundgaard, and I'm a freshman at San Marcos High School. I'm both involved in choir and theater, so I have a lot of opinions on this. When deciding over the summer what high school I wanted to go to, I chose San Marcos because I grew up going to my older brothers' and cousins' choir concerts. I'd always dreamed of being able to have that opportunity as well, and now that I got it, I enjoy going to school purely because of choir and the arts. I'm speaking on behalf of all the schools in this case, that if you take this class away, our quality and interest in school will inevitably decrease. It shouldn't matter whether it's elementary schools or junior high schools or high schools. If a child has an interest they would like to pursue later in life, they should be able to have those experiences in school as well. I've grown up with music, and it has helped me in so many ways throughout my life. 2 of my family members were accepted into college on a musical scholarship because they were involved in musical arts at school. I strongly believe that taking away part of an already limiting education is just creating a poor setup for someone's future. It should not matter whether it's the easy or cheap way out. I have made so many connections through music, and that could not have been possible without my classes or my teachers. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Sophia Manelli. I'm a 9th grader at San Marcos High School. I'm here today to talk about why the arts is important. I've been involved in theater and choir so far this school year, and I'm also here because I think I have a very unique and personal perspective on this debate. I actually grew up in a smaller town where we had one local elementary school and one local junior high, and because of that and the very low funding, we actually didn't have any kind of arts program. So I know what it would be like to live in the junior highs if you take it away. And it's just, I always knew I was meant to perform, but in the environment I grew up in, I had no guidance, support, or encouragement to follow my dreams. It wasn't until I transferred to San Marcos this fall because of the choir and theater program that I learned everything that I've always wanted to know about music, and my passion for the arts just grew bigger since then. The junior highs we have here, all of the shows that they put on, I always go to see them. It's literally magical. It's like beauty right there on the stage. There's so much talent behind children, and if they never discover that in themselves, then it's just so sad. And it breaks my heart to think that all of these junior high students may never be able to find that creativity in themselves, especially since I found it so much later on in life that I would have wanted to. And back in junior high, I felt alone and lost, but now that I'm with my people, I feel loved and exactly where I'm supposed to be. If you take away the arts from our junior high students, you're taking away their creative freedom. And music is so magical, and performing is life-changing. So please consider my words when making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm tired, y'all. I don't know about you. I am tired. I want to go home.
What's your name?
My name's Lucian Dempsey. I see a lot of straight faces out here. I think I could see a little more smiles, maybe some frowns, maybe some more emotion. We're all humans. I know it's late, and I'm going to take a bike ride home, and I'm going to get up at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning to wake up for a zero-period class, and that's the only way I can get jazz band in because of the decisions that have been made in this room. I'm going to take out my notes. All right. Good evening. My name is Lucian Dempsey, and I'm 16 years old. I'm currently enrolled at Santa Barbara High School. I play piano and tenor saxophone, and I'm also working with the Santa Barbara Blues Society to bring student musician to Santa Barbara. Mr. Ravelli is my band teacher, and I still remember the day in beginning jazz, which truly solidified my path towards becoming a musician. He was explaining to us how if we wanted to, we could easily form a band and start gigging at the Blue Owl. I looked over to one of the bassists in the band, William, and we locked eyes immediately, knowing what the other was thinking. Since forming a jazz trio and playing multiple times at the Blue Owl, I have come to understand just how important educators like Mr. Ravelli are. Teachers just like him, some of whom are in this room, are extremely important to the growth of students. What the cabinet is proposing will take away the possibility for that growth from many students like myself. I believe students deserve that chance and deserve the ability to grow. Thank you for your time.
Other students? All right, I'm going to start reading through the things. I couldn't find a couple of those names, so if if there's students that spoke when I call their name, will you just let me know? We'll get started then with Azam Feiss, followed by Tyler Ravelli and Kimberly Timpton.
Good evening, everyone. Santa Barbara Unified will not be awarded future Prop 28 money if they cannot show that they have increased art funding and access. Cutting 10 arts and music positions is the opposite of increasing arts access. It is said that they will save 1.1 million by cutting of 10 WAPA teachers, but in doing so, they will lose 2.46 million in Prop 28 funding. This is the opposite of improving the budget deficit. I would like to request you to keep music and arts in our schools. It will help people not to be motivated to leave this town because Santa Barbara, the cost of living is so high. I know many families, young families, they have left the town because they cannot afford living in this town. We cannot afford to have private teaching for music and for arts for our students, for our kids. With respect, I have sent a letter to you. I have sent an email to the respectful members. And this is Save Music and Art Instruction at Santa Barbara School District. I have created this petition only yesterday, and I have 1,090 votes on this. And I have sent the link to you. With respect, the people here, everybody has given me his name and his phone number and email. We are going to have a protest open to public in Santa Barbara on weekend. Thank you so much. Thank you for all you're doing, and with respect, please defend our rights. Please stand on the right side of the history and don't deprive these kids for what they have passion for. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Everybody has this, and they have signed for it. It is in all the schools.
Thank you.
You have the links, and you have seen it. It is 1,100 vote now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ravelli, we missed the virtual folks. If you wouldn't mind, we'll make sure we take care of the... We want to do... Okay. All right. That's fine, yeah. Okay. Come on up, Mr. Ravelli. I guess we're going to ask the virtual folks to wait.
Oh, okay. That's all right. All right, here we go. So, hi, my name is Tyler Ravelli. I'm the band director at Santa Barbara High School, and it has been a pleasure working there. I've been working there for 3 years now, and I'd just like to talk a little bit about, of course, the RIF proposal, of course, for music and the arts, definitely, but also for just the reduction in staff for teaching specifically. So, I understand that the board is facing difficult financial decisions, and I respect the effort that goes into making these choices. However, I'm here to urge you to think carefully about where these cuts are being made and the long-term consequences for our students and community, as you've heard multiple times already, of course. So the current RIF proposals disproportionately affects teachers and arts educators who work with students directly every day. Our programs are not extras. They are essentials to well-rounded education, to the emotion, social, and academic development of our students. Music education isn't just about notes and instruments. It's about discipline, teamwork, expression, belonging. And when you cut the teachers, you cut the whole program. These programs build community pride, bring people together, and give students something to look forward to. The proposal reduces frontline staff while leaving district-level administration relatively untouched. We should not be eliminating positions that most directly impact students while leaving administrative structures intact. It's not in line with what our community or district values. Please consider this proposal and explore alternative reductions that do not strip opportunities from students. If cuts must be made, they should start where they have the least direct impact on kids, not in the classroom or the arts. Thank you. As a community member and as an educator, I ask you to vote no on this proposal, not just for our teachers, but for our students and the future of our district. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kim Tilton.
Good evening. As you know by now, I'm a science teacher, and as much as I love science, and I like to believe that I enrich my children's lives, I will be the first to tell you that I cannot have the impact that a music teacher can have, that a choir teacher, that a theater teacher can have. These children matriculate all the way from elementary to high school. The communities that they build are long-lasting. The relationships with their teachers, extremely meaningful. I have kids for a semester or two at most. And the things I really want them to get from my class are ideas like a growth mindset. If I practice and I practice, I'll improve. That's a lesson that they learn from engaging in the arts. And in fact, the feedback they get from it is much more apparent to them. And the skills they acquire are truly a lifetime. You might not need to do conversion factors when you're 45, but you'll want to play the saxophone. And so as a science teacher, I'm telling you, I did Science Olympiad. Many of the children on my team engage in the arts. My best students are in the arts. And if you're looking at cutting folks, I'm here to tell you that these people are unicorns. They spend endless hours outside of their contract to make these programs function. They are irreplaceable. It is way easier to find an admin who's willing to work for $200,000 than it is to find a person who's willing to work hundreds and hundreds of additional hours for not that much pay. And so when you are considering who to cut, who is irreplaceable? And don't just look at the numbers. If you build it, they will come. If you have lower enrollment in the arts, it will fill, I promise, and you will not be able to find these employees. So don't cut them, please.
Thank you. Was there a student, Andrea Luna, who spoke? Yes? Okay. Angela White, followed by Phoenix Plotner and Hosby Galindo. Angela White? She's coming. Okay, already went. Okay, Phoenix Plotner. Then it'll be Hosby Galindo and Liz Caruso.
Good evening.
There you
My
go.
name is Phoenix, and I'm the Elementary Tech Integration Support Specialist. Please reconsider cutting this position, a decision that directly impacts teachers, students, and families. With AI use rising, even in elementary, teachers turn to me for support with plagiarism and misinformation. I help them create AI policies, design assignments to limit AI use, and develop ways to address suspected AI-generated work. Instead of relying on flawed AI detectors, I provide key questions to ask students, guidance on document revision history, and insight into AI-generated phrases and student workarounds. I train teachers on these challenges, but district-wide tech training has been limited to one PD day in August, with no dedicated time in October or March's district PD days. Face-to-face tech training drives real change. When teachers and principals see firsthand that they can lock iPads, block YouTube, and limit apps to what's only needed, like Freckle or Khan Academy for math, for example, that's when it clicks. But without dedicated time, many never learn these tools. At last week's Tech Use Committee meeting, 200 parents and teachers voiced concerns about screen time and iPad use. That's more than have ever showed up to these meetings. There's usually like 3 people. I train teachers on Apple Classroom and Jamf Teacher to monitor iPads, lock screens, and remove distractions. I also present on safe tech use for kids at back to school nights, open houses, and PTA meetings. I'm doing Adam's PTA meeting tomorrow night on that topic. Sharing research on screen time, app risks, and ways to manage devices at home. I help teachers create AI-generated practice questions and performance tasks for language arts and math that match the test's wording, structure, and format, saving them time searching for resources or buying them on Teachers Pay Teachers. As schools work toward the goal of raising our 6th grade boys' EML math scores by 10%, these practice tests are one of many supports in place. Cutting this role removes a resource that helps teachers prepare students for testing. This district's ed tech
20
support
seconds.
has already been cut to the bone. We once had 3 high school, 2 junior high, and 2 elementary tech coaches, plus site-based mentors. That's 24 people supporting teachers. Last year, the 17 tech mentors were cut, leaving just the 2 district coaches. Now you're proposing cutting it to 1 person for 1,500 staff members. Reconfiguring this role is not a solution. This role is more than answering emails. It's training teachers, supporting students, and working with families. It's leading Canvas parent nights, presenting at back-to-school nights, and training staff at school sites.
Your
With only
time is
one
up.
tech coach, district-wide support will be stretched too thin. One person cannot meet the growing tech needs of the entire district. I urge you to reconsider cutting this position. Teachers,
you.
students, and families need tech supports now more than ever to help prepare students for a world that is yet to be created.
Thank you. Hosby Galindo.
Hey, good evening, school board, trustee, superintendent, cabinet. Integrity, the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. Some of you board members have shared the strong moral principles you believe in and guide you in creating a school district that best serves students. Some of you board members have shared the strong moral principle you believe, one of those being that you believe in our community's children having access to electives. Educators share this value with you. Some of you believe the district is not in a position to release TOSAs because our TOSAs are still building systems to assist school sites, teachers, and students. And you also believe we should not spread thin any workforce with additional responsibilities. Educators share these values too. The district pushed for a 4x4 block schedule for high schools. I heard your response, board trustees. You stated that this schedule lowered quality while emphasizing quantity. And now the cabinet is proposing to reduce quantity too. I heard you. Educators share the value of providing a quality education with plenty of course takes for all of our students.
It's interesting that some of the rationale being given for reducing the workforce is the loss of COVID money. Perhaps a district practice should be to fund permanent positions with ongoing money as to avoid so many rifts. Some of you believe that cabinet needs to be more transparent about other potential places to find cuts that are not staff. Did they provide all that information for you? Are you making the most informed decision tonight? We educators want more transparency too.
20 seconds.
What strong direction and guidance will you provide cabinet members to find ways to rescind the RIF's notices? Board trustees, today you have an opportunity to work with integrity and vote in a manner that aligns with your values. Your vote today will paint the story of the values you hold true when creating a well-rounded education for our students and supporting our educators, our school sites, our district, and our community. What will your story say tonight?
Thank you. We've got Liz Caruso, Nick Jakowski, and Paco Vinoli.
Good evening, board. I'm Liz Caruso. I've been the music teacher at Monroe Elementary School full-time for 13 years. I was here a month ago asking for you to wait to see a schedule of how a specials teacher could possibly teach the entirety of classes at 2 different school sites. 2 weeks ago, I was here to explain how 30 minutes of 4 back-to-back specials without transitions would result in student frustration and program futility. Today, I'm here to highlight for you that what is being presented as a schedule for sharing specials teachers is not actually a schedule. It's an assignment to which schools will be at which days, but does not show how we will teach all 30 to 32 classes during those days. When I went to my principal to speak about what plan we were going to have at our site, because there are not actually enough minutes in the week for us to accommodate 45-minute classes, he said our new plan would be for the specials teachers to start teaching combined classes. For example, we'd take 4 classroom classes and arbitrarily divide them up into 3 large mixed grade level classes. That's approximately 32 students in 2 different grade levels, rotating between 4 specials back to back to back to back. In this scenario, where 8 second graders will be thrown into my first grade class, I'm not sure whether I'm supposed to teach the first grade curriculum again to the second graders, or skip the class of first graders ahead to the second grade curriculum. Do we have enough space and materials to accommodate 30 students in our STEAM lab? Do we have 32 tennis rackets, 32 pallets of paint, 32 ukuleles? This is a reactionary solution to a problem that did not exist before the district created it. It's not acceptable to burden our students with this. It's not acceptable for their learning to be diminished or hindered because administration is doubling down on an idea that was not thought thoroughly through. We've created ridiculous solutions like cutting classes to 30 minutes or combining classes of 32 mixed grade level students in order for a teacher to cover 2 schools, so it just clearly does not work. According to the document referred to as the schedule, a teacher would be at one site 3 full days and the other site only a day and a half. 1 day is a minimum day. That is not enough time to cover a school. Before you vote to cut the elementary specials positions, please notice that the district had a month to procure an actual schedule for how this would play out on the ground level, and they haven't been able to. Thank you.
Nick Tchaikovsky, Paco Vinoli, and Aaron McKibben.
Hi there, I'm Nick Jakowski. I'm a parent of a student at Washington Elementary, so I suppose I'm here on her behalf, really. And there's, of course, a whole litany of reasons not to cut arts education in schools. You're all familiar with them, and if you're not, I would encourage you to look up studies that go over the benefits to arts and music education on developing minds. They're freely available. Well, not freely available, but I'm sure you can find them. So I don't really need to go over all that. I'll add my voice to the chorus of people saying, you know, this is a mistake, let's slow down. I want to talk, I guess, for a second to the people who claim to have made up their minds that are going to vote in favor of this. And I want you to understand that I know that there is a level of self-deception that where you look at this proposal, this impressively anodyne line item here, certificated reduction in particular kinds of services. Even that impressively anodyne wording cannot hide the fact that this is a very real reduction, right? You are stripping things away from students. Now, I want to point your attention to, I think, a rather grim disconnect. At the opening of this meeting, we rightly lauded the student representative here for his work in coming and placing these signs, right? These signs, these anti-suicide signs next to railroad tracks. How desperate is that, right? Relying on a sign for this last desperate hope to have a student who's going to kill themselves.
You have 20 seconds.
Right? Walk back from the brink. Well, in the very next breath, although 4 hours later, in the very next breath, we're here talking about stripping away the very things that we've already heard all of these students say give them community and meaning and hope and a sense of accomplishment. And I'd like us all to really think about that disconnect, if we could. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paco Benoli, Aaron McKibben, followed by Carissa Corrigan.
Hi, I'm Paco Vignoli, and I'm also a parent of a senior at Santa Barbara High School. I'm representing him because he also has 0 period jazz band. Again, I really appreciate all of your time. My family's new to Santa Barbara. We've been here about 1.5 years, moved around a lot, and struggled in how our kids were experiencing school. We came to Santa Barbara. We didn't have really high expectations, but we knew this was a special place, a magical place, and we came here with all our hopes. We enrolled in Santa Barbara High School with a kid that was not at the railroad track, but pretty close, and it was our last hope. And we said, let's give this a try. He met Mr. Ravelli on day 1, and it has changed his life. And I don't know how many of you have kids in the music program, but I'm sure that if you do, I would appreciate, and I believe that you would feel the same way. The power of music and what it can do to our kids, I can't say it any better than any of these kids that came up. It changes lives, it saves lives, and I could not be more thankful to be in a community that values music and in a school
You have 20
that
seconds.
of all the schools that we've been to and we've taken my kid to, it's the greatest thing that could have happened to him and in his young life. We are so thankful for that. We thank the board. We thank Mr. Ravelli and Santa Barbara High School. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron McKibben, Carissa Corrigan, and Casson Demon.
Good evening. My name is Erin McKibben, and I'm the director of the Sing program at the Music Academy of the West. I'm also a Grammy-nominated flutist and mom to a 3rd grader at Washington Elementary and an incoming kindergartner. Rosie happens to enjoy singing. You may have heard her in the past. As others have so eloquently expressed, including the amazing students here advocating for themselves, the arts are an essential part of the human experience, and they are a non-negotiable part of a child's education. The Music Academy of the West, through the Sing program, is committed to providing free access to choral music education to as many children as possible. And nearly 80% of our 260 plus singers in the program come from the Santa Barbara Unified School District, though we serve 6 different unique districts. And I have to express my deep disappointment and embarrassment, really, that cuts to these music teachers are even being discussed here. In this town, especially, as people have said, this is a place that we should be an example. We should be showing what is possible. If this district purports to care about student mental health and suicide prevention, the neurodiverse, and bridging achievement gaps, we must prioritize safe places for self-expression, joy, teamwork, and belonging. Thank you.
Thank you. Carissa Corrigan, Casson Demon, and Michelle Voigt. Carissa Corrigan, Casson Demon, followed by Michelle Voigt.
Good evening. My name is Carissa Corrigan, and I'm the music teacher at Harding. At the February 11th board meeting, during the budget discussion, it was recommended 4 elementary schools would be divided into 2 groups, each requiring specials teachers to travel between school sites. This proposal recommended that specials teachers spend 3 days at one site and 2 days at the other site. This is the same recommendation that is being proposed again tonight. Multiple specials teachers spoke at the February 11th board meeting to explain that there would not be enough hours in the week to properly cover both sites. We saw this manifested with a proposed schedule that only allocated 30 minutes to specials classes and 0 transition time. The proposed 3-day, 2-day split is not feasible for either teachers or students. The schedule provided does not take into consideration the different bell schedules at the impacted schools, nor does it explain class rotations or instructional minutes. The claim that students will receive 45 minutes of instruction under this model is false. It simply is not possible to fit 32 classes into 5 days and still maintain 45-minute sessions for each class with any transition time between classes. This issue has been raised multiple times, yet it remains unaddressed. This plan will result in inequitable specials education across school sites with split teachers. A true hypothetical schedule would include the needs of each individual school site, taking into account factors such as number of classes, recess and lunch schedules, class sizes, and necessary prep and transition time for both specials teachers and multi-subject teachers. What has been presented to you thus far does not do this. Presenting theoretical sample schedules is like putting a plastic apple on the table. It looks the part, but it's not edible. Just as the proposed 3-day, 2-day split is not realistic. We need to look at what it would look like in reality. Otherwise, we'll end up with a fruit salad of misleading data, and the crucial nutritional value of equitable specials education will be
15
lost.
seconds.
We cannot split specials teachers across school sites and expect equity for teachers or students. Thank you.
Thank you. Casson Demon, Michelle Voigt, and Christy Newton.
Hi, my name's Casson Demon. I teach visual art at La Cumbre Junior High School. I don't really have a prepared speech, but this is my second year at La Cumbre Junior High School. Last year I was a long-term sub. This year I am teaching as credentialed. So, but what I would like to say is that coming into La Cumbre Junior High and seeing the students there with so much talent and so much really wanting to absorb art and really wanting to be part of that program, to hear that things might be different, or that those students would no longer have access to something, that there are students there where the arts are what they are about, and it is a large percentage of them, and they are very happy in the industrial tech and the visual arts and the music section that I run in. And I think that cutting any of that would be a disaster, and it would be very bad for so many of those students there. And there are so many students there that even if they don't feel that they're connecting with art, they still feel connected to that classroom and to that section. And I teach art club at lunch. Students are coming in that otherwise would not be dealing with art at all, and they're coming in and they're experiencing that. There's so much going on there that really should not be cut, and if it's at all possible, please cut something else. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michelle Voigt, Christy Newton, and Sarah Gatehouse.
Hi, I am Michelle Voigt. I am the proud mother of 2 San Marcos students, and I vote. You're here today, I'm sure by now, recognizing the immeasurable value of arts education in our schools. Performing and visual arts programs are not a luxury. They are essential, life-affirming opportunities that support the intellectual, emotional, and social growth of our students. These programs foster teamwork, leadership, critical thinking, creativity, self-confidence, confidence, and empathy, traits that are as critical for future success as math and literacy skills. Cutting arts programs denies many children, particularly those without access to extracurricular activities outside of school, the chance to thrive in an inclusive, engaging environment that keeps them motivated and curious. Budget challenges must not be resolved by targeting essential, life-changing educational services. They start at the top, not at the core of our children's education. Before slashing transformative programs, look to administrative salaries and other non-essential overhead. Our district's priority must remain on preserving classroom experiences that shape our students into well-rounded, prepared, and inspired young adults. We must uphold our district's commitment to equity by ensuring that every child, regardless of their background or zip code, can benefit from a comprehensive, creative learning experience. If you choose to approve this resolution, I promise you, this community, we will remember. We will mobilize, we will organize, and we will take action at the polls to ensure that any board member who does not stand up for our students' right to a comprehensive education will face voter backlash. I thank you for your attention. Have a good evening.
Christy Newton, Sarah Gatehouse, and Kat Ross.
Hello, I'm Christy Newton, and I really, really appreciate all of you who are up there. I want to let you know that I am a Santa Barbara native, third generation. I am a proud product of this school district. I found my passion at Santa Barbara Junior High in the performing arts programs. I am a parent to 2 San Marcos High School students whose lives have been impacted in ways that I can't even express in words without crying by the arts at their schools. Literally saved their lives. You don't need a sign. You need the arts. And I know that there are people on this dais who care. Many of you wrote to me. Thank you, Ms. Caffrey. Thank you, Dr. Beal, for showing that you're not predisposed, already made your mind up. This is a tough job you guys have, and you're in a tough position. You have necessary budget cuts. I get it. I've been a school board member. I was elected for the Hope School District. I served for 4 years. I get the position you're in. You have to make cuts. This is not the answer. What you are proposing, what your staff is proposing, will devastate our schools. It is not the answer. There are different answers. We know there are different answers. And we ask with respect, which is why we're here, which is why these students are here, which is why we're all here, that you go back to the drawing board, you ask your staff, as hard as it is, to come up with a different solution. You can do this. I have faith in you, and we will stay until you vote, and we ask you to vote no. Thank you.
Sarah Gatehouse, Kat Ross, and Leela Riverwall.
Good evening. Thank you for still being here at this late hour. I'm Sarah Gatehouse. I am the music teacher at Washington Elementary, and I have to say I truly love my job. I love my school. I adore my students. It's the best job in the world, and I'm really sad to say unfortunately, if you vote on this, we'll be receiving a RIF notice, even though I have been an educator for 12 years. I have 2 degrees and multiple certifications. I am just new to this district, and I hope to stay here. So let me get to my speech. These cuts are more than just balancing out numbers on a page. They're abolishing an entire school music program, a community for students to find acceptance and growth. Earlier in the meeting and continually, we've been speaking of creating a culture of care to help our students deal with mental health struggles. The arts create that culture. They're a safe space, a safe adult with continuity throughout their, 7 years of schooling. I could have them under my supervision and in my class. They create a difference in their well-being. These cuts will exacerbate inequity in access to music education, especially for students in underserved communities. The proposed reductions to programs will strip away an invaluable outlet for expression, creativity, personal development for students who need it the most. Music education is a critical part of our well-rounded curriculum, and students, regardless of their background and economic situation, deserve equal access to the arts. Another, I think, important part to be brought up in all of this is, even though it's being proposed that secondary programs are cut due to seniority, it's going to be a lot of elementary music teachers that receive these notices, and it's a very, very different job teaching elementary music versus secondary music. A lot of these secondary teachers don't want to teach elementary music. They don't have the same experience, and they're probably going to leave. And like people have said, it's very hard to fill these positions. We're specialized educators, and this is a small community, and honestly, I can't afford to stay if I lose my job. And if I get a RIF, I will likely leave. Other teachers will likely leave, and it's very hard to fill these positions. So please, we want to stay. We love this community. We love our students. We want to be there for them. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Kat Ross, Layla Riverol, and Christina Manili.
Valuing educators during an economic crisis looks like only giving RIF notices to the number of staff you need to cut. The district is asking for permission to give out 43 RIFs for 18 positions they need to cut. This is not about bumping, as it shows in the chart you received in your memo. For the high school space, this is just about bad planning. The district did not do the backwards planning necessary to decide upfront who they want on staff next year to meet the March 15th deadline. They knew the deadline in advance. It's not new. They complained about it last year. They complained about it the year before. Just because they don't like the rules doesn't mean they should not plan to meet the deadlines with fidelity. Valuing educators would look like figuring out staffing needs and handing out 18 RIFs in the high school space, not an additional 25 for flexibility because administrators don't want to make choices yet. Educators are asked to plan backwards all of their lessons to make sure that we fit everything in the time allotted. Administrators should do the same. If the district knew, like they said last year, that cuts would need to be made this year, why wasn't there a retirement incentive to encourage more retirements? Valuing educators looks like doing your best to make the downsizing process as humane as possible. Excess RIFs, no retirement incentive, bad planning are all signals to our staff. Do you value me enough to do the administrative work prior to March 15th so you can hand out the smallest number of RIFs? Do you value me enough to offer a retirement incentive so that my job can be saved? Or do you value administrative flexibility more? If you're going to pass this action, ask for a revision. It will not cost any cost savings. It will improve the lives of 25 teachers. Decide the staff you want for next year. Give out only the RIFs you need to those people. No extra RIFs for administrative flexibility.
Time is up.
And then before next year comes around, direct the district to do this planning again. Offer a retirement incentive in the fall, and make site staffing decisions by March
Your
1st
time is
so that
up.
you meet the deadline.
Thank you. Layla, I'm sorry, I can't read your last name on it. What?
Riverol.
Riverol, okay, followed by Christina Manili and Ava Lundgaard.
Hello, my name is Layla Riverol, and I was born and raised in Santa Barbara and went to public school here from K to 12. And now I'm standing here as an art teacher at Santa Barbara High School. I've been teaching at Santa Barbara for 3 years. I decided to get up here and speak in front of the board because I'm frustrated about my job being on the chopping block. The district is worried about saving money, and they are jeopardizing the careers of teachers who work directly with students instead of reducing costs within the district. It doesn't save you money to cut art teachers if that means you lose Prop 28 money. Not only are you losing this money, but you're dismissing all the work that art teachers have been putting in to make sure Prop 28 funds are being used. I personally have spent so many hours outside of work ordering supplies and strategically ordering supplies that would benefit my future classroom. For example, I have ordered tens of thousands of dollars worth of painting supplies that will potentially not even be used next year. I also want to talk about the future of teaching as a young person. It's no surprise that less and less young people are choosing to become teachers and pursue this career. The district is not helping us want to continue this career path when every year there seems to be huge cuts being made to funding and teaching jobs are being jeopardized. The current job cuts are based on seniority, which is fair, but when you're firing people who are just starting their career, we feel like there's no stability in a job that's already so underappreciated. I can tell you right now, there is no young person who's teaching because of the pay. We teach because we're passionate about it. I pose the question to you, how do you plan on keeping young teachers in this career? Other districts that value their employees
20
foresee cuts
seconds.
that are going to be made and offer early retirement incentives like golden handshakes. But this no longer exists within our district, and it feels like you are okay with settling for a revolving door of new teachers. So on my behalf and many other teachers who are being let go, please reconsider your vote.
Thank you. Christina Manilai, Ava Lundgaard, and Thomas Hickenson.
So following that previous speaker, I just had a little deja vu moment because I specifically remember my first year teaching, speaking to this board of how continuing to cut educators and salaries would make it a revolving door for young teachers. And nothing has changed, so that's really disappointing. I honestly didn't even think I was going to make it to this point in life because I'm exhausted and my leg is in pain. But I will be the same old perky Mixman Eli tomorrow morning. You will see it, Board Member Caffrey. If you come into my classroom, it's room 24 at Roosevelt. I will be up and on math. But what I really want to point out right now is a fifth grade perspective on this week and last week after their teacher has just returned from being gone for 6 weeks, and it is report card season. So imagine that you are in fifth grade, you are 10 years old, your teacher has just returned and realized the substitute did not do a fantastic job implementing a curriculum because they don't know it. So then teacher does everything they can, and then on Monday, they learn, oh, you have to take, not the teacher's job, but they were instructed to take 3 practice CASP state tests. And then, oh, you also need to make up your STAR math test. Oh, and guess what? If you are an EML student, you're also taking the LPAC next week. Imagine the poor, stressed 10-year-olds. I know I have to do the emotion management support to just encourage them to see growth, to be proud of their growth, even if their reading level says they grew only from 3rd grade first month to 3rd grade 3rd month. We are proud of them, even if they are not at grade level in 5th grade. But that is all they are concerned about. So if we decide to RIF these TOSAs, these MTSS specialists who are curated to supporting every child, the students that are getting ready for the world, there's no way that they can be motivated to do better if you do not make the change. You are the Shark Tank. You are the investors. Make the change.
Your time has elapsed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ava Lundgaard, Thomas Hickenson, it looks like, or H. Canson, and Stephen Hughes. Ava Lundgaard? Okay. Thomas?
Good evening. I apologize. It is Thomas Hokinson. Almost everyone gets it
sorry.
correct. No worries. Before I speak tonight, I want to please reiterate to the board to keep an open mind for the comments that have come before me and after me. What my role in the district is I teach with our Bravo music programs, which serves our 4th, 5th, and 6th graders at several different sites in the district. I teach about 50 kids. I speak on behalf of them tonight because they cannot be here. Okay. I'm also affiliated with our SING program that my lovely colleague Erin teaches at. I am here on behalf of those kids that make it tonight. I'm also seeking my credential in music as well as my master's in education, and on behalf of my future students and those souls that have yet to be born. I do not need to talk about how music and arts have a direct impact on our test scores, okay? We had a whole discussion earlier about trying to get students up to grade level, okay? We do not need to see the mountain of evidence that shows that music and arts improves these scores and helps prepare students for the future. I do not need to talk about the students' relationships to music and how it's changed their lives, because we saw nearly 36 students walk through those doors and say what it means to them and how it matters. But what I will speak and reassure my strong commitment is for those people that cannot be here tonight, okay? 76 comments. I've just had word that petition that we've had going around has just crossed 1,100 signatures. Do you know how long we would be here if all 1,100 of those people would speak? In fact, I calculated it because I'm bored. We would be here until 12 p.m. on Thursday. Okay? And guess what? Those people vote. I vote as well. And please remember that everybody here will not forget this decision if you decide to cut these positions and take that stuff away from our students. And I yield the rest of my time to the board. Thank you.
Stephen Hughes, Eric Wise, and Sally Gilmore.
Good evening. Hi. I don't fully trust what the district is saying about this year's RIFs. I'm not saying this as someone who wears a tinfoil hat, but as someone who has observed the district's behavior for the past year. Allow me to illustrate why with a few commonly known examples. Last winter, the district applied for a waiver from the state to allow them to pay teachers less than the legally required 55% of the budget. They submitted that it paid us 51%, but the county ed office adjusted to the correct amount, 53%, which is still illegal, by the way. Good thing the district had the county check their homework. Soon thereafter, a dozen teachers were given RIF notices. The reason, according to the district, was that COVID-era funds were expiring. If you're tracking, that means that tonight will be the second year in a row that COVID-era funds are set to expire. Finally, at the end of last year's salary negotiations, union reps, district reps, and a neutral arbiter from the state looked at the district finances and then shook hands in this very room for raises at 10% and 5%. If the district wasn't going to be able to meet those funding increases, why did they shake hands? Anyway, I urge you to ask the district to do what many of the teachers you're probably going to RIF tonight would tell any of their students, and show their work. Finally, I want to say a quick thank you to all the students who came out. I want to say a quick thank you to all the teachers, including a few who are on this RIF notice, for coming up and speaking, in spite of the fact that they know their number on the district seniority list and they are likely about to get fired. And I want to say a special thank you to the person.
20 seconds.
I want to say a special thank you to the person who came out here in spite of the fact that she is number 1 on the district seniority list, Karen Dutton, who sat here for 5 hours because she cares about these music programs and not because she is in any way in danger of getting cut by them. And I know I'm over time. Finally, I just want to say that we have a list that's being passed around tonight in support of the arts, and we do plan to hold protests if these cuts go through. And one thing you've been able to tell, and I know some of you are former band directors, you know, music people are a little crazy. And we have been here for 5 hours, and if these programs get torn apart for this, we are not going to stop.
Your time is up.
And we're not going to let you forget about it. Thank you.
Is there Patrice Warwick here? All right. Eric Wise. Is that Patrice? Come on up. Eric will follow. Eric Wise, Sally Gilmore, and Becca Leacha.
Good evening, and thank you all for being here. My name is Patrice Warwick, and my position is about outcomes and achievements. I am the MTSS TOSA from Cleveland Elementary. I wrote a poem this evening. What will be missing? The halls will still hum with morning routines, but the hands that connected the dots, lifted the struggling, and aligned the teams will be missing. Meetings will still be held, but voices will echo with unanswered questions, data left scattered, untethered. The follow-through will be missing. Extended day classrooms practically empty, no bridge between need and opportunity. Progress tracked will lose continuity. The safety net that caught the unseen will be missing. Technology will freeze, accounts blocked, Renaissance freckle, Lexia English dormant. Headsets pile up, no tech triage. The liaison to ETS will be missing. State testing mishaps, accommodations lost. Brick by brick, a quiet wall rises. Potential and possibility will be missing. With the removal of our MTSS TOSAs from this fragile framework, a mindset, not a system, cracks will widen into gaps until equity is nothing more than a promise unmet. The synergy of our work, our masterpiece of effort, innovation, and care will unravel. If this cord is cut, we won't just lose progress, we will be set back further than before, and our tenacity will be missing. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Wise, Sally Gilmore, and Becca Leacha.
Hi, my name is Eric Wise. I have a child who is in a sophomore at San Marcos. You know, there are other ways to work this budget. This seems like you're cutting low-hanging fruit, expecting people to roll over and accept this, and I think that's unacceptable. Santa Barbara has the Music Academy of the West. They have Kama. They have the Santa Barbara Symphony. They have the Choir of Voices. They have Camerata Pacifica. This is a slap in the face to a community that loves the arts, loves music, and it's unconscionable. Now, my child is in Madrigals and has learned that this is a safe harbor, a safe place. It's a community. My child has become more cooperative, has showed greater leadership because of Miss Pantages. Solely an outstanding teacher, probably on the chopping block for this. The results of your actions are significant. And one of the things that I will tell you, and as a promise, that if you cut this program and we lose Miss Pantages, we are out. As parents, as a family, we've discussed it. We will no longer be with Santa Barbara Unified School District. We will leave. We have other options. And so your consequences are significant, and I'm really pissed off.
We have Sally Gilmore, Becca Leacha, and there's a group that starts with Maddie Bordowski. Sally Gilmore? No? Becca?
Good evening, and thank you for staying and listening to everybody tonight. Good evening. My name is Becca Leacha. I'm a taxpayer of Santa Barbara County. I'm a parent. I'm a registered nurse. I'm an artist. And I'm a volunteer for the San Marcos High School Band Boosters. My daughter Miriam is a 16-year-old sophomore at San Marcos, and our son, who graduated last June, is now studying illustration and animation at Cal State Long Beach. Both of my children have benefited immensely from music and art education at every grade level. Miriam began playing trombone in 4th grade. Then at La Colina, she was fortunate to be taught by Mr. Stephen Hughes, who we just heard from. He inspired a love of music within her, and she started playing other instruments. Now in 10th grade, she has the privilege of learning from San Marcos High School's phenomenal music teacher, Mr. Michael Kioy. She participates in the marching band, the jazz band, the district honor band, and the pit orchestra for the spring musical. Music is her life. Music and art education in our schools is so critical. As a nurse, I can tell you learning to play music is like a workout for your brain, offering numerous cognitive, emotional, and physical benefits. Musical training enhances memory, attention, and problem-solving skills. Cognitive benefits include improved cognition function, better coordination and motor skills, enhanced neuroplasticity. Therapeutic benefits include enhanced emotional regulation and emotional well-being. Please vote no on the proposed RIF cuts to music and art positions in our district. There is not one school where an art teacher or music teacher could be spared. I can truly tell you that my kids would not be who they are today without access to art and music throughout all their years of schooling. Music has given my 16-year-old a sense of community, purpose, and hope for the future. Each teacher along the way has made an impact building on one another. Furthermore, in a town that prides itself on arts and culture and has numerous serious music and theater venues, museums, galleries, and galleries, our children's art and music education should mirror that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maddie Bardowski, Carla Hernandez, Aaron Cavazos, and Ashley Cornelius.
Good evening, Board. My name is Madeline Bordofsky. I teach at Harding University Partnership School. You've been hearing from educators and community members for the last several weeks regarding proposed staffing cuts. We would like to summarize what the vote you make tonight means. We heard some of you say that this decision is hard. While we have heard some of you ask the Cabinet for more information before making your decision, we have also heard some of you say that asking tough questions about this decision is not part of your job. And we have heard some of you say that it is not worth your time to obtain more information about the budget as a whole before making these decisions. Tonight, your vote and your actions will tell us what you actually believe. Making a yes vote today tells us that you believe there is no other way to be financially healthy other than by removing 46 educators from their positions. You believe every other expense is more valuable than our teachers. You believe there is not enough in the reserves to cover emergency expenses. You believe that the district office has provided evidence that the 25-26 budget will be different and they really do need to cut teachers this time to stay out of bankruptcy. And finally, you believe that the budget the district office submitted to the county accurately reflects your values as an elected board member, even though the district office has not provided the complete budget for you to review.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Carla Hernandez, and I'll be continuing with the previous speaker's theme. If you vote no tonight, your action tells us that you believe that all staff who work with students should have priority in the budget. If you vote no, you tell us that you want the district office to make a budget that makes cuts for stuff first before people. If you vote no, it means that there's enough in the 3 reserve accounts to cover emergencies. If you vote no, you tell us that you trust the historical data that shows the district consistently spending a smaller percent on classrooms year after year, and that is, it's time to stop that trend. If you vote no tonight, you tell us that you value your employees. If you vote no tonight, you tell us that you're ready to change the relationship between the educators and the board, and that you want to work together to improve our schools. If you vote no today, you tell us that you value the arts and that you value the relationships that all staff build with their students. When you vote no today, you tell us that what you believe and what we have heard in our professional development sessions, that it is the educators that are most impactful in the student achievement. If you vote no tonight, you also tell us that you've heard the public and have not made up your mind prematurely. When you vote no today, you also tell us that even though it might be, you are willing to be inconvenienced when making decisions regarding people's livelihoods. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Erin Cavazos, and I will be continuing the previous comments by adding that we now want to turn our attention to the future and how your vote will influence our future here. In September of this year, we will hear a report on the unaudited actuals for the 2024-25 budget, We will find out in the fall if we really needed to get rid of the counseling positions you voted to RIF last year, or if we put more money into the reserves. Then, in September of 2026, we will find out the actual spending for the 25-26 school year. In 2026, we will be opening up the entire contract for negotiations, and 2 of the board positions will be up for re-election. Knowing that our budget is a cyclical process, it's late, and that we won't know the actual results of your actions for another 1.5 years, it's important to know that ideally all 5 of you will be sitting at those chairs in your current positions when the results of your vote are then presented. Most of us who have spoken tonight will be here in a 1.5 years and will hold you accountable for your actions. When the actual spending is presented, we will be looking closely at the reserves to determine our financial health. As it is critical that you maintain a financially sound district, we want to remind you that the state recommendations are a 10% maximum and that our district currently has 3 different reserve accounts: unrestricted, restricted, and Special Fund 17. That sounds fun. And while there are limits on the restricted and the building fund, that's Special Fund 17, they are there to be spent in an emergency and on specific items. Our reserves are not as razor thin as the district office has been presenting. Thank you for listening tonight.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, board. My name is Ashley Cornelius. I'm the bargaining chair for the Santa Barbara Teachers Association. In September of 26, when the unaudited budget is presented, there are 2 things that could happen to the reserve accounts. If any or all of the scary budget things happen, our reserves could drop to or below 10%. If that happens, educators will work with you on budget issues. Our union exec board takes that promise very seriously. We've been asked for our feedback on budget priorities this year, and because there is no evidence that we need to make cuts to staff, we've refused to participate. But if we do get to or below 10%, we will change how we work with you and the district office. We would feel comfortable doing so because we'd have evidence that showed there is a serious need, and our bargaining would reflect the need to maintain 10% reserve. However, if we maintain our robust reserves above the 10% state recommended max level, then we are going to have 2 more years of data to prove that the district cabinet is incapable of creating a budget that prioritizes students and the classroom. And our bargaining will reflect the need to aggressively reprioritize the budget to focus on the classroom. Your actions tonight will demonstrate the type of relationship you want to build with the educators in Santa Barbara. Do you believe that the district should continue doing the budget as they have for the last 5 years, building up reserves at the cost of our classroom education? Then vote yes. Or is it time to start looking for a better way? Look at the evidence that we have been providing regarding the effect of COVID money and classroom size on the percent being spent on our classrooms and educators, and vote no to start something new. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Cabrera, Joel Block, and Sahar Khan. Nancy Cabrera? No. Joel Block? Is Joel still here? Joel, you're up.
You have now heard more concerns with the RIFs than I'm sure you want to hear. A lot has been said about why we need certificated and classified personnel that you plan to RIF, but I'm going to focus on something else. The rationale that was given for why we need the RIFs. 1, too many unnecessary classes being offered at the secondary level. Too few students enrolled in particular electives. Duplication of services, services being provided that can be spread out to other staff and teachers, and, of course, the budget. I and others have consistently shared with you concerns about the district approach to the budget, so I'm leaving that alone. Too many classes being offered. The way this comes across in the report given is that because students must now take 4 classes each quarter, they automatically take many more classes in 4 years than needed to graduate. What is only implied is that it is the fault of the 4x4 class schedule now used in all high schools. If the problem is really the 4x4 schedule, then change that. Don't riff people to fit into the schedule. Low elective enrollment is a consequence of open enrollment, which is created by the school district and the board. Change that. Duplication of services is a problem that happens more at the district level, the highest level, than among certificated staff, yet there is virtually no reduction of high-level district staff. That is so inequitable and completely unfair and is truly arbitrary. Teachers already believe that the district is more interested in preserving their own jobs rather than having the best interests of the students and teachers in mind. Proving these risks will only exacerbate that belief and lead to a future significant conflict. Please do not accept these risks. And I must add that one of the things that happened tonight is why teachers are so angry and resentful, pushing us back on the agenda by telling us that other people have to go. And that it really shows your disdain for our needs. We get up early in the morning and go to work too. That is why we have a hard time believing and trusting and working with you. Thank you.
Sahar Khan. Sahar, followed by Jonathan Dulces, it looks like, and Anicia Caracas.
Alrighty, hi, I'm Sahar Khan. I'm an engineer, a graduate of Columbia University, and a student in the music department at SPCC now. Here's a fun fact. Students enrolled in music programs across the country score on average 100 points higher on the SAT. The budget is really worked around the needs of students and revised based on shifting needs reflected in the data provided by extensive studies that aim to improve primary and secondary education. And the results are in. By cutting music and arts programs, students face academic, psychological, social, and disciplinary decline. Research shows cognitive development is strengthened by music arts programs, which foster a supportive community. When little Timmy comes home with a D in algebra, his parents will ask, "What happened?" and neurotically set up a series of unproductive parent-teacher conferences in a desperate attempt to figure out why. What is wrong with Timmy? Well, it may just be that he's not that good at math, and that's okay. Well, what do we do with the Timmys, right, in the education system? Remedial programs that duct tape, foundational problems to improve scholastic statistics? Sure, and we can also maybe recognize that education is meant to be comprehensive, and the complex neural networks in our brains emerge in large part due to early exposure in music and art. These programs in part also function to improve the areas of, these programs in part function to prevent the collapse of other areas in students' lives. With these programs in place, Timmy comes home with a B- in algebra, passion for trombone, and does not suffer from chronic stress and shame. The music faculty help these students explore careers in music and art, and the school district can even claim that it has succeeded in cultivating an academically diverse student body. Therefore, we should be adding more music and arts programs, not removing them. By continuing the funding of music and art programs, the school district is, 1, meeting the needs of students, and 2, cutting future inevitable costs associated with repairing a school system absent of a holistic education. Thank you.
Jonathan, I'm not sure of your last name.
Thank you so much. Excuse me. Thank you so much. My name is Jonathan Dukes.
And I'm sorry.
No problem. I am a third-generation Santa Barbaran, and am pleased to have 3 children that are currently involved in music programs throughout both the Hope District as well as Santa Barbara Unified. I have a third grader at Monte Vista, a seventh grader at La Colina, currently studying under Mr. Hughes, as well as a junior at San Marcos studying under Mr. Keoy. I come on behalf of them and also to advocate for the importance of the music programs. As has been mentioned many times, Prop 28 funding could be at jeopardy by the loss of these positions. But most importantly, I think from all the student advocacy you heard tonight, one of the interesting things that I noticed about many of them is they talked about having started their instrument not in high school, often not in junior high, but in the elementary level. And it's not, and by cutting these arts programs, the ability to create essentially a farm team that brings up and creates great musicians within the high school space, that becomes lost. It's interesting to watch the change that's been achieved in the high school music programs since the devastating pandemic that decimated the music programs, as well as from the loss of both participation as well as the level of education that happened as the kids could not come together in person. And seeing the change now that we see at the junior high and the elementary level, especially it was manifested at the DP Jazz Festival just this last weekend, shows that the arts program that starts in the elementary program is incredibly essential to creating the musicians that will allow our high school students to achieve and to grow and allow them to, when they get to college, to continue to grow, to go and go on to become professional musicians. And so I again ask to please save these cuts, try to find it in other areas, and please save the music program, because this as an arts community is dependent upon our youth moving forward and becoming musicians. It's amazing to see the number of professional musicians that have come out of this program, and not just musicians, but leaders in the community, leaders in medicine, leaders in science that have come because they learned elementary level education of music. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next we have Anicia Caracas, Ryan Llewellyn, and Jack Hans. Anicia? No? Ryan Llewellyn? Jack Hans?
Good evening, all. I'm sure you're very tired of sitting in those comfy chairs. It's been a long, long night. I've unfortunately been here since 4 because I hopped an early bus. So I've been here a while. And so I get you've heard a lot of us. I'm sure your brains are dead because really your brain can only focus on one thing for so long. And so when you're in high school, when you're in junior high, or when you're in elementary school, you can only focus on one thing for so long. And so getting a nice break to do something interesting, something you enjoy, something, for example, like the arts, music, acting, or painting, drawing, anything of the sorts. What do you find most often on tests? Doodles, kids who are bored. The arts offer an outlet. It offers something for us to do outside of onslaughts of AP classes, just preparing for college, or honestly, for a lot of kids, tough home lives. The arts allow them an outlet to have some sort of community, some sort of safety net to retire to relax in. I've been lucky enough, I was born in 2005, so I am the direct result of the COVID year. I hit high school during that offline year. I was part of that rebuilding effort, as I was lucky enough to go to San Marcos, an amazing music program, but me and my class worked our asses off to get it to where it is now. And frankly, if you're cutting funding and positions from elementary schools, where I started back in 5th grade on trombone, I wouldn't have been there. A lot of my friends wouldn't have been there. I wouldn't have made those friends if not for those programs. So I urge you. I had the pleasure of watching the hour-long video of going through the fiscal report from October 22nd of last year. You all voiced your concerns, wanting to keep them. Was it just lip service? Because clearly, if you're voting yes for this, it was. So why even bother saying it? Thank you.
Thank you. Tanya Mark, Devin Espejo, and Regina Sabins. Okay, is there a Tanya Marks coming? Tanya? Okay, and then Devin, and then Regina? Okay.
All right, before I start, happy Women's History Month. Woo! Women in STEM, supporting arts, let's go. All right, wow. Thank you so much to everyone who spoke tonight, especially the students. I'm going to talk about the RIFs for a bit. Unemployment and uncertainty of employment has been shown to produce high degrees of anxiety and depression, not just for the person facing potential job loss, but for their children and spouses as well. When you RIF nearly double the number of employees you are laying off, and you do this for your own convenience, you are needlessly causing great anxiety for teachers and their families. A RIF means figuring out whether you can pay your rent, or whether you need to move your family out of Santa Barbara, whether your kids will need to leave their friends and schools, or whether you will need to sell your car or home. These cuts are not just cuts to teachers, they are crises for families in a city already nearly impossible to afford to live in. I urge you to vote no on these cuts, or at the very least, refrain from giving excess RIFs. And although I'm super bummed that we've had to be here so long tonight, let alone have to fight to save the arts in the first place, one good thing that I saw come out of tonight is the community building of the students of the different schools as they sat outside having snacks and pizza over the hours that we've been here. I'd also just like to say that when y'all put other people before the teachers because they needed to go home was when I went and I put in my sub-plans for tomorrow because I'm sick.
Devin, Regina Sabins, and then Gaia Hubbard.
Hi, my name is Devin Espejo, and I'm here tonight to express my concerns regarding the proposed changes to the high school graduation requirements, specifically the potential reduction of the arts and electives. As an art teacher who has had 18 years of experience, I see the vital role that art and other electives play in student engagement, as well as the overall high school experience. I'm worried that these changes could have detrimental effects on both our students and the quality of education we provide. As a teacher at San Marcos, I currently teach art to all grades, but 46% of these students are juniors and seniors. I'm concerned that if these units are no longer a requirement for graduation, we may see a significant drop in enrollment for these courses, which would likely result in more cuts to our department. This would in turn reduce the opportunities for students who need the art credits to graduate, as well as those who are passionate about the subject and are taking the classes for enrichment. Many of these students see the arts as the reason they come to school. You've heard a lot of those voices tonight as well. Limiting their access to such courses could lead to further disengagement. Additionally, I've observed that current students who have fourth period dismissal tend to linger around campus, often disrupting classes or distracting others. Moreover, many of the students with first period dismissal have difficulty waking up on time and as a result often arrive late to their second period classes. This trend of disengagement is already an issue amongst this post-COVID generation, and I fear that further reducing the requirements could exacerbate this problem. Our students need to develop a strong work ethic as they transition into higher education or the workforce, and cutting graduation requirements does not foster that sense of responsibility. On a personal note, my daughter, who's a junior at San Marcos, had first period dismissal last semester. She promised me that she would use the time productively and do homework, but I found she struggled with keeping that commitment and frequently arrived late to second period. This experience has only further convinced me that reducing the number of required classes will likely contribute to apathy rather than fostering the motivation and accountability our students need.
Time.
I hope you will carefully consider the long-term impact of these changes on our students' academic engagement and overall educational experience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Regina? Yes, okay. After that, Gaia Hubbard and Nate Bachhuber.
Hi, my name is Regina Sabins, and I am the only specialist teacher that is teaching at 2 sites currently. I don't know if you knew that already, but I was hired this year and was put at 2 sites, and I know that that was brought up to be a topic of, okay, we're going to share sites, we're going to do 2 schools, but I will tell you that it has been an issue. I don't feel that it has been fair for my students. I don't feel that it's been fair for either of the staffs. I'm working two staffs of two small schools, two different curriculums that I'm trying to plan for. I'm seeing two different cultures and trying to build rapport with both of them, which doesn't put anyone, where they should be, at the quality of education that they should be getting from an art teacher. I am not able to fully service all 500 students in 1 week because of the differences in lunch schedules and recesses and traveling between the two schools, and finding the prep to actually collaborate with the teachers like I want to is not able to happen. And I want you guys to really think about the quality of education that gives those students, because I am struggling with that. I want to be able to give them more, and I physically cannot be there all the time with them. I see those students and they ask me when I'm going to have their art class, when they're going to have an art class again, and I have to say, not this year, because I see a third of the class, a third of the school, for a third of the year, and I have to rotate through. Is that what we want to give our students? That kind of what it might look like rolling out the reality of it, if we really try to think about the logistics of those things. I love those two schools, and I see the need in both of those schools. I know one of my schools hasn't had art in 5 years. They don't even know what sculpture is, the word sculpture. Seeing that need makes me want to be there more, but how much can I give myself in two different places? So I ask that you think about those things, what that looks like for the equity of the teacher, too, and the development of both of these
Thank you.
schools.
Time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kaya Hubbard, Nate Bachhuber, and Eric Heidner.
Good evening, board. My name is Gaia Hubbard. I'm a parent of students at La Colina and San Marcos High, and I'm also a music specialist in elementary school. I can't stop emphasizing how music is not just any other subject. It comes with passion and desire. It speaks to the heart. Music has the power to touch and change lives. It definitely changed mine. Through music, I met my husband, Nir Cabaretti. Because of music, we moved to the US to work with the Santa Barbara Symphony. And with music, I got a job as music specialist at Hope School. Let me share a story. One of my students took the habit of hiding underneath a table at the end of class to make sure nobody else would stay and he would remain alone with me to share his dream of playing electric guitar, which he didn't have yet. I was thrilled and encouraged him to share his dream with his parents, but at the same time I was very concerned to put financial stress on his family, with the cost of private lessons being around $100 per hour or more. My main goal as music teacher at Hope is to get the kids excited and ready to audition for the amazing instrumental and vocal programs at La Colina, which I got to experience when my son Adam was in jazz band, advanced band, and voicemail. Junior high is supposed to be a nightmare. Because of music, junior high has been the best time in my son's life, thanks to a real gem like Mr. Hughes, a dedicated and talented teacher that we really need to treasure. These programs are the only chance to low-income students to have access to music education. This should be prioritized over providing free meals to middle class and wealthy students. I would also like to point out that these are pandemic kids, traumatized by COVID and still facing social anxieties. In music, they get to interact in band, orchestra, and choir and build long-lasting friendships in a solid cohort.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nate. Okay, followed by Eric Heidner and Lucian Dempsey.
Good evening. I'm Nate Bachhuber. I'm the Chief Artistic Officer for the Music Academy of the West, and it is my privilege to serve in that role and my honor to serve in that role. I'm new to this community. I've been here a year, and I came here because of the reputation of this community and its love of the arts, to be a part of that and to contribute to it. And I am deeply concerned about these proposed reductions. I'm also someone who understands the power of public schools. My mother is a retired public school teacher. I am the product of public school education. I've worked at Carnegie Hall. I've worked at the LA Phil, the Hollywood Bowl. I'm here to contribute to this community, but we need our public schools to do their part. Music education is not an extra. It's not an enrichment. It's specialized, that's for sure. But it is a core component of a well-rounded education. While we are maybe not an LCFF district, I want to assure you that that does not mean we are immune to the legal and financial penalties that come with being out of compliance. And if this board is positive that these cuts will not leave us in compliance, which I am not from anything that I've heard today, or these, then think about what these cuts will do to increase the divestment in our schools, which we've heard many times. I'll leave you with that. But this is the accountability that's on your shoulders. Take it seriously.
Thank you. Eric Heider, followed by Lucien Dempsey and Nicole Barr.
Thank you. You may remember me as the polite nuisance last May that was here to talk to you about the importance of bringing back the junior high 7-period day. I'm here to be the polite nuisance again to help save these arts programs. If you don't remember me, I'm the band director at Santa Barbara City College, professor of music. Before then, I was the band director at Santa Barbara High School, and I'm a product of your district. In fact, my junior high years were not a nightmare because my junior high band director's sitting right there, Carolyn Taroka Brady. She made me feel welcome and included. And when I got to high school at Dos Pueblos, Ike Jenkins said, "I'm not here to teach you just about music, I'm here to teach you about life." And that's what these music teachers are doing. And if you don't understand why you have opened this third rail, this hornet's nest here, of all these people waiting here, I haven't had dinner yet. I'd like to eat dinner. I think you would too, maybe, right? We're here because that's how passionate we are about this. You've heard already, I sent you the letter here, right, about, you're going to lose more money from Prop 28 than saving by cutting these positions right there. You've heard all these great arguments tonight. I'm not going to read this to you. I want to thank the board members, by the way, who did reply to me. I really appreciate that. But I want to point just a couple of things out also. Celeste, she's my neighbor, by the way, and her husband plays euphonium. And if you don't know, that's this one right here on the tie. Right? I'm a euphonium player too, right? And the intangibles, what you don't get on the test from all this kind of stuff, is so important. You started off this meeting tonight talking about, suicide prevention. That is absolutely critical and important. I will tell you this. Put them up in the band rooms and the choir rooms, those signs, because that's a safe space for a lot of us in the arts. I came to school because I had music. And so many of these other students do that, and that's why they do better. It doesn't matter their socioeconomic, it doesn't matter their ethnicity, it doesn't matter their gender, it doesn't matter their religion, it doesn't matter their politics. We are there together.
Time's up.
To make this difference. And last thing, we are also the most public face of what you have in this district. Every parade, every concert, every play, every musical, every thing we do, we will remember what you decide tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lucien Dempsey. Nicole Barr. Okay, we'll follow with Heather Walker and Joni Kelly.
Okay, hi. It's almost tomorrow. I'm really excited. And I'm here tonight to ask that we protect and even expand opportunities at Monroe, not cut them. My name's Nicole Barr, in case you didn't catch that, and I am speaking strictly as a parent of 2 children at Monroe Elementary. I'm also a teacher, but mostly a parent. And I'm not trying to save the specials just for my kiddos, but for everybody else's kiddos at Monroe too. I think the idea of sharing a teacher with 2 sites, as we heard, is not conducive to a healthy relationship between students and teachers. There's so many reasons that we've heard all through the evening, and most of them have to do with the mental health of the kids involved. And I think it will wreck my children, to be honest. The other thing that I think will wreck my children is if you cut the MTSSs at the elementary level. I really genuinely think specifically the elementary school MTSSs, and I know this is hurtful for me to choose and pick and choose, but if you've met Miss Galbraith, she's worth it. That woman is a force to be reckoned with. She knows my child. She knows my child's best friends. She knows my child's reading levels. She knows what my kids need work on and what they don't. She is incredible. And I understand that there is a need to cut some people or a need to cut some things, but I ask and beg you to focus on the things and not the people. Lastly, I think you came up with a good idea in one of your memos to cut the things like the bus routes for 18 kids that are $130,000. Things like that. I think those were really good ideas that the district came up with. So I'm done. Yay. I'm going to try to go to sleep now. Bye.
Heather Walker, followed by Joni Kelly and York Shingle.
Hello, almost good morning. Thank you for listening. My name is Heather Walker, and I teach elementary art at Roosevelt Elementary School. The elementary specials position is a very unique and essential position at our schools. We have heard a lot tonight about the myriad benefits of the arts, but I wanted to highlight something further, something that was said earlier by one of our board members. The specialist teacher teaches the same students every year for 8 straight years, forming a powerful relationship and potentially an 8-year-long trusted adult cheering them on. Our spaces are available as quiet, safe spaces to connect and create every single day during multiple recesses and lunch. The specialist teacher cares for each student's needs in collaboration with their classroom teacher. Every time we drop them off, we are talking about their needs. If that elementary specialist teacher is spread too thin by serving 2 school communities, it creates yet another scattered and busy adult in our students' lives. Communication with the classroom teacher is severed. 2 staff meetings, 2 sets of school community events, 2 sets of very different art resources at each site. Another reason why this position is very unique is that our prep for 1 week involves designing relevant, engaging curriculum for 8 grade levels with vertical alignment, as well as a physical prep for 8 simultaneous art projects. When my 6th graders need paper supplies for 1 printmaking project for 1 day, they need 300 pieces cut for that 1 activity. Our prep needs are large, and they need to mirror more what's happening at the secondary schools than other classroom teachers. Our prep is fast, physical, and unique. As a Santa Barbara Unified parent of a 12-year-old and a 9-year-old, I want to retain also highly qualified teachers. Our unique position is a recipe for burnout anyway, and splitting teachers between 2 campuses is a recipe for losing amazing people in our students' lives. I urge the board to keep specialist teachers at 1 site and use them. The district is already out of compliance with California Ed Code 51210 by not offering dance and theater. We should be expanding our arts access, not diluting it by rushing students in and out of rooms within a short amount of time and burning out our highly qualified teachers. The arts are part of a core curriculum. Thank you.
Joni Kelly, York Shingle, and Heath Stewart.
Hi, thank you for staying and listening to everybody. I'm here as both the San Marcos Band Booster president and a proud mom of a student musician and graduating senior. I can't emphasize enough the power and importance of having music in the arts in education, the positive impact it has on students academically, emotionally, and socially. My son, Ethan, participated in drumline with Mr. Hughes at La Colina during the COVID pandemic, and while exceedingly difficult, music was his lifeline and the only thing that kept him interested in school throughout the lockdown. Upon entering San Marcos, the Royals Band, under the direction of Michael Kioy, became the vehicle that literally brought Ethan back to life. The band became his community and provided healing and lifelong friendships. More than that, it taught him how to be responsible and organized, which carried over into his academics. The band gave him the space to discover who he is and who he wants to be. Please, I'm begging you, do not take this away from our children. In closing, I'm going to play some audio that I think is pertinent.
Time is up.
All right, I'll come right to the point. You know how acrimonious the budget meeting was at the Board of Education meeting last Tuesday. Be that as it may. Each school in the district has been asked to submit proposals on ways of reducing costs by 10% for September. This is what I've decided.
Sorry, your time is up.
The entire music program. And art and drama. Well, congratulations, Gene. You've been looking for a way to get rid of me for 30 years, and they finally gave you an excuse.
Not that part.
You know, I'm not as popular as you. I'm not anybody's favorite anything. That's because you're the enemy, Gene. You just don't know it. I care about these kids just as much as you do. And if I'm forced to choose between Mozart and reading and writing and long division, I choose long division.
Right here.
Well, I guess you can cut the arts as much as you want, Gene. Sooner or later, these kids aren't going to have anything to read or write about.
That was from Mr. Holland's opus. And the last thing I'm going to say to you is 3 words. Don't be Gene.
Thank you. York Shingle. Followed by Heath Stewart and Brianna Serrato.
Good evening. My name is York Shingle, MTSS of McKinley, and you're likely going to eliminate my position tonight. Please hold our bosses accountable to budget better instead of making cuts that hurt kids. It is so wild to me that you hosted a band tonight while you're talking about cutting the arts. It is so disconnected from the reality of what's happening in our district right now. Unfortunately, that's the kind of disrespect we've come to expect from our bosses. So when you ask for respect, I'd encourage you to go back to the Pulse survey results that show how disrespected most staff feels, and remind you that our bosses didn't do anything with that data. I'm tired of the disrespect. When I reread the memos from the board, I found out that I volunteered to work myself out of a job. I signed up to refine the SST process and help write the SST manual this year, and at the last board meeting, those were used as justifications for cutting my job. I can also bring up the millions of dollars classroom staff were underpaid a few years ago, or how some of my colleagues last year didn't receive RIF notices. We found out about those from the board documents being uploaded. I was the only one who got an explanation and apology for that, because I speak up and I'm a pain in the butt. I keep bringing up respect because these RIFs are more disrespect. This district needs to stop making the students and teachers pay the price and hold the cabinet accountable to budget better. I'm willing to bet that you're going to approve these cuts, but my dream is that at least one of you will say no, will vote no. Riffing more people than positions you're cutting shouldn't be acceptable. Making the cuts you did last year, but then putting millions in the reserve shouldn't be acceptable. I know I'm asking too much, but I've got to hope that we'll start being respected. And I want to point out that it wasn't a board member or administrator who suggested students speak first, but a music teacher.
Heath Stewart, Brianna Serrato, and Moni DeWitt.
Well, I really want to thank you guys for, it's hard to listen for this long, but I do think it's really important. And I've been listening all night. I've been reading the budget, and I have a lot of thoughts. Thank you for staying engaged. I do want to tell you, I know it's a long night, but I actually have 3 children that are going into high school. By next year I'll have 3, so maybe I'm worse off in some ways there. So as I look at these 3 kids, my oldest is in the engineering entrepreneurship program, completely on fire with that program, loves it. My middle loves the computer science programs and the math and science programs at DP, fantastic for him. My youngest, however, has really found himself in the theater arts. It's really brought him alive. Just a week ago, he was performing in SpongeBob SquarePants, and I watched this and I'm seeing the outlines of a man emerging from this boy. How powerful that is, right? So where I saw in the past a kid without a lot of friends, now I see a community. Where I saw in the past a kid with an iPad, now I see passion, dare I say joy. So these programs, we've heard so much, are so critically important. Now, that said, I do, and everyone needs to understand there are fiscal realities here. They're like closing a budget is so incredibly difficult. I've been through it too. RIFs are horrible. Making these decisions are really hard. However, I have to say that when I was the Washington School PTO, I found a way to close the budgets. I would challenge you guys. I don't think you've done enough. Challenge the parents to be part of the solution by filling the gaps. Model attrition in your budgets. Right now we have a 2-to-1 ratio between credentialed and I forget the other category. And the RIFs don't reflect that. There's so many ways that we haven't thought this all the way through. I don't think we're ready to pull the trigger on this yet. I think there's work that can be done.
Time is up. Thank you. Brianna Serrato, Moni DeWitt, and Henry.
We gotta stop meeting this late, guys. Hi again, Brianna Serrato here. The memo for tonight's Student Outcomes Report number 2 ends with additional efforts focus on improving student wellness, nurturing inclusive educational environments in schools, and enhancing college and career readiness. These efforts reflect the district's unwavering commitment to academic excellence and success for all students. After the presentation and public comments, the board asked, what is the district staff doing to ensure that the abhorrent scores for ELA and math for marginalized student subgroups compared to all student scores are being addressed? While the responses were vague, it is very clear that eliminating positions that have direct impacts to supporting teachers to teach all of their students, no matter their level or ability, by eliminating the 2 ISSs, instructional support specialists in the ELA secondary and math elementary roles, and the 13 MTSS positions will have detrimental impacts across elementary and secondary sites for all students. A teacher at Santa Barbara Junior High had this to say: Allison Quijano, our ELA ISS, has worked closely collaboratively with English, ALD, language classes for EMLs, and ethnic studies teachers to develop sustainable, meaningful professional development. Literally, the only kinds of PD that I've found immediately and long-term useful and impactful. She reads feedback and works collaboratively with teachers, helping us strengthen our PLC at SBJH. Despite the presentation tonight showing how much work the district needs to continue in ELA and math, and that other district documents and presentations have shown that these roles have provided measurable gains across all student subgroups, they are still on the chopping block. The current LCAP Goal 3 Action 1, Comprehensive Coordination of Support and Interventions to Elevate Student Achievement Expenditure, says elementary and secondary MTSS will implement an MTSS to address students' academic, behavioral, social, emotional, and wellness needs. These specialists collaborate with teachers, Yet the RIF memo justification for eliminating the MTSS position is, well, look at that, because I'm running out of time. Anyways, Goal 1, Action 14 of last year's LCAP states, MTSS specialists and class size reduction teachers ensure that districts' resources and efforts are focused on supporting all students and addressing students' academic, behavior, and social emotional well-being. Goal 3.1 is 13 FTE MTSS specialists for elementary and secondary schools, along with 134,000 funding for CSI. So where are the CSI funds being applied? And if these are no longer be LCAP goals, why is the district's draft for all LCAP changes not being presented alongside these cut requests? Also, there's another LCAP goal that talks about having student wellness centers. So if the nest is being not staffed at Santa Barbara Junior High, where are those kids supposed to go for a safe space? And how are they going to be doing that goal as well?
Thank you. Moni DeWitt. And Henry.
Well, thank you, Board, and thank you for staying so late to hear from us all. I just want to briefly say that I think we are having a scarcity model rather than an abundance model. And I agree with everyone who's saying we have to keep the arts in for a multitude of reasons, but especially the neurodiverse and our English language learners who aren't doing very well, as I mentioned before, 7%. College readiness for that EMLs and only 10 for neurodiverse. But, you know, this town is very generous. In fact, I think what we need to do is simply go out to the community because this community doesn't want to see this. And our community is so generous. Cottage Hospital had an unfunded mandate to do earthquake retrofit. Community came up with it, came out to almost $1 billion, and there it is. And Montecito has 12,300 millionaires. It has 6 billionaires, Oprah, Craig McCaw, Ty, you can ask any of them. Now, the only problem is pitching something like this. I don't even mean this to be sarcastic at all, but I do think we've made some huge errors, particularly superintendent. I mentioned this time and time again, but for the superintendent cabinet to get the 10% raise the teachers got, and I understand they're getting the other 5%, that comes out to $2.25 million. You know, you're almost a third way up to the, and if you add the $300 a month they get for gas allowance, you know, I'm almost up to $3 million and you're only looking for $9 million. So you can't go to foundations and ask for money if, you know, some people are overindulging. We have many foundations. We have the Toad Foundations, the Hutton Foundations, the Audacious Foundation. So, we can't be cutting the 13 from MTSS. That's LCAP. It's supposed to go specifically for those people. So you'll be way out of compliance. And if you cheat the kids at the bottom anymore, I am going to be helpful to, you know, go to the state about that because it's not okay. So ask for more money and give it back.
Thank you. I have a card that just says Henry. Is Henry here? There you go.
Hello. My name is Henry, and I graduated from Santa Barbara High School, class of 2023. And I am here tonight because in the main hall of Santa Barbara High School, there is a painting of sheet music for the school song. And my question for you all tonight is, what will you do when the band room lies barren? All six by the way, of the school's sousaphones have no one to play them. When the choir room has its piano, cobwebs on it, out of tune for years. The theater, which I don't really know where their room is. I think they rehearse in the choir room. I'm not sure I know much about that. But when the theater department is also similarly barren with a metaphor that my mind past midnight cannot come up with. What will you do when no one is left to know how to read the sheet music that is painted on the wall of your school, when you have a hollow tapestry painting the wall of your hub of education, when there is a piece of art that no one knows how to appreciate because they have forgotten, because of your actions, because you have killed the language that this is written in. I really wish there was people who could stop that from happening. Oh, wait.
That's the last of the cards that I have for live people. Are there people waiting online? Okay. Live people, yeah, sorry about it. Okay.
76 say no, 0 people say yay.
Nancy? Oh, is she here? Okay.
Good morning, and thank you for staying so late. My name's Nancy Matheson, and I'm the co-founder and director of the South Coast Youth Band. We take 4th, 5th, and 6th graders from Gaviota to Carpinteria, and a number of our students are currently in the band programs and music programs at the 4 junior high schools for this district. I also taught music for 15 years with Karen Dutton in the elementary schools, and 3 years I was the band director at La Cumbre Junior High School. And I want to share a story with you because I think it changed a decision by a previous school board, when we were faced with rifts that would have decimated the elementary music program. One fall, I was at McKinley. I was actually at 3 schools, but don't tell any of the other teachers here. And I was at McKinley, and it was September, and we had the students signing up, and I had a flute class, and there was one little boy in the flute class, 4th grader, and for the first couple of weeks, he would come running to class. He was so excited about music, so excited about the flute. And then it kind of tapered off for him, and he wasn't coming to class. And I saw his mother in the hallway, and she was literally a hippie, dreadlocks, everything. And she said, I don't know what to do. Elijah is losing interest in the flute. And I said, do you ever hear him play at home? And she said, we don't really have a good place for him to play. I said, well, encourage him to play every day, and let's see what happens. Within a week, he was running back to class, first one in class, so excited to play, and was at the top of his little flute class.
Time's up.
Fast forward, I'll try to make it real quick. Fast forward several months, and Karen Dutton and I received pink slips. We showed up at a board meeting like this, and Elijah and his mom got up to speak, and it was that night we learned that they were homeless, and within 3 months of starting to learn to play the flute, he moved from 2nd grade reading level to 4th grade. He jumped 2 grade levels in reading, and he tested out of resource in 3 months from starting to learn to play a musical instrument.
Thank you.
And we saved the music program that year. I
Thank you.
hope we can do it again. Thank you.
Okay, Sarah Gorman online.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Thank you for waiting.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Gorman. My daughter Amelia is an 8th grader at Goleta Valley Junior High. She's attending San Marcos High next year, specifically for the glorious music and theater programs. And I'd like to tell you about a few scenes from this year. One scene, my beloved dad is dying of Alzheimer's. Music is the only thing that reaches him at the end. My daughter comes up to her grandfather and says, "Would you like to sing the Rainbow Connection song with me?" He nods, and they sing together. Another scene, I pick up kids from Goleta Valley's after-school musical practice. The 4 girls in the car break into 4-part harmony, singing about friendship from the SpongeBob musical. They finish the song, hitting the high notes, and break into giggles. And a final scene, my dad passes away a little later. The day after, Amelia has a friend over, a friend she met in choir at Goleta Valley. They sing together all night. Amelia works through the sadness through music, and they belt out the Six soundtrack. It was pretty loud, I have to say, and joyful. Singing is what makes junior high, which could otherwise be a hellscape of hormones and sadness, full of joy and learning. Music is what makes my daughter tick. It's the class she engages with. Carolyn Ross, the Goleta Valley teacher, is the best teacher she has had of anything ever. Music is how Amelia accesses the world. It's where she's met her people. She's been through some stuff. All our kids have. And music is what pulls her up every day. If the district cuts those secondary music teachers, it decimates the music program at each school. Please don't make those cuts. Please don't hurt the theater kids. They're vulnerable. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks for all your efforts tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Julie Thomas, okay. Online.
Hi.
Hello,
Hello.
Julie,
Good
thank you.
evening.
Go ahead.
I just have to say personally that these talented and inspiring teachers have shaped my daughter's life since kindergarten. And she is a junior at San Marcos High, and I'm going to let her speak.
Hi, my name is Valentina Thomas, and I'm a junior at San Marcos High School, and I'm involved in the vocal music department and theater. I'm so disappointed that I could not attend the meeting tonight, but I would like to recognize my peers who are representing my school. When I was in second grade, I was introduced to theater, and without having access to theater at an early age, I would not be who I am today. Being involved in these programs has not only helped me create connections with my peers, but has given me a chance to be myself and find a supportive community to call home. I urge you to reconsider because without access to the arts, you will be excluding the next generation from having amazing opportunities that I've been given. Not just that, but you will be limiting our opportunities to pursue what we deeply love and care about. Thank you.
I'm sorry, before we end, if I still have some time, I just have to say that without these programs, you are going to have to build huge wellness centers for people. These are very important. I don't know. We've been sitting on this Zoom for 5 hours, and I cannot begin to tell you how important it has been since kindergarten to junior and high school. These teachers are amazing, and you should recognize them, and you should look at trying to cut in other areas. Thank you.
Okay, Jenny Baxton. Okay, Jenny.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my daughter is an 8th grader at La Colina. Yesterday morning in the darkness and the pouring rain, she jumped out of bed at 6:30 a.m., as she does every morning to get ready for 0 period advanced band class. On top of that, she stayed at school until 7:45 p.m. That's a 12-hour day for a 14-year-old because she's fulfilling her 2-year goal of playing her saxophone in her school's upcoming theater performance of The Wizard of Oz. She was there the night before that until 7:30. She was there Saturday from 10 a.m. until 5 p.m. Over 2 weeks, she will have devoted nearly 40 volunteer hours working alongside her music teacher, Mr. Hughes, on her artistic goals. Isn't that exactly what a school board should wish for its students? Kids who are so incredibly passionate about school that they will spend hours and hours there voluntarily at junior high. while loving every minute of it. That is what it looks like when the school district supports music education and protects teachers that make that magic possible. This week at La Colina, counselors from DP and SB High will be helping students choose their classes for 9th grade. I'm going there in about 6 hours to get ready to talk to her counselors in the morning for her class signups. I can promise you that all of the enthusiastic conversations among students signing up for classes are not about what math, science, or English classes they will take. It's about their electives. That is what they are excited about. That is what they are planning their schedule around. And for my daughter, that means beginning jazz and marching band in the fall and concert band in the spring. That is literally what gets her out of bed in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I have 4 remaining cards. There's Alice Gleghorn, who was virtual, not on. Amy Body, Dante De Loreto, and Antonio Luna. I think I did live,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, okay.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for your public comment. Before I turn it back to the board for questions and then comments, I will take ownership of one thing tonight, and I fell short in terms of agenda management tonight. And so, Mr. Block, I hear you. Point well taken. I apologize. And now on to our discussion. There were some insinuations that I had made up my mind already, and that I won't take. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I was very respectful during your public comment. I'm going to ask that you respect while I make this point. I did not make up my mind about this item, but what I have made up my mind about is the fact that we do have to make cuts. And this board needs to be ready to make a decision to make cuts. And that is what I was talking about. We have internal auditors, we have external auditors, we have the county education office that all look at our budgets, that all verify the information that we're submitting. We have the county education office that said last year in August that we would have to make $12 million of cuts over the next 2 years. We very well know what will happen if we do not make cuts. And so this board, one way or another, as board president, I'm going to push us to make some decisions. It doesn't have to be the recommendations, but we need to make some decisions. And they are very difficult decisions to make. So where we land, we're going to find out right now in discussion, but we need to land somewhere, because the easy thing would be for me to tell you all that we could do everything and we can do all these things and we don't have to make cuts and we don't have to riff folks, and that would be the easy thing. But the real thing is for me to tell you that we are going to have to give some folks some riffs. We are going to have to make some cuts. We are going to have to make some really difficult decisions, and we're going to have to operate differently than we have. We're still going to work towards the same goals. We still are going to serve all of our students, but it's going to look different. And so we have some questions, and I think that there also need to be some clarifications based on some of the things that I heard at public comment tonight. And so we will do that to the best of our ability, but we as a board, this is not the thing that we wanted to do when we got these positions, but it is the position that we're in. And so I really have to push us to make some decisions, to push and pull on each other. And in that process, being respectful, because I know that this is a really difficult topic. We have different opinions. We have different perspectives. Let's be respectful of each other. Let's hear each other. Let's try and land somewhere. It could be a split vote, and we have to be ready for that too. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to the board for questions.
I just have comments at this point.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, I have some questions. So we heard a lot about art, and what I think most of it was talking, and I want to separate this out from the specials, elementary specials. But we heard a lot about art and in the secondary space, and the fact that programs would be cut. We would be altering the offerings that our students have. Can you talk a little bit, or someone talk a little bit about the master scheduling process? Is this true? What is true from what was shared during public comment? I have a feeling that there is a need for some clarification. Dr. Becchio.
Sure. So I believe if you take out the specials conversation, there was a lot of student comments, staff comments, and it mostly, I believe, was referring to the high school course take issue that's on the memo. And if you think about reducing course takes, so I want to remind the board there's 220 graduation units that students have to have. Okay, so that's 220 in this box here. Of those, there's elective. They're required to take, it's probably roughly 60 units of electives. Okay, those are they don't get to, like the ones don't get to choose are the required courses, your English, your math, your PE, science. So within that 220 are elective programs. Currently, the district is offering 295. Those are from 220 to 295 are all elective offerings. So students can choose what are the courses, additional courses I want to take. The proposal is to reduce that additional ability for elective choices by the 15 units, which is 1.5 classes. So I just wanted to give you those facts. It won't eliminate arts programs. And in fact, I want to remind the board that San Marcos operated prior to COVID in a 4x4 block. They had music, art, theater, all those programs, and they did not offer, I can tell you, they did not offer 280, on average 280 units. It was more like 250. And so when all the schools adopted the block schedule, the course takes we increased as well. And again, there was money to do it. That's really great. But I wanted to give you that information, and I think that's what's being referred to as the course take item.
So when folks see on the resolution for FTE for art,
yeah,
can you give some context to what that is?
Sure. There's some of that's mixed. Well, there's specials, has some art in it. So what happens is in secondary there's thousands of sections of courses in the master schedules in secondary. There's 15 credential areas. There's probably 500 or 600 staff, teaching staff. And so what happens when you do an item like reducing course takes, what my staff has to do is we don't know where exactly that's going to land. We don't know what the decisions are at the school sites, junior high and high school. We don't know what the decisions are going to be in the master schedules with respect to what they're going to offer. We don't know what the kids have requested. We don't have that data to look at. And so what happens is, and why you see more RIFs than you do actual positions in that item, is because we have to estimate across 8 master schedules 15 credential areas, and remember, secondary credential areas have to match. That's where we look at seniority, right? We go by credential area. So it's for that reason that you have to see more there. The other positions I can be very precise about. If I eliminate an MTSS, I need to have a spot for that MTSS person. And so my staff can be very precise about the RIF notices. These in the master schedules we can't, and school sites will those teams will have, we're going to be having decisions around the staffing, the course requests, and the staffing phase of master schedule development by late April. So mid to late April, actually. So we're going to have to push to really get them making decisions about what sections they're offering, so then we can, rescind the RIF notices that we don't need.
And can you talk about what it means to develop the course takes that will be offered? Like, what does that process look like? Okay, we make a decision tonight, and then each school site is going to decide what courses they're going to offer. What does that process look like?
Yeah, so the master schedule development process really begins with enrollment. You need to know your enrollment, what students are going to be at your school. As soon as you know that, you have all those students, let's take a high school, let's say there's 2,000 students. Those 2,000 students need each of them needs the course requests, and that goes into the system. And then the schools have to have their site budgets, because some of the schools fund different things in their master schedule with site funds. They need those. They also need their staffing allocation from the district office HR. So we give them, here's the amount of staff that you can have. And then they do a tally. There's this thing called a tally sheet. They move that into a spreadsheet, and they determined, okay, what's a viable section and what isn't. If only 5 kids requested a certain section, then that might not be a viable section. So then the principal has to ultimately make the decision about which courses are going to be able to be offered, taking into consideration what staffing allocation they have. And so all that has to happen in April. Once they get it down, this is what I'm offering, these are the sections I'm offering in my schedule, and these are the staff that I'm going to use for those sections. Then they go into the building of the master schedule, where those sections go on the board, what periods, what time of day, that kind of thing.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, there have been no decisions about eliminating any course right now.
No, they don't have all the information in front of them to actually look at the tallies and figure out what kids are requesting what courses.
Okay. Dr. Beal?
As long as Dr. Becchio is standing there, I'm going to ask my question.
Okay.
Okay. If we were to look at enrollment, we know how many students are going to enroll in the high schools. We may not know what courses they're taking, but we know how many are going to go to the high schools. If we were to make, without changing the course credits, purely a staffing decision, how many FTEs would we reduce based upon decreased enrollment?
Well, it depends on, you mean on asking me what the current decrease in enrollment is?
That would affect staffing at the high schools, at the secondary, I guess, because it's all lumped into one.
Well, we have one school down by, if they're down by from last year, right? They're down by, remember what happens at the schools is, if I have a large senior class and they leave and I have a small freshman class that comes in, I have a little bit of a double whammy. So we have Santa Barbara High that's going down by several hundred students.
Okay.
And so that's worth, they'll be right now sitting with maybe on their roster, they probably have 13 more staff than they are going to need next year.
Okay.
But again, if across the district, if there's several hundred students less this coming year, and again, enrollment's not done, so more will come in, but that's something that we don't know right now.
Okay. Here. So we don't right now know how much we'd have to reduce just based upon enrollment alone. But so that would actually be a really good number to know, because then we're just trying to right size our staffing for our students.
Yeah, it's why my staff definitely doesn't take joy in delivering letters. But we just don't have, by the March 15th, we do not have the information to be able to make precise handouts of RIF notices unless they're specific positions. If it's stuff in the master schedules, we can't do that by March 15th.
And then I have another question, and I had kind of hoped that we would have some principals here. When San Marcos, which already had the 4x4 schedule, increased our credits because we were just doing this across the district, so we went up to what, 295?
Mhm.
What classes did the students take? What got added to their curriculum?
Well, there's CTE programs in our offerings. There's you know, I don't know because it depends on what the kids requested or what they put out as offerings at the time, and I don't really know exactly the nuances of that. They might have 2 ASB classes. I know San Marcos held 2 ASB classes for a long time. So it's really random depending, and it really is dependent upon the school, what the teachers are interested in offering or teaching. Some teachers have interest in certain subjects, elective subjects, and if there's the staffing to do it and the kid interest in doing it, then a principal might decide to run that section because it's good, the kids like it, and the teacher wants to teach it.
I mean, this is kind of a philosophical question because if you have a school that was very well run in the 4x4 schedule and then they added credits and students did that, then I would be interested in knowing, what did they do? Did they add mock trial? Did they, were there more electives? Did students get a richer, more enriching education? Because now I feel that the conversation we're having is by reducing the credits, we're also going to have some dismissal periods in the middle of the day. And I just feel that we're kind of going down this slippery slope of we're going to have fewer teachers, we're going to have empty dismissal periods, we're going to ask the students to leave the campus, maybe they can, maybe they can't. There's nothing to fill those gaps. And so this is what bothers me about this plan, because I don't feel that we are looking at the bigger picture, and that's really it. I don't feel that we're looking at the bigger picture here, or the long-term picture.
Please, if you could refrain from clapping so that we can have our back and forth. It can be distracting sometimes. And now I forgot my question. Any other questions from the board? Oh, Rose, go ahead.
Yeah, there was, I was just wondering, we did have emails about, not being in compliance if we make reductions. I was just wondering, I'm sorry?
I think about Prop 28.
Yes, so looking at the compliance guidance that we get from CDE, when we're audited, these are the specific things that we're audited upon. Number one is the FTEs of our teachers, classified personnel, and teaching aides. So those who are teaching the arts. So it's, again, teachers, classified personnel, TAs. Number of pupils registered in the arts classes. Number of school sites providing arts with Prop 28 funding. So the question is, will we lose our Prop 28 money? We will lose our Prop 28 money if we were to swap out a teacher's general funded position with Prop 28 funding. That would be supplanting, and we can't do that. However, if we're hiring, for example, at DP, there's conversations about hiring a dance teacher at the school. So if you're hiring the teacher, you're increasing an FTE with the supplemental funding. So that's, what's that? We're in compliance, but it's a conundrum too, because we're going down with our FTEs and at the same time increasing FTEs. So it's a weird status that we're in terms of the compliance. The top priority is to increase enrollment in the arts with this funding. So, And there's no guidance around, well, what if we lose staff at the same time as increasing staff with the supplemental funding? Meaning we have to hire a teacher, the new teacher, with this funding. We can't swap it out with current.
So can I just add, another way to say that is the current teachers that we have had using general funds cannot count towards meeting the compliance of Prop 28, and we cannot swap the funding to do that. So that's why Mr. Vance is calling it a conundrum.
Okay, so then to get the Proposition 28 monies, then we have to hire specifically, like you said, like for dance teacher and for specific arts.
Right, exactly. Folklorico. So there was a new position that we hired in terms of a folklorico position.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes.
And then reduce, on the other hand, others.
Yeah, which makes it a weird conundrum.
But however, we would still stay in compliance.
It's still that based on the law, it's still in compliance. Because we're not using the funding to replace current funding.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Caffrey, and then Dr. Beal.
So I'm wondering about the ISS TOSAs who are helping our instructional coaches in math and reading. And I know at the last board meeting, we saved our instructional coaches. And I'm wondering where they are going, whether given our math scores were 19% for 7th, 8th graders, whether it makes sense to cut our ISS TOSAs, that's my question. Where will our instructional coaches get I'm sorry. I'm also a morning person. Oh yes, it is morning. Okay, I'm feeling fresh again. No, I have some very well thought out comments, but my question is coming out garbled. But my question is basically, how are we going to support our coaches without ISS TOSAs? And could we do things like reduce the amount of PD that we spend externally to the district and trade off?
Can you hear me? Okay. So we do recognize that our ISS TOSAs have provided some valuable support to our teachers these past years. We are combining, so we won't be completely eliminating the ISS positions in ELA and math. We will be condensing it down to one TK through 12 position for both mathematics and for ELA. So that support will continue throughout both grade spans, and teachers will still get support through that TOSA or through the ISS. And in addition to that, we will also continue to support through our leaders, which includes our assistant principals, our principals, and directors ourselves. We will be providing additional professional learning, or we can support through collaborative planning. So there will continue to be services in the ELA space and the mathematics space, TK-12.
Dr. Beal.
I feel pretty strongly that the elementary and secondary spaces are very different. We have a lot of students in secondary, and that's a job in of itself. And then we have multiple elementary schools. So I very strongly believe that the ISS TOSAs in ELA and math, which we are really, really working hard to get those scores up, to have better outcomes, their focus on the different spheres is important to our success. I feel that this conversation about having one person do everything is I've said it before, I think somebody quoted me, it's spreading the effort too thin. It's just too important to say, well, I think they can do the job, and then find out maybe it's not going to work out that way. I've had multiple teachers speak to that they are still doing their job. So honestly, I hear that, but I don't know that I believe it.
Other questions? Ms. Caffrey.
I also have a question about the teacher on special assignment for tech. So we've gotten many emails from teachers, and like Trustee Banning and Trustee Beal, I went to the tech advisory committee meeting where 200 parents are there, and many are concerned about tech use in schools. And I'm just wondering, how are we, it seems like our Tech TOSA has been helping our teachers reduce distractions in class, use tech that is effective, things like that. How do we plan to operate without her?
Hello. So, we're big on mottos in ETS, or at least I am. And one of my most powerful ones is, hope is not a game plan. So I don't want you to think that this statement is like, well, we're just going to hope for the best and see what happens. But right now, we are looking forward to a RIF list that needs to be approved for the 15th to meet compliance. After that, the plan is to advocate for that position, make plans on how we can deliver that instruction to teachers, and, if budgets shore up and there's money and things come off the RIF list, again, we'll be advocating for that position and those services. If not, then plan B will be, okay, we've got one educator left on our ETS team. How can that educator work with the other TOSAs and ed services to continue to provide those services that we have been giving to teachers? Digital media literacy, AI preparation, managing classroom devices, etc.
So I think my next question is for Dr. Becchio. We heard a little bit about in-person public comment tonight, but we did receive some emails about dismissal periods. Can you give some context for what the decrease in course offerings would mean for dismissal periods for students?
Yes, I can. So currently, at the remember that the high school 4x4 block offers 320 spots for classes, 320 units. Of those three, because it's 8 periods, or 8 course takes a year, those are 80 units, times 4 years, 320 units. We allow students to take 295. So there's already existing places where students have a dismissal period. And what they're doing currently is, and this is pretty lockstep with the high schools, they're in lockstep. 8 course takes for freshmen, 8 for sophomores. I think it's 7.5 for juniors, and I want to say 6.5 for, if that adds up to 295. So those juniors and seniors, on average, the juniors and seniors have a period in their day where they have a dismissal. So that should be about 3.5 periods of dismissal. That would increase by up to like 4.5 dismissal. Yeah.
In the 4 years.
Yeah, and if we put it in percentage wise, right now there's about an 8% dismissal rate in when you offer 295 and a 320 possible. And it'll move up to about a 12 or 13% dismissal rate, something like this is coming from my memory at 130, but I'm pretty sure that's close to what my calculations say. So
okay.
So yes, it increases a student's dismissal by offering less over the 4 years.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you, Dr. Becchio. Okay. Comments, discussion, direction. Ms. Caffrey.
So I think we've heard loud and clear from a huge number of people who are extremely dedicated, and many of you are still here at almost 1 a.m, that our community prioritizes the arts and music. And I think Trustee Beal has often said, in Santa Barbara Unified, we're trying to achieve extraordinary and to offer a rich experience to our students. So I mentioned at the beginning that we, as a board, have not set clear goals or guardrails for our district, and that's coming up. To me, I think without a doubt, we need to say we cannot cut arts electives or elementary specialists. And I do have an MBA from UCLA, and I got a certificate in education finance from Georgetown last year. And basically what I think we need to be talking about is where else we can cut. So,
Folks, let us have our dialogue, please.
yeah, so I 100% agree we need to make cuts. But my question is which cuts, and how do we impact students as little as possible? So one thing I asked our district for, and I understand I'm new, and also, this is data that is not typically given to us, but I asked for longitudinal data, so our spending data over time, to be presented to the board. And I don't know how can I add 2 spreadsheets to the minutes so that everyone can see my spreadsheets? So basically, these spreadsheets basically explain my thinking and why I say I think we can find cuts elsewhere, and I'd like to give guidance tonight to our cabinet to come back to us with cuts from other areas outside of instruction, outside of cutting electives and elementary specialists. So basically what I did is I looked at our audited financial statements and looked at our statement of activities, which is our spending over time. And what I see is basically that we have had increases in overhead spending in every category for years, except for food services, although our enrollment has dropped by 15%. So we're serving 1,834 fewer students. And I think also, if we make cuts like this, we're going to drive people outside of our district. I mean, I don't think that we will be offering appealing programming. And we do have lots of competitors. So I think that's a reality. So in my spreadsheets, the major takeaway I would say from this certificate in education finance is to do per pupil cost analysis. So that is basically dividing your spending by the number of students that you have. And why is that important? Because as you have fewer students, you end up spending a lot more on certain categories, and you might need to right size them. So for example, our school site administration. I looked at the change over the past few years, and if you look at it, so if you look at the spending from 2022 to 2024 on school site administration, it's increased by 17.25%, but on a per pupil basis, it's increased by 28%. So basically, I think we can reduce the amount we're spending on school site administration. And like, if you estimate, if you, maybe when you all have the spreadsheets in front of you, and when I hope we come back for a special meeting, we talk about this, but there's actually substantial savings that we could find potentially in things like school site administration. I know management has been mentioned, and this was given to us in our board notes, but basically from 2022 to 2024, we saw a 24.63% change in management spending, from $12.4 million to $15.4 million. But on a per pupil basis, that's 43%. So basically, like, does it make sense to right-size management? It might. I mean, like, if we have fewer students, maybe we need fewer managers, and we need to have more investment in the arts. So those are just, someone mentioned, this is my last comment, someone mentioned that the district has provided some good recommendations of alternative cuts, and that's really what I asked for. I asked for this at our last board meeting, and I know, and I also mentioned having a special meeting then, but I asked for alternate cuts, and some were provided for us. One, for example, was we're spending $130,000 to bring 18 students to junior high for 0 period. So if you do a per pupil cost analysis, that's $130,000 divided by 18 is around $7,000 per student to get 1 extra class period. So that is just an example of how do we look at our spending to figure out trade-offs. Because if we look at our budget as a whole, we're spending around $10,907. Well, we spent $10,972 in 2024 on instruction per pupil. At the same time, we spent $7,000 for 18 kids to get 1 extra period. So I think there are cost savings out there, and already the district has provided some creative examples. So that's why I would like, as a board, to give the direction that we look at overhead spending outside of cuts to arts electives and elementary specialists. And I really think we can find them based on this analysis. And I would love to because more people looking at my spreadsheets, this is really back of the envelope stuff, but that is why I would like to join as a district the Alliance for Smarter School Spending, because I think we can really delve into how do we make smart trade-offs so that one day we don't have small music classes in high school because we have a junior high program. So, yeah.
Dr. Beal?
I do love numbers, so.
Oh, and actually, I forgot. I put this together to explain how I did the math.
So, I appreciate people coming and speaking up for what is important to them. And many of the things expressed here have already been in my mind. And I think you may have heard that in the previous board meetings. I agree with board member Caffrey that there's like a bottom line. So I see deal breakers in this recommendation here. I feel very strongly that our arts and music programs should not be reduced. I know that we have funding, and I know it's confusing about the supplanting and all that. I think the funding was really meant for districts that had nothing to try to grow a program, and it is a different mental exercise for our district, which has programs, to maintain those programs and maybe add more. And I think if we really learn about this funding, that maybe if we can't get more staff, because we have rich programs, right? We have rich programs, let's keep those. That we can use some of it for materials, we have to go through waivers and all that. So I don't think it's such a puzzle, but it does take a lot of thought. And the most important thing is to not decimate our programs. I have said before that I believe in education, well-being, and safety. And luckily, we're not having a huge safety discussion directly. We have an indirect safety discussion here. But all these programs do contribute to both. And so I feel that they are, if we were to look at this budget and instead of using the dollars to guide us, if we use the outcomes to guide us, we would be having a very different conversation. The dollars are important. As a board member, the hardest thing is to feel this feeling in my stomach if the reserve gets close to 3% or below, to hear that if we keep a position, it's not going to just cost $100,000, it's actually going to cost us $200,000. And I'm talking about a position that's not necessary, because we are talking about right sizing. We are talking about we do need to release staff. We do have decreasing enrollments. We do have programs that probably should sunset if we were to really do that deep dive. And so that staff, you know, every dollar counts. So as much as we want to keep the staff that improve our outcomes, we do need to think about staff not being kept and maybe, I don't know, move to something else. I don't know what the answer to that is. We talk about the board members not getting into the weeds, and, you know, we have to at some point. So for me, like I said, there are deal breakers here. I was very, very happy to hear from SBTA representatives that they are willing to maintain our effort to keep our reserves at 10%. I think that's going to be a very interesting conversation, because the reserve conversation really goes back and forth, and I think some people understand it well and some people don't. But that makes me understand that our labor partners and everybody else involved, they're as willing to protect this budget. And some of the hard choices that we may be talking about making is closing a small school, ending a program, not supporting something that's small but important but expensive, because we are saying that outcomes are important to us. So there are going to be some hard choices, and it would be really great to have everybody make those hard choices with us. It feels very uncomfortable in this to be in this position and say, I'm making the hard choices for everybody, and by the way, they're going to be my choices. They really need to be our choices. And so if that is true, if everybody is willing to own up to what we need to do to maintain a reserve, because we don't want to spend money to borrow money. We don't want to have issues with meeting payroll. We don't want to start slicing and dicing because we don't get funds. We do need to have a healthy reserve. If that conversation can really happen, that is a very different conversation than we've been having for a couple of years. And that makes me feel very hopeful that we have been really struggling to have conversations and to feel like we're supporting each other. And really that one statement tonight kind of made my evening, that we're willing to protect the reserves, to understand and protect the reserves. So I'm going to hold you to that, because when we make hard decisions, we're going to say we might have to make this really hard decision to protect the reserve. So to give direction, not being completely in the weeds, I can't speak for everybody. I do agree with Board Member Caffrey that there are parts of the budget where we make those hard decisions and we say we can't afford this. And that's where my not being in the weeds is not the greatest thing, because I don't understand everything that's needed. So that's where we're going to need a lot of direction from the district. Certificated staff and non-classroom special positions, that reduction. As I've said before, I feel that these positions are really important. There may be a few positions in there that have maybe drifted from their original intent, and I'm not the person to decide that, but I think many of these people are still needed and still needed to improve our student outcomes. The strategic master scheduling for elementary specials. I do think we need to right-size our high schools, and if that will allow us to support other programs, I believe in some reduction there, but not at the expense of our arts and music programs, and not at the expense of not giving our high school students more choices rather than less. So what that number is what I'm trying to figure out. That's why I was asking about the staffing and the enrollment, and I don't know, some direction from maybe the principal at San Marcos, who actually wasn't there before COVID, to tell us, like, what did adding those classes add to the students? What do we really need to think about keeping? The strategic master scheduling for elementary specials, that's the deal breaker for me. I think all those teachers should stay. I think in the future, if our enrollment decreases, we will have to consolidate. It might mean consolidating a school, right? One less school. That'll be the hard choice, because we are going to hit some walls with the budget, and we have to be able to make those decisions. So my direction is to find other sources. I'm not saying no to everything. We can't. We need to downsize our spending. We need to right-size our enrollment. But in these very important areas, we need to try to find other areas of the budget to support them. And then we need to immediately start having some really difficult conversations about how we manage finance in this district. If anybody listens to board meetings, we had a discussion in June when we closed out the budget for the previous year, and we found that we had more money than we expected. That was a really hard thing for everybody to hear, from the board members to the people in this room outside, to find out that, well, luckily we were able to rescind some of these layoff notices, but still, after having gone through all of that, to find out that there's more money. Granted, we can't predict property taxes, and we can't predict if we get more funding than we expected to get, and that was part of that savings. And then some positions weren't filled. So it wasn't a clear picture that we were going to have all that money in June, but we did. So at that time, I did say, and maybe I wasn't being clear enough, that we have to do the finances differently. And I said it again in the fall. And I said it again probably in November or December. And maybe my direction wasn't clear enough, so that is my job, and that's my responsibility and my failing as a board member, to not be clear enough about what I wanted from the district office. That's on me. But I feel that tonight I'm being very clear. We need to not sacrifice the things that not only are important to our student outcomes, but actually bring us joy, and that's what I'm hearing here. So.
Mr. Banning.
I think we're talking to ourselves, but really not. We have a situation here with a board that is remarkably well aligned, believing in the same things and wanting the same things. There's some differences of opinion in how and how quickly that we have to get through. And I may be a voice that appreciates the interest in looking at different financial models, looking at different ways to do things. But I worry about decisions this critical, starting out with back of the envelope stuff. Talking about percentages of management that has grown, and these numbers are accurate. As far as I know, I'm not going to question the numbers, but we don't know what lives inside the numbers that say management on this. We did some looking into some of this when ancillary costs came up, and it looked like something, ooh, there's stuff we can change instead of people. And it turned out that a vast majority of it was coaching stipends, money for people. That's part of some of the other things. So one of the things that I'm saying is that we have a tendency sometimes as human beings to fall into the idea of why don't we just? Why don't we just cut non-personnel spending? Why don't we just look a little deeper and find something that we can cut? Why don't we just say yes to everything and find something later? This is my biggest concern. I don't disagree with anything that I'm hearing here about things we should be doing. But we have 4 days to March 15th. And March 15th, we've said this before, years ago, this is relatively new for a generation of instructional leaders and managers. I speak with 45 years of experience in public education, and this kind of stuff was happening way more often years ago. The March 15 thing happened, it came, it went, we lived through it, we found different ways to do things. But the whole idea of March 15, when we don't know what the state budget will look like, when we don't know what our taxes will look like, when we don't know whether the federal government is going to say, well, you don't have your federal Title I money yet for $8 million, but we're pretty sure you're going to get it. And then we hear somebody like Jack McConnell talking about what might happen with a budget that drops and goes down and up and down, and suddenly interest rates are lower than what we thought. So then the investments that are being made in the state budget is lower than what we thought. And so on top of everything else, there's less money coming in. Precautionary layoffs due by March 15th were established in ed law to protect districts from making mistakes that will cause them to get into more severe financial problems. And as you heard from Dr. Becchio already, there's 18 positions we're talking about laying off, but they're talking about letters to twice, 3 times that many because of credentialing issues and so forth. These layoffs are not going to turn out with a vast disappearance of teachers. They're protecting us so that we have the time to begin the conversations that my fellow board members are talking about. So look, some of you said this, you've made reference to it. I was a music teacher. I started playing trumpet in 5th grade. It was my social center throughout all of high school to the degree that I couldn't imagine doing anything else in college other than becoming a high school band director, because it was that important to me. And I started out as a junior high school band teacher. I replaced the man that had been my high school band director, but I only got 2/3 of a contract. So in order to fill that out after one semester of working 2/3, I taught 2/3 at one school, and then the other third was divided among 2 elementary schools, and I traveled every 3 days to different schools. And I loved it. I later left teaching to go and do things with music performance, nonprofit group, traveling all over. I came back into teaching again to be a high school band director. And you know what? Music students don't just become good musicians. They learn skills that make them good leaders. It's not just a football coach that can turn into a good leader. A band director can turn into a leader. Try and keep 100 people with giant brass instruments and drumsticks. You don't want to mess with them. It takes a lot. So I am so supportive. It's so hard for me to hear and sit here, and I hear every one of you, and I go, right on. Music, the arts. I wouldn't be where I am without them. Yet I can't say that I'm ready to just say blanket, we can fix this by voting no or yes to something here tonight. Particularly when the process was designed, the March 15th process was designed to give us time. Time to know what the budget is. Time to know what the taxes are. And in this current environment, time to understand what the turmoil at the federal level is going to do to funding throughout the country. So I have to say that am I at odds with my colleagues? Absolutely not. Am I at odds with every person, student and adult and parent and teacher that stood up there and supported the arts? Absolutely not. But there's also an invisible constituency in this room. And that's every person in this area who doesn't have children and pays their property taxes and expects us to be good stewards of the finance. And that is a part of what the board is supposed to do. So I'm confronted with recommendations that are coming from a professional staff, the cabinet, with principal involvement, with superintendent, with all of everybody saying, this is what we think needs to be done. And I'm hearing from people that have strong background and strong interest in doing things different, and I want to explore those things. But I'm as conflicted as I can possibly be here. I just don't know that the risk of saying, wipe it all away and we'll figure it out later is worth it if you can't tell me what makes up what's in management, if you can't tell me what ancillary costs are. And keep in mind that 90-some% of every dollar that comes into this district is spent on people. So if we cut everything else, including electricity and buses and all that kind of thing, you'd be saving 10%. So,
May
I
I
know this
just-
is not what you want to hear tonight, but I am trying to represent a caring respect for what just happened. We sat and listened for as long as you were here, and I heard as much of it as I could before my mind is wandering. But honestly, the passion and the respect with which the emails have come and the comments have come, I am so happy to be able to participate in this, even though it's after 1 o'clock tonight. But I don't think I've been convinced that I can wipe it all away and say, yeah, we can not riff these people and we'll just find something else later.
Ms. Caffrey. Well, anything? Ms. Caffrey.
I think Bill and we have many things in common, and I push him and he pushes back, and what I would say, a long time ago, my neighbor mentioned that my husband plays the euphonium, and he did learn in public school in 5th grade. So anyway, anecdote. But my point is, we are supposed to be providing the vision for the district and giving the cabinet direction on what kind of trade-offs to make. And so while I mentioned that these are back of the envelope calculations, the whole point of multi-year trend analysis is to see when spending is out of whack and where we could potentially find places to cut. So I agree we are down to the wire, and I wanted to do this weeks ago, but I'm new, and, we have a process that we are all talking about changing. So basically what I would hope is that, I'm happy to share these spreadsheets with everyone. Maybe we could look at it in the morning and then, or to the other morning after we go to sleep, but, and just look at what I mean in terms of for example, here's another category where we've just seen a lot of spending. Sorry. Oh, data processing, for example. So we've seen a let's look at this. Okay, 29.6% change over 3 years, or a 50% change on a per pupil basis. Or transportation costs, that's a really big one, actually. Because basically we're only transporting a small number of students, and we have reduced the number of students we're transporting, but our transportation costs have increased by...
Ms. Caffrey, can I jump in?
Yeah.
So, yeah. I just want to point out a couple of things. So, one thing about these numbers is that they come from the audit reports. And I don't have school finance education, but I work with public budgets a lot. I develop public budgets, and the difference between an audit report and what you will find in the second interim is that the way that these are structured, they're structured very specifically, and they have object codes that are tied to specific funds, and correct me if I'm wrong, because all of these funding sources have specific requirements, right? We obviously have certain funding sources that can be used for a wide variety of things. And the object codes and what they're tied to are really, really important, which is why these documents are mandated by the state, is so that we have public documents that are very specific about what we're spending, how much we're spending, and where we're spending it. And an audit report is a little bit different, because what it does is it takes a bunch of those object codes and it puts them together, and then it gives it this title of ancillary costs. It gives it this title of site management. And we don't necessarily know until we go to the auditor, like, what is that? So the ancillary costs example that was used. At the last meeting, we looked at it, and it looks like it absolutely exploded in the last like 3 to 4 years, and it did. And why was that? It's because we came out of the pandemic and we had our ASBs were active. They were doing fundraising. We had coaches out there. They were receiving their stipends. We had a lot of activity going through those funds. And so obviously when we were in COVID and directly coming out of COVID, we weren't having those activities. Everybody was at home. We weren't participating in sports, or if we were, it was very few. Our ASBs were not doing their fundraising. And so we saw that explode. The transportation cost item. You look at, we are in the first year of our contract with Zoom, right? So those 3 years where you're looking at transportation costs explode. What happened in those 3 years? Gas got really expensive, maintenance got really expensive. The fact that we had to contract for certain services because we couldn't find enough drivers to actually have our students bus these routes. Like, we couldn't find enough drivers. So then we had a charter. We had to pay for additional services. That increases the cost, because coming out of COVID, it was really difficult to find drivers.
It was based on a baseline of very low cost during COVID when people were away. The growth was based on those time periods.
And so that's some of the issue about looking at this trend data, especially for like the audit reports that are not quite specific enough, that they put all of these object codes into one category that doesn't really necessarily mean, it means something to a lot of other government agencies that aren't like local education agencies. And the reason why they do that, as we heard from the last meeting, is so that it's broad like that, so that they can give it to multiple agencies. They can make one report and give it to multiple constituencies. These are made for one constituency, and that's LEAs, and the folks that supervise and audit the LEAs. So I caution us just a little bit about looking at the audit reports and using that as the foundation for making a decision. Where I think, Ms. Caffrey, I think we have alignment is we need to dig down into the object codes and like the very specific costs that has specific funding sources. But that is, the question is not, the question really is, how are we going to cut enough money? Because when I look at the multi-year projections and we talk about the 10% reserves, we are not going to meet 10% reserves. After this year, we are not going to be in 10%. And if we cut anything, because this already takes into consideration that we're going to cut $9 million this year and $4 million next year. If we cut anything less than $9 million this year, we are already going to dip far below 10%. We're going to probably approach 3% next year in terms of reserves. And in that third year, we will absolutely be below the 3%.
And that will put us into negative or qualified
And then we will be
status.
taken over by the state and the county. And so that is like the real decision that we are being faced with. And I'm absolutely with you. I'm in alignment about protecting the arts and providing a rich experience for our students. But these are the difficult decisions that we have to grapple with. And to not, the March 15th deadline is not about, that is the final decision and that's the final time that we're going to look at the budget. But if we do not give preliminary RIF notices by March 15th, we lose all flexibility there. And then we are talking about, we won't be able to cut enough to get to the 3%. So Ms. Munoz, and then we'll go Ms. Caffrey, Dr. Beal.
Yes, I agree. I agree with the fact that we need to, meet our deadline. Meet our deadline for the RIF notices. and that, we can look at this further. But, first of all, I'm also in agreement with the fact that, I'm concerned about our reserves and the amount that we will go under if we don't make a change. I also value, the students. I value all that we have heard from the community and such, but I think that we need to be, responsible to the school district. And I certainly want to avoid having, the state having, not having the board be able to manage the budget. I think just, in terms of responsibility, we could look at things such as, as Dr. Becchio said, in terms of the subjects, courses that are offered in high school and so forth. But I agree with, certainly with Trustee Banning in terms of the salaries, or make the majority of our expenditures are 90%. And it's not gonna, we have to make some hard decisions and meet our legal deadlines.
Dr. Beal, and then Ms. Caffrey.
So when we're having this discussion, we're not saying let's throw the whole plan out the window. We are talking about maybe looking at some very specific reductions that we are proposing, and saying, can we not do these particular reductions? You heard Trustee Caffrey talk about the fact that we've had an increase in managerial salaries. And I know it sounds painful, but you know what? We are talking about doing without and doing more with less. And I think that really applies on the whole continuum. And so when we talk about, well, these are just preliminary, and then we're going to claw them back, right? Hopefully, we have the finances for that. Once we make this decision, we don't make those decisions. And for me, as a board member, some of our programs are on a razor edge. Some of our programs, there's a little bit of give, like maybe, I don't like the thought of talking about reducing math and English and science. There's like 7 science teachers. That just sounds terrible to me. I think these are important classes. But we could shuffle things around and not have that hurt the schools as much. But I'm understanding that at the elementary level and even at the high school level, if we decrease those programs for budgetary reasons, we will eliminate things. And that's a razor edge that I'm talking about. That's the impression I'm getting. That's a feeling I'm getting. So I'm talking about selectively going in, and I know that means another meeting, special meeting, and as much as I love staying up all night long talking, Board Member Banning said 4 days. Actually, this conversation has been going on for 4 weeks. And if you really think about it, when we sent that certification to the Santa Barbara CEO, it was in the fall. It was actually June or July. So we've been talking about that we have to make these reductions. How we're making the reductions isn't what we've been talking about. And that's what we're trying to talk about right now, 4 days before it's due. And we are talking about changing the process, but in my mind, I've been thinking about it all along and just hoping that magically, we would have better solutions that we could talk about with people, because there would be solutions that would be painful. So do we have the time and space to look at small parts of this and say, can we not, these things that we absolutely want to protect because we feel that they're on a razor edge, can we continue to protect them? And I would say specifically the ISS TOSAs, I would say the elementary specials, and I would say within the high school space, the specials there, arts and music. And I would love to add a whole bunch of MTSS TOSAs in there, but I just don't know enough, I'm sorry. And that might just be too many, but this is what I'm asking for.
Ms. Caffrey.
So, thank you. I agree with what you say. And what I'm curious about is, I think audited financial documents are actually a very useful way of comparing how different school districts operate, and that's actually a pretty mainstream way of analyzing like financial performance. So I wouldn't totally discount our statement of activities. I think it gives us an understanding of how we are spending across different standardized categories in a way that it's very hard to get a quick grasp when you look at the budget. So my question is for Ms. Hernandez, could we, for example, could you tell us what is our spending? And I understand we have 90% of our spending is on people, so we're going to have to RIF some people, and that does not feel good. But my question is, could we reduce school site administration? How much are we spending? Could we get that if the audited financial docs are not the way we get that information? How's that increased over time? And are there cost savings there? Like, I just think for me, again, red line is electives and the arts for elementary and high school. So basically I want to know, could we get that information? That's my question to you. Like, could you tell us how much we're spending on school administration just through, Not today, not right now. I just meant like if the board gave you direction for tomorrow, we want to find sufficient money to be able to maintain our elementary specialist program. Can you please look at elementary specialists? Is there any way we could reduce transportation if we're really lean? Management costs. Could we give a few categories where we'd like to know more, and if there are potential cuts? Because frankly, $1.1 million for our arts program, we have a $275 million budget. I can't believe we can't find $1.1 million. So that's like in the district's sofa. Sorry, that was a bad joke at 2 in the morning, but 1.1 is not that much money compared to $275 million. How do we make some trade-offs for people who are working in our school sites or,
Mr. Beatty?
I don't know that I can add any more or say any more than what I've already said. I don't disagree with what you're asking. I think it's unrealistic to expect it to happen in time to have that done. And one of the questions you talked about, specials at elementary school, and then you talked about MTSS, and then you talked about the electives in the arts in the high school. As I understand it, there is no proposal to cut arts in the high school. There is a proposal to reduce class takes. Is that correct? Is there a specific proposal to reduce the arts in any high school?
No, it's the class takes.
Because I want to say that we have to be careful to not to because we hear something over and over to think that's the whole story.
Just clarifying, what do you mean by class takes versus reducing the arts? Because aren't we talking about reducing the number of arts teachers in the high school?
I just heard Dr. Becchio say that there's no expectation or plan to eliminate any arts electives at the high schools. Did I miss something? I think that it comes down to how the principals and how.
Yeah. So what I said was that we don't know what the course requests are going to be,
right?
And so we won't know the impact of reducing to the 280. That's why what we presented to you was across the master schedules, all those credential areas. Those all were RIF notices, precautionary RIF notices, because we don't know where those master schedules are going to land with 15 less units.
Right.
So you'll see on there on the table, if maybe that's what you're referencing, there's English, there's math, there's science, there's social studies, there's all the credential areas, except for special ed. And I think I'm assuming that art is one of those that's on there, and it does have FTEs on it. But I don't know where those master schedules are going to land. We don't know that yet.
If you remove those from the list, you're saying that those positions are more important than the math or English or whatever other things are there. And then you limit the work of the principals and the master schedulers to say, well, you're going to have to make all these adjustments to get us from one to the number of course takes down, but you can't touch the arts. You can touch anything else. That's not strategically fixing something. That's I don't know. And I just have a couple more other things to say, and I'll say them and then. So one of the first things that I want to address is the most dramatic cause of increase in per pupil spending. It's lower class size. It's something that we all support and want. But when you lower class sizes, you're spending more per pupil to do it because of the cost of personnel. The other thing I wanted to address was the comments that have been made about every year at the unaudited actuals, we find more money than we expected, and we were able to bring some things back and do this and that. The other thing to realize that happens when more money shows up in the unaudited actuals, that the unaudited actuals don't project ahead with raises unless we really know that they're there. In many cases, the overhead that's left because of good conservative budgeting and ending up with more money over there gives some overhead and some room for negotiations to start about how to raise salaries in the future. So just two other pieces, maybe not as directly related. I haven't really changed my mind about feeling that the precautionary layoffs are inappropriate at this point. If you can get it done in 2 days, which I really doubt that we can, why not 2 months or 2 weeks or whatever? We have the time before the final layoffs on May 15th.
Dr. Beal.
I was just going to comment, and maybe Dr. Becchio could clarify. When we talked about reducing the course takes, I believe you made a comment that said because we are covering all the core subjects needed for graduation, with fewer course takes, it's more likely going to impact arts and electives. And so maybe if that is correct, you can confirm, and then maybe I do have another question for you that relates to that. I understand that when we say, well, we want to preserve the art and, music teachers at the high school level, it sounds like we're throwing the math, science, everybody under the bus. I commented on that. But I also did say that I feel that some programs are on the razor edge, meaning that there's only one teacher for this thing, or two. And then when you reduce it to half, there is only one teacher or zero. And I believe that there are probably more teachers in the other subjects. Maybe I'm incorrect about that. And if there are fewer students going and need fewer core graduation requirements, we maybe will need fewer teachers in some of the core subjects. But there's enough cushion in those numbers. They can move to schools or whatever. I said these are hard decisions. These are not going to be wonderful decisions because the money is the money. Is that true? Is there a higher proportion in these other areas where, I don't know.
Well, there's a lot there, but I'll just answer the first question that I was clear on is when you reduce the student course takes, that reduction will fall on all the courses that are offered outside of the 220 grad requirements. So elective, it's basically the courses that they can choose to take. I mean, there's some within the 220. Remember I said there's elective that they have to take inside the 220, but whatever we're allowing students to take beyond the 220, those are all elective offerings. There are things that they choose to take, CTE, ASB. I mean, there's just a ton of electives across the high schools. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to fall on the art class or the theater, but we won't know that until they do their master schedules, staffing part. But it will impact that, yes.
Isn't it true that it also impacts the less popular electives, the ones that don't have large numbers in them? I would think that band programs that have enough students in classes to make bands and performance groups and things like that have some.
It will impact a school's ability to be able to offer a class that doesn't have the requests, heavy requests. So, you know, if there's 10 course requests, then it's likely that team and ultimately the principal will decide that can't really offer that this year, or maybe they offer it the next year and take those course requests and combine them with the next year's, and they have 20 kids. You know, they offer it less frequency, but there's options around that. But yes, indeed, they're looking for what are the courses that kids are electing to take or wanting to take. But, you know, the reality is they also have to match that with the credentialed staff that they have, right? So if they have a credentialed staff that we did not give a layoff notice to, they have to offer the courses that teacher can teach. Hope that helps.
Ms. Caffrey.
I think, though, we have heard from Mr. Lashua many times that basically, and other music and arts teachers, we've heard many times that our theater and band programs are much smaller than they used to be because we don't have seventh period in junior high. So basically, we have created the problem that causes small class sizes in high schools because we've interrupted the pipeline, and now those classes are being cut. So I feel like, yeah.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, to me, this is a false, like, the time pressure that we have been put under, I think, is not fair. You know, I came in here and I started asking questions about the budget in January, but I don't feel like we got complete information. And, you know, even receiving cuts on a Friday night so that the community only knows about them a few days in advance, I think, you know, basically just back to process, and maybe this is something we talk about next year, but in January, I was asking questions. I wanted to meet to get more information so that we would have more time. So I feel like, yes, we have 2 days, but why not use them? I mean, that's my thought.
You did meet with Ms. Hernandez on Saturday, is that correct?
Yes, on Saturday of the week before we have to make the final budget cuts. And in January, I asked to meet with her.
But
so
hold on.
Yes.
I just want to say.
I did.
Hold on. Okay.
Yes. So 100 days too late at this point. I mean.
And 2 days from now, you'll have answers. I mean, here's a little bit of my frustration is to come to today's meeting not ready to make a decision or land somewhere. I mean, I had questions, and I probably called Dr. Maldonado a dozen times in the last 4 days and trying to get some answers to questions that I had. We have to make some real choices, and I'm not here. What I'm hearing is, here are the things, and I have some things on my list too where I want to make changes to the recommendation, but I also have things that I want to substitute them for. And so what I'm not hearing is how we get to the $9 million mark that if we do not get to, we are in some real trouble. And what this preliminary notice does is it gives us the flexibility to have the discussions that you're talking about between now and May 15th when those notices are final. And I'm just not hearing, I mean,
yeah,
I could say, yes, let's do all of the same things that we're doing now, and I would be the most popular person in this room, but I would be not doing my duty as a school board member to take care of the fiscal future of this school district. And I'm going to challenge a little bit where, if we're not going to do the things in the recommendation, and there are things in the recommendation that I don't support, where are the cuts going to come from? And
So-
if we're talking about 10% of
Yeah.
the budget, even
I
if
mean,
it's a $270
here is where I
million
think you should look at this spreadsheet. If we give
looked at the
direction,
spreadsheet.
so I mean, I can pull it up, perhaps, or maybe not. I mean, I don't know what. Well, my point is, we can give direction. We would like to see cuts in these categories based on the per pupil percentage change. Like, let's right size management, school site administration, like data costs. Please look in those categories and find sufficient money to offset what we would have been cutting in elementary school specialists and high school specialists. So I think that the way that I would give direction is, here are some categories that have increased substantially over the last few years. They've increased by often 25%, 25%. So how do we, given our lower enrollment and prioritizing students, how do we find, like just in these examples, for example, the one I have in front of you is management. So basically, in 2022, we spent $12.4 million on management, which is $884 on a per pupil basis. And then over the past few years, we've increased that spending by 43% on a per pupil basis. What if instead we say we increase by 7% a year? That's the assumed percentage increase every year, which is higher than inflation. So in 2025, we would be spending $1,000 on management instead of $1,200 on management. So $1,000 times the number of enrolled students we have is ballpark, we would be spending $13.2 million on management, versus if we spent the same amount on management last year, it would be $15.4 million. So that's $2.2 million you could save right there.
So let me ask you a question. What positions are in that management category?
All I'm saying is, we are saying that the management decides on the how. So if we said we would like to find $2 million in management because we think like that is the correct proportion we should be spending compared to our enrollment, figure out how to do that.
Without understanding what comprises management, you're just putting a number out there and saying reduce it by $2 million without having any idea of what the operational impact on this organization would be by making those cuts. I'm absolutely willing to listen to this, but not from the broad perspective of just cut management or just cut.
Hold on. Hey, no, this is
our
discussion
meeting at this point, please. Thank you.
Dr. Beal and then Ms. Munoz.
I understand how challenging that is because it is so nonspecific, but I will counter that with the fact that every year we offer site funds to the schools, and we say you need to reduce your site funds, what you spend at your sites by a certain percentage. And we're giving them a directive to say, look deep and see what it is not absolutely necessary. So it's kind of a reverse of that. And maybe we will find money, maybe we won't. But it's that type of thinking, and I think that's what Board Member Caffrey is really talking about, is if we were to reverse the process and say, well, we need more money in the school, so you look upwards and where can you trim? We're just doing that same process.
We can't say maybe we will and maybe we won't if the maybe we won't puts us into negative certification.
But can we run numbers so we don't end up in a negative certification? We are working with numbers here. So if we say we want to save the elementary specials, and that's
for that in
520.
2 days.
We asked for it 4 weeks ago.
I don't recall that specific category being mentioned and what was in that category. I remember ancillary costs, and we did get that cost. But my memory may be failing me. Ms. Munoz.
Yes, I'm looking at the amount that we need to reduce. And I'm not hearing it, substantially in terms of this is what we can cut specifically, you know, so that we get to the amount that we need to reduce this year. I'm just wondering, you know, we're going around in circles here, and it's very frustrating.
I'll respond to Rose.
I'm not done yet. Just in terms of, you know, last meeting, we did talk in detail about what we were asking in terms of coming back with numbers and giving us specifics and reworking this. We have been looking at this. You know, it's not the only meeting that we've looked at this amount, and how to. We had the principals get together and gave them direction, you know, so that they came up with alternative schedules. And, you know, like you said, like there's other things that, some ways that we could rework this, but I don't feel like, you know, in the next 2 days anything's going to change. That's...
One question about what would or wouldn't change if we did another meeting in 2 days is how long would we have public comment? I'm sure it's a public meeting. It's going to be about budget. You don't think there'll be another audience that will take 3 hours of our time, and we're trying to find time to talk.
Oh.
No, I understand that. It's our meeting time, however. We've had conversations about how to organize public comment so that we can have conversation when we're fresh, not at 2 o'clock in the morning. I apologize for phrasing it that way. But if we have another meeting and it's a repeat of this one and we're sitting again at midnight, what?
I guess I don't think we would have that. Oh, I'm sorry.
And I think we still would be at the crossroads where we're at right now. Are we going to take a vote, or what are we going to do, I guess is what I'm...
Yeah, I'll answer your question after Ms. Caffrey.
So I guess I would just say that the reason that there were so many people coming out tonight is because they strongly support the arts. And as a community, that is what people are saying, and electives and STEAM. And so if we had cuts that cut management, school administration, data costs, I cannot imagine we would have 3 hours of public comment.
Folks, what's next? I mean, we have a couple of pathways. We have a idea on the table of a special meeting on Thursday, I guess it would be. I have some questions about what that would mean for the process of how we would even deliver those notices. We have the option, and in a moment I would like an opportunity to talk about what changes I would like to propose. An option is we put something on the table. We put a motion on the table. If it has a second, we do a vote. If it gets majority, we move forward. If it doesn't, we continue our conversation and we try and land somewhere together. Those are really the options that we have.
I'd be interested in your proposals and what your ideas are.
Okay. I am not sold on the elementary specials. I think it was helpful to see the second schedule and get a little bit more insight. I'm still struggling with how effective that can be in terms of delivering on our commitment to the arts in our elementary schools. I think we do eventually have to have a conversation about the low enrollment at some of our elementary schools, and Dr. Beal alluded to it, and those are going to be really difficult conversations, but we are going to have those conversations at some point in the near future. In the meantime, I am still not convinced that it would be effective in terms of implementation. I think there are a lot of questions, and when I look at the cost of $525,000, I think there are ways for us to recoup those costs to be able to provide the specials. I look at the secondary master schedules, and I'm sorry, when you're looking at all of the options on the table, and I'm looking at, if I pull up the first interim analysis from the county, they specifically call out the fact that it's imperative that the district implement cuts in salaries and benefits for 5.7 million this year and 4 million next year. They are specifically saying that is right now in our multi-year projections, and that we should continue with that plan moving forward. And so we are going to have to move forward with these things. And when I look at offering 200 and my mind's blanking right now, but 290, 280, but what are we currently at? 295. From 295 to 280, when you're looking at that, we have 220 units needed to graduate. None of these are good options. But for me, that's one that of all of these options, and they're all painful options, that one I'm going to support. The certificated staff and non-classroom special positions, the instructional specialists, I think that's one that I haven't figured out an alternative funding or alternative cut for that one. But I would like to do something similar to what Ms. Caffrey and Dr. Beal are talking about taking a look at the budget on where we can save. And for me, those would be priorities if we were able to find some sort of cost savings. Unfortunately, it's not going to be in salaries and budgets if we don't include them in the RIF this time. So for that category, I would include those in a motion to include on the preliminary RIFs. Try and find some way of finding some cost savings, but that doesn't really, it still kicks the can down the road a little bit to, we're going to have to find salary and budget savings next year, additional on top of the 4 million. And yeah, that's kind of, those are the changes. I think right now, in terms of changing the preliminary RIFs, it's the elementary specials that I would propose taking off the list and replacing it with things like transportation is certainly one that I'm looking at that I think would help us get to, or at least close to, the 500,000, and it could possibly be a hybrid of the transportation costs with the reduction in school site funding.
What's the transportation savings? Are you talking about the 0 period one?
Yeah, so it would be 0 period. I also have some questions, and I don't know, Dr. Maldonado, if you have any insight into the effect on Roosevelt.
Well, those families will not be able to have transportation anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And for now, we know it's 30 families, but we don't know who's going to live in the housing that's dedicated to that area. I just want to make sure that I'm hearing you. For the keeping the specials and replacing it with the transportation to Roosevelt, Goleta Valley, and La Colina, that's about 430,000 of the 500 plus that we would have for the specials. So by doing those three, you're almost there.
Yeah.
Don't count La Colina? Oh, okay. Never mind. It would be an additional. Got it. So we're not almost there.
By the way, what's the 0 period class? It wouldn't be like jazz band, would it?
Maybe.
There's a little irony in that, isn't there?
That's 270 over 5.
So I guess one more piece about the cutting the amount of credits that we offer at the high school level, I think Mr. Block alluded to this. I'm just not sure about cutting the amount of credits we have on a 4x4 schedule, because basically each of those classes has the amount of time kids stay in class for each of the classes on a 4x4 schedule is much less. So basically on a 6-period schedule, you get a lot more instruction through the year. And there are fewer credits that we would need to offer to graduate. So basically what we are doing by cutting the amount of credits we're offering on a 4x4 schedule is reducing even more the amount of time kids are already not getting instruction. So I wonder, and maybe this is a conversation for when we go in deep with budgeting in this coming year, but what scheduling, how do we provide as much high quality instruction to kids as possible and not have teenagers with empty blocks of time and also receiving less instruction in every single class?
Dr. Beal.
I like the way you're thinking, Board President Escobedo, about trying to really preserve some things that we aren't sure is going to work. Do you see a way of not decimating our arts and music program with this credit reduction? How can we set it up for success and not hear, well, we just made all these choices and sorry, this class no longer exists, and it was the only choice. There is only one class in that. I think you might be aware that we don't have orchestra at Santa Barbara High School, and that was a victim of the 4x4 block schedule, and COVID probably too, but lots of things. And so that's what as a board member, I absolutely don't want to hear that, well, when it worked out, we couldn't offer that, and it's just gone. And it's a whole class, right? A whole thing that students don't get to do. So is there a way to give direction that if you have duplicate classes and there's smaller sections, we'll have to reduce and people are going to have to schedule their schedule around that if they want to take that, but that we don't eliminate whole classes and disciplines?
I think it's a fair question and an interesting one. I think my response would be there's a couple of ways. The idea of moving forward with the approach I proposed is that you provide the flexibility, right? Because there are a lot of uncertainties. We don't know what our funding is going to look like. But, and I'm going to look to Dr. Maldonado, it's not something that is going to be binding in any way, I don't think. But I think if we were really clear as a board in our direction that we wanted to preserve the arts and that we wanted that to be a priority as you're looking at what course offerings you're going to have, that we want principals to prioritize that. My hope would be is that they would take that very seriously in the development of the master schedule. With that being said, I'm sure that they have a lot of considerations beyond board direction that they're going to be weighing. And so I'm reluctant to say that there isn't a scenario where we give that direction and among all of the considerations, they decide to cut an elective that happens to fall in that category. But I would feel like that would hold a lot of weight and it would influence the process. But Dr. Maldonado, do you want to weigh?
I think the direction would be to prioritize the arts. You got to remember that we have career tech ed programs that are grant funded for different things, culinary arts, woodshop, other electives that students want. Not all students are going to want to go into music, for example. Some of us don't have that talent. So there are other kids that may want other options. Kids that are in the academies, kids that are in the different programs are going to have different choices. So we could give a direction to prioritize, but I think we would be probably wading into too much into their master schedules by saying you have to do this, not that. Because kids also are given choice and teacher credentials and so on.
I think what I'm really speaking to is the fact that sometimes that class just doesn't exist anymore because there was a scheduling decision made and the class is gone. And that's not a student choice. That's a scheduling choice.
Can I ask if, what is your opinion about if we, as a board, were unified in providing direction? I know it's, again, not binding, but it is, I think it is taken seriously by principals and staff. How would you feel about that proposal? Is that something that you think that we can land on to try and get to an agreement as a board?
Is that including protecting the elementary specials?
Correct.
What are we giving guidance, or are we saying find the money elsewhere?
For the specials?
That we're taking them off the menu.
We're taking them off the menu.
So I would think about that on two conditions. One, we create a fiscal advisory committee where community members interview to join. And two, we join the Alliance for Smarter School Spending, or at least consider it at the next board meeting. I don't want to force anyone into it, but I want us to look very seriously on it. And then at our board study sessions, we talk about rebuilding our arts program. So basically,
I want to be careful about the term rebuilding because it's, again, what we're not, words like decimating or rebuilding insinuates that that's what we're doing, and that's not what we're doing. And I hear you on the board study sessions. I think at this point we're stuffing a lot into board study sessions. We may need a third board study session. But
so I guess maybe I shouldn't, there are too many conditions. So maybe I've said my piece and I'll just vote how I vote.
What I was going to say is, but the financial advisory committee, I like that idea. I'm open to the, remind me of the name?
Alliance for Smarter School Spending.
Alliance for Smarter School Spending. Whether it's next meeting or the meeting after, I know Ms. Munoz won't be here at the next meeting, so maybe not the next meeting. I would be open to that. Again, the board study session that we have in May is hopefully going to get us in alignment on goals or how we're going to develop goals, and then also some shared expectations. So that alone is quite a bit. So I'm not saying no to the rest of it, but it might have to be a third board study session.
I think I actually, I don't know. I think I should hold a hard line on high school. I will go back to that and also say the other two things and not trade them off. So I guess, yeah, that's I'm sorry to waffle at 2 a.m, but
Dr.
Yeah.
Beal.
I want to trust that that the things we're trying to preserve will be preserved. That is seriously heard by everybody. You know, I think the complicated thing about this is we are going to have a prioritization meeting on May 10th, and my hope is that we are going to set goals that actually will support some of these positions we are planning to rescind, and so I want to put a lot of protection into this. At the same time, I would like to think we have a future where we are prioritizing. So this really speaks to the the instructional support TOSAs and the MTSS supports. I mean, I think that I was given the advice that I should be very directed about what recommendations I'm making. And so I actually made a list and ran out of brain power to read it out loud. But I had said that I would like the district to review the ISS TOSA consolidation plan for reading and math. If they're not district priorities, then they should be. And the primary and secondary spaces are very different. and that if we're going to make this huge effort to improve outcomes, we should put our money where our mouth is. And, my expectation is that unless there are dire financial circumstances, these layoff notices to ISS TOSAs for reading and math should be rescinded. I said the same thing about MTSSs, except once again, I had that struggle with which ones are actually very involved in certain outcomes and maintaining those. And then for arts, I said I would love to have a discussion facilitated by the VAPA, TOSA, the fine arts communities at both the elementary and secondary school, and the school principals in regard to the preservation of meaningful fine arts instruction, and that how will that be preserved at schools and balanced with STEM activities. And so really this separate discussion, whether it be an ad hoc committee, that really is led by the people who are creating these programs. And I wanted the principals and school counselors to meet and figure out repercussions for this reduced credit schedule, because they would know, because they are planning these student schedules and they know what the student wants. And I was like, they should talk to each other. Anyway, then I said, as a result of all these discussions, I would like to see a strategic financial plan as well as a strategic education plan presented to the board and community on May 27th, which will be after the May 10th board prioritization meeting, as well as a May revise from the state, which should set us up well to discuss this more before we finalize our budget for the following year. So I had a plan outlined, that really kind of said, okay, can we get some protection? Can we agree to move forward to protect the things that we think are really important? And then as part of our board prioritization meeting, we would set other priorities which would rescind a lot of the other notices. I know financially that might not work out, but this is where that whole hard work comes in, where we really look at our whole functioning financially as a district and say, maybe there are things we're spending money on that don't fall within our prioritization, and we really do have to think about not spending the money there.
Can I ask a clarifying question? When you said financial strategic plan, can you give a little bit more context? Is that in alignment with, I know we've had other discussions about a strategic plan for the district after we identify goals. Is that in alignment with that? Is that
exactly that if we say we are going to focus on student outcomes in math and reading and well-being, I put well-being in there because that really gets into the art and the mental health and how all that comes together, that all of our finances are like, how do we preserve this? How do we preserve this? How do we preserve this?
Can I just respond to Trustee Beal? So, just in terms of prioritization on that day, is this outside of the agenda or, okay, so looking at case studies of districts that have adopted very successful strategic plans, they don't adopt their priorities the board members don't adopt their priorities in isolation. Basically, you have like a long series of listening sessions first. So I think in our alignment meeting, I'd like to talk about the process of how we get there. Yeah, that's why I keep saying either develop goals or develop how we're going to come up with our goals. So I also think that you said May 27th for the strategic plan, or a commitment to do a strategic plan, because when I think about strategic plans, they are a lot of public input and over a longer period of time, and I don't know if that's a realistic goal if we're thinking about a financial.
Well, it's more just that if we say these are our priorities as a board, and then we communicate that to our district staff, and we are going to start talking, we're going to know how much money we have, we're going to start finalizing and approving the budget for the following year, that we are going to have financial conversations, I would hope, based upon that.
Yeah.
Or at least start these ad hoc committees, and the ad hoc committees, we're going to say, these are the priorities we've set. Do you agree? Do you not agree? So it's really not like that day everything is set in stone. But we start having the conversations. May 27th is that meeting after the May revise, which is May 15th, which is after we've set some board priorities. We can start moving into that conversation, and it's going to happen again in June, and it's going to happen again in the last week of June. And we're starting to get in, we're trying to align all those as we have these meetings. And so, no, I don't expect us to put out something that is going to that's going to determine what we do for the following year, but we're starting that process.
So can I ask, is there the general framework of the recommendation that I put on the table, is that something that you think that you could support?
I feel that I can support taking the elementary specials off the table. I would like the master schedule for secondary schools to be really looked at and have protection for the arts and music. I understand how that's such a big, complicated thing that it's hard to put too many guardrails without making the principals have to make maybe some other decisions. I worry about some of the pathways. I know that people who are not here have not spoken about AVID and some other programs. So there's that too. I would love to really say ISS, TOSAs, the math and the reading ones, I'd like to take them off the table, but maybe I can get them back afterwards.
And you're...
For me, I still think that we could find alternate ways to fund these programs. So that's what
Okay. Ms. Munoz and Mr. Banning?
Give me your cocktail napkin again. This is
So
to
this would...
eliminate some of the rifts or not?
Yes, so this would take the elementary specials off the table. This would say that I agree with Dr. Beal. I would like in the motion to give the direction to prioritize, as we're looking at the master schedule, arts. And in addition, between now and May 15th, really taking a look at the ISS, the instructional support specialist. What is the plan, and is there a way?
I'm reluctant to support any movement, any motion that I'm sorry, I'm reluctant to support any motion that doesn't come along with where do you make the $9.6 million?
Really, we're talking about 525, which I think we can get to one way or another.
You think so?
Well, I'm looking at the recommendations, and I can make some calculations based on the recommendations. I get to 525,000.
Okay, including 30 families that will not have transportation?
Even if you didn't include those 30 families, you could do it through other means. I'm open to a suggestion, Mr. Banning, that gets us to a majority vote.
My suggestion is that all of these things we're talking about are fine, but I think that we have the recommendation here that protects us from having a problem. So I don't know that anything short of approving this recommendation, perhaps with consideration to keep looking and get to whatever other options we can. If we're so convinced we can do it, why are you afraid of saying we have the protection, it's built in, this is why we have it. We're going to use the March 15th protection, and then we're going to prove that we didn't need to, as opposed to saying we're going to say we don't need to and then have to prove it, and if we can't, we're in trouble. I'm troubled by that.
I think if we're saying we're going to offer protection for 525, but we right now can't find that money, we're not offering any protection.
Say that again?
If we say we'll move forward with the plan as is, we're going to approve it, say yes, but we want to protect the $100,000 but we want to protect that, so you do have to get that back. We're basically saying the same thing. Except in one, if we're not including it, we're saying you have to protect this. If we're saying, okay, we'll include it, but we need you to protect it, we're still saying you need to find 525.
We're saying no to the insurance policy of March 15 is what you're doing.
So we're not protecting them.
No, if you don't protect them, but you're making a commitment to do everything we can to protect them. We have the insurance and we have the commitment that's being made in a motion that we're trying to do that. The opposite is to say nope, we don't need the insurance. We're just going to say we're going to find that $525,000. And we got 2 months of unknown budget things coming down the pike, and federal questions and all these kind of things that, you know, I'm not a huge fan of buying insurance that you don't want to, but if there was ever a troubling time to be saying, are we taking the right steps, this is it.
I would counter that with, you know, I don't think any of us is suggesting that we take the whole 9.6 million off the table and we just caution to the winds, no RIF notices, and we'll adjust. That would be irresponsible. But I do think we are actually making a values judgment here. And I feel that spending $525,000 digging deep to say that this is really important is actually a really important statement. And it's not just a let's feel good about this. It's actually saying what we want for our students. It's about outcomes.
So what I'm just going to give you numbers from what I'm hearing. The specials is 525. If you wanted to protect the 2 positions for ISS, it's 353. So I think what I was hearing is the 525 plus the 353, which now adds it to 878.
Actually, I would love to add the ISS TOSAs there. I'm hoping we can bring them back, but
Okay,
I'm not
so I don't
adding
need
that.
to add
No,
that
I would
number.
love to, but I think at this point, we're getting to a point where we won't agree on anything.
So going back to the 525 or so, I'm not being accurate with my full numbers. If we did the transportation of Roosevelt and Goleta Valley, that's 270. So now we're 255 away from the 525. We give about $1 million of LCAP to schools. If we take 255 away from that, we reduce the number we give to schools. That would give schools we would divide the 745 instead of the 1 million, and that would get you to the 525. You do have 2 city contracts for the park rangers that could total up to 105. And we could attempt to reduce the overtime costs, which are all in the recommendations in your memo, of about 20,000. That would get you another 125 if you wanted us to go that route. And that's all in the memo that you received.
So when we talk about removing money from the LCAP, I think we're going to have downstream consequences that just come right back to the outcomes, right? So I had already commented before, and I think Board Member Caffrey has mentioned that we have other areas that are not within our LCAP, not within our student outcomes, that we go back and we go backwards and we look at our managerial and we say, can we take out the 250 or 270? Is there something there? Or there, I don't know, if I want to really, once again, weeds, photocopying costs, should we have our, do half as many photocopies as we do? I mean, seriously, these are, I think
agree.
these are
I'm sorry,
serious
I was
questions.
just reading off the recommendations you asked for.
Right, and that
based on these
menu
numbers.
that was brought to us, I'd have to say was problematic, because it really, that was given to us on Friday. Once again, we're talking about having your back up against the wall. You get recommendations that equal 525, and not all of them are great, right? Some of them are very obvious, and not we can do without it, but I would have liked to have been given more recommendations and said, oh, well, maybe I can pick and choose between these two. 3 things and add it up to 525. But right now, the whole thing is 525.
Ms. Caffrey.
So at the last board meeting, I asked for alternative suggestions, and I think we got a very bare minimum. And then we didn't grapple with any of the harder questions, which is reducing the number of people who work outside of instruction. So basically, 90% of our spending is on salaries, but about 55% of that is teachers. So we still have a large pool of people who are working in important jobs in our district, but what we heard from everyone is that arts are essential and electives are important. And so that is why I keep going back to how do we find other spending cuts because we have seen huge spending increases and we didn't get any recommendations from the district about how to reduce things like management cost. So.
Do you want to just
Yeah.
represent that
Yeah.
there are 5 management positions on the list?
Except, I guess, so do you think we anticipate spending around $13 million on management next year? Because one thing we asked for are projected spending for every category.
Can you come up and yeah.
I don't mean to harp on management spending, but we could also look at other spending like, again, school administration or, yeah, pupil services. Is every single person, yeah.
So currently in our budget this year, right now, this minute, we're spending 13 million.
The cost you sent to us in our board memo said 15 point.
But I think that was last year.
So that was, so we're reducing it to 13 million.
We've already reduced it this year, and we're putting 5 more management cuts on it going forward as RIF. So we could figure out for you what that value is too.
So then what about school administration? So basically what I think would have been helpful and what I asked for is to have all of our projected cost spending for every category so we know, like, are we reducing
Yeah,
school administration?
I know, but we're not to the place where we're projecting for next year yet in our total costs, right? So we're that's the adopted budget. We're not there yet. So I know you have asked for that, and I do recognize that you've asked for that, but we're not there yet.
I see.
We're
Okay.
in the current year.
So
still.
I think that is something that we need to do next year, and many districts do. So that's just a different expectation.
We do it in May.
Oh,
So,
but I mean,
so we'll start doing next year in May. That's the process.
I think the issue, though, for us, and I think many districts project 5 years out, is that we cannot make decisions if we don't know what the budget is until May. I mean, like what our estimated spending is in every category.
I think that's kind of the frustration and the difficulty that you've heard not only from me, but we heard earlier from the two folks, Jack O'Connell and Capital Advisors, about these requirements, right? They put us in these decision-making positions at times that don't mesh with the budget cycle. And I hear you.
I think we can overlay our own. Basically, there is what is required by the state, and then how we manage the finances of our district. And districts are doing it differently, like getting projections for 2025 in time to make budget cuts.
But there's a reason why we wait until May. It's because that's when the May revise comes out. It's also when we have a better idea about what property taxes are going to look like. There are a variety of reasons why that happens. I mean, but
let's just talk about it when we talk about finance.
Okay, so I'm going to put a motion on the table. We'll see what happens. I move to, if I could ever find it. Oh, Eric, do you have something? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so a little while back, board member Caffrey was discussing, I guess, looking at the alternatives. So I'm just trying to keep up at this time. I'm really lost. Is that off the table, or is that the discussion that you were just having with Trustee Beal? And like, I guess, saying that we want to reserve and kind of protect prioritizing things that are being discussed in the budget cuts now. So is that completely off the table, or is that what you guys were just discussing?
Yeah, so what it looks like is it's a good question. These preliminary RIFs, really there are a lot of unknowns, and we're going to have to make some decisions between now and May 15th. May 15th, it becomes final. Whatever reduction in force notices, we have to issue them by May 15th. What issuing those notices now provides the district with the flexibility to make those decisions between now and May 15th. If we don't issue those notices by Saturday, basically Friday, we then have to incur those salary and benefits costs next year, meaning undoubtedly we will drop below our state minimum. What it does is it gives us the opportunity to do something like what Ms. Caffrey is saying, is actually look at, are there any, well, one, we'll have more information about what property taxes are going to come in, what expenses we're going to have. So maybe in some categories we spend a little bit less. It can also happen that we intend to fill a position and we just weren't able to fill it, and so that's cost savings in itself. But between now and May 15th, that's when we can start doing the deep dive of like answering some of these questions when we have more information. So no, it's not off the table, but really what we're talking about is providing us with the flexibility to still be able to meet our 3% minimum, all the while knowing that we don't have all of the answers to a multitude of variables that we need for the budget.
Right, and I just want to say, so I understand that there has to be budget cuts made, and it's frustrating that we could have had this discussion like a little earlier, a while back, because I do know that she was trying to allude to this in the previous board meeting, but I guess what I want to say is that if we were to have a special meeting, is that off the table? Because I know we're gonna have one day, and it's difficult to have like just do everything in one day and then just trying to come to an agreement. But if it's improbable but not impossible, why can we not look into it?
If the majority of the board wanted to do that, I think my rebuttal and the reason why I'm reluctant to do it is because I am not certain that we're going to get any new information, and I showed up to this meeting with enough information to make the decision, and I guess that's a little bit of my frustration is that was the expectation that was set 2 weeks ago. And I think it's kicking the can down the road when I think we really need to make a decision now. And so that's my stance, but if the majority of the board wants to do a special meeting, I'm more than happy for that. Dr. Beal.
So just to be clear, I feel like maybe what Eric is alluding to, our student board member, is that we could say, okay, we're just going to vote on it as it's presented to us. We are going to say no, we can't make that decision now, so we're going to have another special meeting and try to decide in the next 24 to 48 hours what we can change. Or we have a middle of the road proposal, which is we say, yes, we are going to take something out of this, and it's just out. And then we are going to ask for protection for other areas. And then we are going to, after we issue these notices to the areas that we can't take out but we want to protect, to say the conversation really needs to be about how, if those positions are truly important, based upon however we decide that, our board prioritization meeting, the discussions we would like to have. We talk about ad hoc committees for art, for finance, for whatever, all the things that we think are important to have community conversations about, right? That we might be able to bring those back because we say those are really important. So that's like the middle ground. So I think we're looking at three options, right? We're talking about three options.
I think so, and I think what I was trying to do with my proposal was third option. Is trying to thread the needle of we have to provide risks. We were going to take elementary specials off the table, and then provide some direction for like the ISS positions, trying to figure out, is there a way for us to do it, understanding that it's going to be a tall task to try and find 800 and some odd dollars. That's ongoing costs, right? This can't be just one-time spending. It has to be ongoing costs, something that mimics salary and benefits, which is an ongoing cost, which is why the transportation is on the table, because that's an ongoing cost. So it can't just be supplies that we were going to buy one year, but the following year we weren't going to have to buy those supplies. This is something that, it's the reason why the county identified salaries and benefits. It's because it's 90% of our budget and it's ongoing costs. And that in that 10%, my guess is, I don't know what percentage, but probably much of it is not always ongoing costs. So it becomes quite difficult when you're projecting 3 years out and you have to protect a 3% reserve. It might help us in that second year, but in that third year, we're back where we were in the first year. All right, so I'm going to put a motion on the table. We'll see what happens if it fails. I move to the reduction in force recommendation, removing the strategic master scheduling for elementary specials, and directing staff to really look at our budget for ongoing costs that we might be able to eliminate in order to address the ISS positions, and board direction that we would like arts to be prioritized in the secondary master schedules. Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
Any further discussion on the motion? Is your mic on?
Does removing the elementary specials create a problem with instructional minutes of core academics?
As you can see from what was presented, yes, it did. The principals identified there was more minutes required throughout the day than the day allowed. One of the feedback from the group when we met with the specials teachers was extend the day, start sooner, start earlier, reduce the core instructional minutes, because it is a conflict between the minutes.
If we leave them funded the way they are now, you are going to reduce or not meet the instructional minutes for core academics. Is that what I'm understanding?
It will be a Tetris game either way, but to make it work, it was based on the minutes left over during the day and having to eat back a little bit to ensure the 45 minutes. The days are not long enough to do both every single day.
Dr. Beal.
If I understand this correctly, if we do retain the elementary specials, they really still will be there to do the work that's to be done, but they will have more time to be able to do other things or to support more activities. So we are really making a decision to not just hone their time so that they're always being instructing, that they are also going to continue to try to preserve programs that are maybe not within the instructional minutes, that are not within the 45-minute specials classes, that they continue to offer extra. That's my understanding.
The principals also had a conversation, and as did the specials teachers, about infusing some of the specials into the core academics and aligning the standards so that the arts and social studies were meeting the standards necessary. There's already within the schedules where science pushes in to the STEAM pushes into the science curriculum. So those things are already happening. It was just a matter of ensuring our core instructional academic minutes were consistent across all school sites, because they were not.
Can I ask one question? Sorry. So am I hearing it right that this could be, okay, so if there is not enough minutes in the day, one opportunity is to do something like push the specials into these core academic areas, trying to meet both the core academic area standards and also providing the specials. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So we have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any further discussion? Okay, so I'm going to say all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 3-2. So,
Can I make a comment?
yes.
One of the most important things about governance and good governance is the board makes a decision. We have a split vote. However, from my perspective, the board of the Santa Barbara Unified School District has made this decision, and I believe that the board should support it. And so as such, I keep my vote where it is, but I support the decision and to support the work of the board and behind the motion, despite voting against it.
Thank you for that. So we have one additional item, which is the precautionary reduction in force notifications for classified employees. Dr. Becchio.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to shift gears, this item that's before you is the approval of the board resolution for elimination of classified services. And you'll notice in there we have listed the positions up for elimination. What we tried to do here was have, as I stated previously, where we had vacancies that we could eliminate, we did, which does not impact a person. And so that's one of the nuances to this that you'll see. There's quite a few vacant positions. So with that, I'll turn it over to the board for any questions you might have.
Any public comment on this item? No public comment on this item. Any questions from the board? Discussion? Comments? I have one comment, and it's I always, whenever it's tough decisions like this, I always feel like and I look at custodians, admin secretaries, family engagement liaisons, like there's never much community support that like comes out and advocates for those folks. And so I think that absolutely, I was very proud that people came out to advocate for our teachers, but sometimes I worry that these folks who are some doing really important jobs as well and are some of the lowest paid in our district oftentimes don't have the same type of support, and I just wonder why sometimes. But if there's no, Dr. Beal?
I agree. I think it is a little more challenging because it is not so, many of these staff are in the schools with our students, and our students know them. I would like to hope that as we move into hopefully a different way of looking at our finances, that when we're making decisions about certificated staff, at the same time we're making decisions about classified staff, and they dovetail together.
I appreciate that. So with that, if we don't have any more comments, do I have a motion on the table?
I motion.
I second the motion.
So we have a motion to approve resolution 2024-25/23, elimination of classified services. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so we are now going to go to H7. Wait, no. H4.
Are these, could we push these to the next meeting?
This is the only one that we can't.
I see.
Oh, really?
There's an attorney waiting for item, or you want to do seven and not, can we push up 3?
Sorry, we're on, the next would be 4. We did 3, right?
Yeah, we did 3.
The next is 4. I need to be able to present that. I can do it very quickly.
Sure.
I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. This one's really important to the work that we're going to begin with Santa Barbara High. This is a program that we want to implement at Santa Barbara High. I'll say 2 things really quickly. Master schedule is a very, very important part of creating a start to a school year that is smooth, without disruptions and conflict in the schedule and all that. This has been a struggle at Santa Barbara High for the last several years. And 2, I'm I have a deep belief that the master schedule process cannot be replaced by technology, that humans have to have interaction in that process. It makes for a much better process for all the people involved. I vetted this program through that lens of, I was skeptical because it says AI. It is very, very good and will keep the team engaged and be able to actually do some of the really more important communication and collaboration around the master schedule process. So that's in the memo, but I did want to state those 2 things. I have a high level of confidence in this product.
Thank you. Any public comment? No public comment on this item. Ms. Caffrey?
So I know we're taking part in scheduling secondary academy. Does this align with that? I mean, with what is being learned and how we'll apply it?
I did write about that in the memo, and there's a connection there that I made, but really this is a very, very smooth technical tool that will allow for a very organized and solid work around the staffing, course request staffing, section identification, and then building of the schedule. But the connection I made is that there's so much you can do in what K-12 is talking about is some of the communication and collaboration around with teachers and counselors and department leads and things like that. So I kind of write about the saving of time so that can be a real priority.
Dr. Becchio, I appreciate that. I did ask a question about the vetting of this product, and I was very happy to hear that a high school principal had vetted it, who'd probably been through this process many times. Board Member Caffrey's question really brought up another question in my mind. As we are working with this firm, trying to look at how we can change our schedules and maybe do things differently, would this program be something that we could play with as we look at those scenarios? Because there's going to be a team from Santa Barbara Junior High and a team from Santa Barbara Senior High. Maybe this is just for Santa Barbara Senior High, that they can actually play with potential schedules, because we're talking about modified blocks and even 7th periods. Would this product be something we could play with?
Well, just to remind you that there's a big difference between bell schedule and master schedule. So if you're talking about block and modified block, and it's a bell schedule, this wouldn't do that. If at the point at which we choose what bell schedule, this program, you can build whatever kind of master schedule you want, if it's a modified block or whatnot. So it's really focused on the sections and stuff. I don't know that I don't know that there's a way to build a sample schedule in this, no.
Ms. Caffrey?
So you're piloting it at Santa Barbara High School. Would you have to pay $15K per school, or can you just roll it out for the rest of the district if it works?
I actually did not. I did not ask for a quote on multiple schools, so I don't know what their pricing is for an organization. I can ask them and get back to you on that. Yeah, this is just for the one school, but there might be a discounted rate for multiple schools or an entire organization.
Any additional questions? Comments or questions? If not, then is there a motion?
I move to approve the contract with Timely Schools Incorporated.
Is there a second? So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimous.
Thank you.
We'll now go to H6. H7.
Yes, that's been waiting.
H7, approval of a Liberty Mutual Takeover Agreement with Santa Barbara Unified School District for DP High School CTE East Building. Welcome.
Good evening. This item is, yes. Specifically, we terminated the contract with Telecu that was doing the work at DPA building. The bond company, Liberty Mutual, have met with us and are going to be taking over this work, and it was a takeover agreement. We incorporated, I have today or this evening or this morning, David Orbach, who is part of our legal team with this, and that's from Orbach, Huff, and Henderson, who specializes specifically in construction. So with that being said, as you vote to approve this, we will move forward with getting the building remediated and built the way it was supposed to be to begin with. And we're looking at finishing the construction in July. So with that said, any comments and questions?
Any public comment? Nope.
No.
Any questions? Any comments?
This is long time coming. I appreciate the diligence and persistence to get us to this point. Thank you.
I guess one thing is, do we pay him hourly? I'm just curious, because next time maybe we put him at the front so he doesn't stay till 3. I'm just talking about cost-saving measures.
Yep. Is there a motion on the table? Is someone willing to make a motion?
I'll
Please.
move. I move to approve the Liberty Mutual Takeover Agreement with SBUSD for DPHS CTE East Building.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
The first and second. Any questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
No less love for our director.
And now, H6, we have a approval of resolution number 2024/25-17, approving the lease back contract documents and authorizing execution and delivery of the site and facilities leases relating to the food services walk-in freezers at Dos Pueblos High School, Goleta Valley Junior High, and Licumere Junior High.
Good morning, board members, President Escobedo, Dr. Maldonado Cabinet. I will be very quick, I promise. So I have a resolution 2024-2517.
Oh. Continue. Yeah.
So, can I have my presentation? It's a very quick one, please. Okay, well, I'll be very quick. So this is, I've been in front of this board with,
Yeah.
with similar lease-back contracts. So we have, the board has approved, in September, the board has approved RSH Construction Company to be our contractor for this project. So the scope is, what we're doing, we're actually replacing freezers. There's a little bit more scope in La Cumbre Kitchen that involves, some kitchen equipment upgrades, the new dishwasher, the new grease interceptor, some new counters, because they're very aged and beyond their useful life. But we have freezers upgrades in 3 schools, and that's in Dos Pueblos, Galita Valley, and La Cumbre, of course, but La Cumbre has a bit of a larger scope. So the next step will be for us to, after the board approves this resolution, the next step will be for the contractor to come up with the guaranteed maximum price, and which will come to the board separately in a different package. So with that, I would ask you to approve resolution number 2024-2517.
Thank you.
Ask any questions,
Thank you. No public comment on this item?
No.
Any questions from the board? Any comments or discussion? Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the lease back contract documents about the freezers at Dos Pueblos High School, Galita Valley Junior High, and La Cumbre Junior High School.
Do I have a second?
I second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nobody won tonight. We will call this meeting adjourned at 2:48 in the morning.